rod. Though it was first dazzled, yet it sat still and moved its head up and down. Then many persons rushed to it with sticks and cut others, but as it sat in an awkward place, no blow could beat it. But hearing the noises of men, the serpent went out hastily through the same hole. Then all the persons present felt relief, Baba's opinion. One devotee named Muktaram then said that it was good that poor creature escaped. Hemant challenged him, saying that serpent should be better killed. There was a hot discussion between them, the former contending that serpents and such creatures should not be killed, the latter that they should be. As night came on, the discussion came to an end without any decision being arrived at. Next day, the question was referred to Baba, who gave his settled opinion as follows. God lives on all beings and creatures, whether they be serpents or scorpions. He is the great fire pillar of the world, and all beings, serpents, scorpions, etc., obey his command. Unless he wills it, nobody can do any harm to others. The world is all dependent on him, and no one is independent. So we should take pity and love all creatures, leave of killings, and be patient. The Lord is protector of all. Go to Sri Sai, peace be upon you.
Those who read this chapter 22 can be saved from the dangers associated with poisonous creatures like scorpion and snake.
Chapter 23, we will read Yoga and Onion, Shama cure of snake bite, cholera ordinance broken, and ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Preliminary. In reality, this jiva, human soul, transcends the three qualities, that is, sattva, rajas, and tamas. But being deluded by maya, he forgets his nature, which is pure consciousness, knowledge, bliss, and thinks that he is the doer, and thus entangles himself in endless mysteries, and does not know the way of deliverance. The only way of deliverance is the loving devotion towards the Guru's feet. The great player or actor, Lord Sai, has delighted his bhaktas and transformed them into himself. We regard Sai Baba as the incarnation of God for reasons already stated, but he always said that he was an obedient servant of God. Though an incarnation, he showed people the way to behave satisfactorily and to carry out the duties of their respective stations in this life. He never emulated others in any way, nor asked others to have something done for him. For him, who saw the God in all movable and immovable of his world, humility was the virtue. None he disregarded or disrespected, for he saw Narayan in all beings. He never said, I am God, but that he was a humble servant, and he always remembered him and always uttered, Allah Malik. God is the sole proprietor or owner. We do not know the various kinds of saints, how they behave, what they do, etc. We only know that by God's grace they manifest themselves in this world to liberate the ignorant and bound souls. If there be any store of merits in our accounts, we get a desire or interest in listening to the stories and leelas of the saints, otherwise not. Let us now turn to the main stories of this chapter. Yoga and Onion. Once it so happened that Sadhak of Yoga came to Shirdi with Nana Sahib Chandorkar. He had studied all the works of yoga, including the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, but had no practical experience. He could not concentrate his mind and attain samadhi even for a short time. He thought that if Sai Baba will be pleased with him, he will show him the way to attain samadhi for a longer time. With this object in view, he came to Shirdi, and when he went to the masjid, he saw Sai Baba eating chapati with onion. On seeing this, a thought crossed his mind. How can this man eating stale bread with raw onions solve my difficulties and help me? Sai Baba read his mind and said, Nana Sahib, oh Nana has the power to digest onion should eat it and none else. Hearing this remark, the yogi was wonderstruck and he fell at Baba's feet with complete surrender. With pure and open mind, he asked his difficulties and got their solutions from Baba. Thus, being satisfied and happy, he left Shirdi with Baba's booty and blessings. Shama cured of snake bite. Before Hemant Pant begins the story, he says about the jiva that it can be very well compared with a parrot and that they both are bound, the one in the body and the other in a cage. Both think that their present bound state is good for them. It is only when the helper, that is Guru, comes and by God's grace opens their eyes and liberates them from their bondage, that their eyes are open to a greater and larger life, compared to which their former bound and limited life is nothing. In the last chapter, it was shown how Baba anticipated the calamity that was to befall on Mr. Miracle and rescue him from it. Now let the readers hear a story more interesting than this. Once Shama was bitten by a poisonous snake. His little finger was bitten and the poison began to spread in the body. The pain was also severe and Shama thought that he would pass away soon. His friends wanted to take him to God Vithoba, as such cases were often sent, but Shama ran to the masjid to his Vithoba, Sai Baba. When Baba saw him, he began to scold and abuse. He got enraged and said, "Oh, Vivek Bathuria, do not climb up. Beware if you do so," and then roared, "Go, get away, come down." Seeing Baba thus red with wrath, Shama was greatly puzzled and disappointed. He thought that the masjid was his home and Sai Baba his sole refuge. He was driven away like this, where should he go? He lost all hopes of life and kept silent. After a while, when Baba became normal and calm, Shama went and sat near him. Then Baba said to him, "Don't be afraid. Don't care a jot. The merciful fakir will save you. Go and sit quiet at home. Don't go out. Believe in me and remain fearless and have no anxiety." Then he was sent home. Immediately afterwards, Baba sent Tatya Patel and Kaka Singh Dikshit to him with instructions to the effect that he should not eat what he liked, should move around in the house, but should in no case lie down and sleep. Needless to say that these instructions were acted upon and Shama got all right in a short time. The only thing to be remembered in this connection is this, the words of Baba, or the 5-syllable mantra, that is, go, get away, come down, were not addressed to Shama as it apparently looked, but they were a direct order to the snake and its poison not to rise up and circulate through Shama's body. Like others well versed in Mantra Shastra, he had not to use any incantation, charred rice or water, etc. His words only were most efficacious in saving the life of Shama. Anyone hearing the story and other similar ones will beget firm faith in the feet of Sai Baba. And the only way to cross the ocean of Maya is to remember the feet of Baba in the heart. Cholera epidemic. Once, cholera was raging virulently in Shirdi. The residents were much frightened and they stopped all communication with the outside people. The 5 headmen of the village assembled together and decided upon 2 ordinances as a remedy to check and put down the epidemic. They were, 1, no fuel cart should be allowed to come in the village, and 2, no goat should be killed there. If anybody disobeyed these ordinances, they were to be fined by the village authorities and punished. Baba knew that all this were mere superstition and therefore he cared a damn for the cholera ordinances. While the ordinances were in force, a fuel cart came there and wanted to enter the village. Everybody knew that there was dark or scarcity of fuel in the village. Still, the people began to drive away the fuel cart. Baba came to know of this. He came to the spot and asked the cartman to take the fuel cart to the masjid. None dared to raise his voice against this action of Baba. He wanted fuel for his duni and he purchased it, like an Agnihotri, keeping his sacred fire alive throughout his life. Baba kept his duni ever burning all day and night, and for this he always stocked the fuel. Baba's home, that is the masjid, was free and open to all. It had no lock and key, and some poor people removed some wood from there for their use. Baba did not grumble about this. Baba saw that the whole universe was pervaded by the Almighty, and so he never bore enmity or ill will to anybody. Though perfectly detached, he behaved like an ordinary householder to set an example to the people. Ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Let us now see how the second cholera ordinance fared with Baba. While it was in force, somebody brought a goat to the masjid. It was weak, old, and about to die. At this time, Fakir Fir Muhammad of Malgon, alias Bare Baba, was near. Sai Baba asked him to behead it with one stroke and offer it as an oblation. This Bare Baba was much respected by Sai Baba. He always sat on the right side of Sai Baba. After the chilim was first smoked by him, it was then offered to Baba and others. After the dishes were served, at the time of taking meals at noon, Baba called Bare Baba and made him sit on his left side, and then all partook of food. Baba paid him also daily 50 rupees out of the amount collected as dakshina. Baba accompanied him 100 steps whenever he went away from the masjid. Such was his position with Baba. But when Baba asked him to behead the goat, he flatly refused, saying, "Why it should be killed for nothing?" Then Baba asked Shama to kill it. He went to Radha Krishnamai and brought a knife from her and placed it before Baba. Knowing the purpose for which the knife was taken, she recalled it. Then Shama went to bring another knife but stayed in Vada and did not return soon. Then came the turn of Kaka Sahib Diksha. He was gold, no doubt, but had to be tested. Baba asked him to get a knife and kill the goat. He went to the Satyavaras and returned with a knife. He was ready to kill it at Baba's bidding. He was born in a pure Brahmin family and never in his life knew killing. Though quite averse to do any act of violence, still he made himself bold to kill the goat. All the people wondered to see that while Bare Baba of Muhammad was unwilling to kill it, but this Brahmin was making preparation to do so. He tightened his dhota and with a semicircular motion raised his hand with a knife and looked at Baba for the final signal. Baba said, "What are you thinking of? Go on, strike." Then when the hand was just about to come down, Baba said, "Stop. How cruel you are. Being a Brahmin, you're pulling the goat." Kaka Sahib obeyed and kept the knife down and said to Baba, "Your word is Lord unto us. We do not know any other ordinance. We remember you always, meditate on your form and obey you day and night, and we do not know or consider whether it is right or wrong to kill. We do not want to reason or discuss things, but implicit and prompt compliance with Guru's order is our duty and dharma." Then Baba said to Kaka Sahib that he would himself do the offering and killing business. It was settled that the goat should be disposed of in a place called Takia, where fakirs used to sit. Then when the goat was being taken to that place, it fell dead on the way. Hemant Pant closes the chapter with the classification of disciples. He says that there are three kinds. First, or best. Second, or average. And third, or ordinary. The best kinds of disciples are those who guess what their guru wants and immediately carry it out and serve them without waiting for an order from them. The average disciples are those who carry out the orders of their masters to a letter without any delay. And the third kind of disciples are those who go on postponing the carrying out of their order and make mistakes at every step. The disciples should have firm faith backed by intelligence, and if they had They add patience to these. Their spiritual growth will not be distant. Control of breath in going and outgoing, or hatha yoga, or other difficult practices are not at all necessary. When the disciples get the above-mentioned qualities, they become ready for further instructions, and the masters then appear and lead them on in their spiritual path of perfection. In the next chapter, we deal with Baba's interesting wit and humor. Both Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Mantramulam Guru walking. In this chapter, Baba ordered the poison not to enter into the Shama's body, and then he protected the Shama from the snake bite. Thank you. Om Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Ram Dattatreya Namaha. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 24. Baba's wit and humor, Chanak Leela, Hemant Pant, Sudama, Anna Chinnanikar versus Mosiba. Preliminary. Unless we surrender our ego to the feet of our Sadguru, we will not succeed in our undertaking. If we become egoless, then our success is assured. By worshipping Sai Baba, we attain both the objects, worldly and spiritual, and are fixed in our true nature and get peace and happiness. Therefore, those who want to accomplish or gain their welfare should respectfully hear Sai Baba's leelas or stories and meditate on them. If they do this, they will easily attain the object of their life and get bliss. Generally, all people like wit and humor, but they do not like that jokes should be cut at their expense. But Baba's method was peculiar. When he was accompanied with good gestures, it was very interesting and instructive, and the people therefore did not mind, even if they were held up to ridicule. Hemant Pant gives his own instance below. Chana Leela. In Shirdi, a special bazaar was held every Sunday, and people from the neighboring villages came there, erected booths and stalls and the open street and sold their wares and commodities. Every noon the masjid was crowded, but on Sunday it was crowded to suffocation. On one such Sunday, Hemant Pant sat in front of Baba, shampooing his legs and muttering God's name. Shama was on Baba's left, Vaman Rao on his right. Shriman, Bhuti and Kaka Sahib and others were present there. Then Shama laughed and said to Anna Sahib, "See that some grains seem to have stuck to the sleeve of your coat." So saying, he touched the sleeve and found that there were some grains. Hemant Pant straightened his left forearm to see what the matter was, and to the surprise of all, some grains of gram came rolling down and were picked up by the people who were sitting there. The incident furnished a subject matter of joke. Everybody present began to wonder and said something or the other as to how the grains found their way into the sleeve of the coat and lodged there so long. Hemant Pant could not guess. When nobody could give any satisfactory explanation in this matter, and everybody was wondering about this mystery, Baba said as follows: "This fellow, Anna Sahib, has got a bad habit of eating alone. Today is a bazaar day, and he came here chewing grams. I know his habit, and these grams are proof of it. What wonder is there in this matter?" Hemant Pant: "Baba, I never know of eating anything alone. Then why do you shoulder this bad habit on me? I have never yet seen Shirdi Bazaar. I never went to Bazaar today. Then how could I buy grams, and how could I eat them if I had not bought them? I never eat anything unless I share it with others present around me at the time of my meals." Baba: "Is that true that you give to the persons present there? But if none is nearby, what could you or I do? But do you remember me before eating? Am I not always with you? Then do you offer me anything before you eat?" Moral: let us mark and note carefully that Baba has taught us by this incident He has advised us that before the senses, mind and intellectual enjoy their objects, first he should be remembered, and if this is be done, it is a way by making an offering to him. The senses, etc., can never remain without their objects. But if those objects are the first offered to the Guru, and the attachment for them will naturally vanish. In this way, all the vrittas, subtle thoughts regarding desire, anger, avarice, etc., should first be offered and directed to the Guru. And if this practice be followed, the Lord will help you in eradicating all vrittas. When before enjoyment of the objects you think that Baba is present, the question whether the object is fit to be enjoyed or not will at once arise. Then the object that is not fit to be enjoyed will be shunned, and in this way our vicious habits or vices will disappear and our character will improve. Then love for Guru will grow and the pure knowledge will sprout. When this knowledge grows, the bondage of body conscious, we are the body, will snap and our intellect will be immersed in spirit consciousness. We are the spirit. Then we shall get bliss and contentment. There is no difference between Guru and God. He who sees any difference in them finds God nowhere. So leaving aside all ideas of difference, we should regard Guru and God as one. And if we serve our Guru as stated above, God will be certainly pleased, and by purifying our minds will give us self-realization. To put the matter in a nutshell, we should not enjoy any object with our senses, etc., without first remembering our Guru. When the mind is trained in this way, we will always reminded of Baba, and our meditation on Baba will grow apace. The subtle form of Baba will ever be before our eyes, and then devotion, non-attachment and salvation will all be ours. When Baba's form is thus fixed before our mental vision, we forget hunger, thirst, and the samsara world. The consciousness of worldly pleasures will disappear, and our mind shall attain peace and happiness. Sudhama's story. When the above story was being narrated, Hemant Pant reminded of a similar story of Sudhama, which illustrates the same principle, and therefore it is given here. Sri Krishna and his elder brother Balrama were living with a co-student named Sudhama in the ashram of their Guru. Sandipani, once Krishna and Balram were sent to the forest for bringing fuel. When the wife of Sandipani sent Sudhama also for the same purpose, with some quantity of grams for three. The Krishna and Sudhama in the forest, he said to him, Dada, I want water, I am thirsty. Sudhama replied, no water should be drunk on an empty stomach, so it's better to rest a while. He did not say that he had got grams with him and that Krishna should take some. As Krishna was tired, he lay down for rest on the lap of Sudhama and was soon snoring. On seeing this, Sudhama took out the grams and began to eat. The Krishna suddenly asked him, Dada, what are you eating? What is this chit-chatter sound? He replied, what is there to eat? I am shivering with cold, and my teeth are chattering. I can't even repeat Vishnu Sahasranama. Hearing this, the omniscient Krishna said, I just had a dream in which I saw a man eating things of another. And when asked about this, he said, what does should he eat? Meaning there were what had he nothing to eat. The other man said, let it be so. Dada, this is only a dream. I know. You won't eat anything without me. Under the influence of the dream, I asked you, what are you eating? If Sudhama had known the omniscient Sri Krishna and his Leelas, he would not have acted as he did. Therefore, he had to suffer for what he did. Though he was a chum of Sri Krishna, he had to pass his later life in utter poverty. But when the latter offered Krishna a handful of parched rice earned with his wife with her own labor, Krishna was pleased and gave him a golden estate to enjoy. The story should be remembered by those who have the habit of eating the things alone, without partaking them with others. The Shruti also emphasizes this lesson and asks us to offer things first to God and then enjoy them. After they are renounced by him, Baba also had taught us the same lesson in his inimitable and humorous way. Anna Chinnalikar versus Moshibai. Hemant Pant now describes another witty incident in which Baba played a peacemaker's part. There was one devotee by name Damodar Ghanshyam Babare, alias Anna Chinnalikar. He was simple, rustic and straightforward. He cared for nobody, always spoke plainly, and carried all dealings in cash. Though he looked outwardly harsh and uncompromising, he was good-natured and guileless. So Sai Baba loved him. He was willed away all his property to Sri Sai Baba Samsthan Shirdi. One day, like others, serving Baba in their own way, his Anna was shampooing the left arm of Baba, which rested on the Kathara railing on the right side. One old widow named Virubai Kaujaliti, whom Baba called mother, and all others called Maushibai, was serving Baba with her own way. Maushibai was an elderly woman of pure heart. She clasped the fingers of both her hands around the trunk of Baba and was at this time massaging Baba's abdomen. She did this so forcibly that Baba's back and abdomen became flat, and Baba moved from side to side. Anna on the other side was steady with Maushibai's face, moved up and down with her strokes. Once it so happened that her face came very close to Anna's. Being of a witty disposition, she remarked, "Oh, this Anna is a little fellow, he wants to kiss me." Even being so old with grey hair, he feels no shame in kissing me. These words enraged Anna, and he pulled up his sleeves and said, "You say that I am old and a bad fellow, and I am quite a fool? It is you who have picked up a quarrel with me." All the persons present there were enjoying this encounter between them. Baba, who loved them both equally and wanted to pacify them, managed the affair skillfully, lovingly, said, "Oh Anna, why are you unnecessarily raising this hue and cry? I do not understand what harm or impropriety is there when the mother is kissed." Hearing these words of Baba, both of them were satisfied, and all the persons laughed merrily and enjoyed Baba's wit to their heart's content. Baba's characteristics, his dependency on bhaktas. Baba allowed his devotees to serve him in their own way and did not like any other persons interfering into this. To quote an instance, the same Maushibai was on another occasion kneading Baba's abdomen. Seeing the force used by her, all the devotees felt nervous and anxious. They said, "Oh mother, be more considerate and moderate, otherwise you will break Baba's arteries and nerves." At this, Baba got up at once and from his seat and dashed his satka on the ground. He got enraged and his eyes became red like live embers. None dared to stand before Baba. Then he took hold of one end of the satka with both the hands and pressed it in the hollow of his abdomen, and the other hand he fixed to the post and began to press his abdomen against it. The satka, which was about 2 or 3 feet in length, seemed all ready to go into his abdomen, and people feared that the abdomen would be ruptured in a short time. The post was fixed and immovable, and Baba began to go closer and closer to it, and clasped the post firmly. Every moment the rupture was expected, and they were all dismayed, did not know what to do, and stood dumb with wonder and fear. The other devotees wanted only to give a hint to Maushibai to be moderate in her service and not cause any trouble or pain to Baba. They were surprised to see that their well-intentioned effort had resulted in crisis. They could not do nothing but to wait and watch. Unfortunately, Baba's rage soon cooled down. He left the satka and resumed his seat. From this time onwards, the devotees took the lesson that they should not meddle with anybody but allow him to serve Baba as he chooses. And he was capable to gauge the merits and worth of the service rendered to him. Om Shri Sai in peace to God. Om Shri Sai, I'm the Dad. Om Shri Sai.
In this chapter, Baba explained whatever we eat, whatever we drink, if we offer to the God, that the food or water gets purified. That means food carries the thoughts of those who cook, those who produce that food. So if there is any ill thoughts, that will be easily carried to our manas when we eat that food. If you remember the God while eating and offer that to the God, then God will purify that food. So it will become prasad of God. Then it will not cause any effect on our manas. We will get purity after eating that food. That is what Baba explained with Hemakant story. Thank you. Om Sai.
Sai Ram, chapter 24. We begin this chapter with a prostration with all our limbs to Sai Baba, who is an ocean of mercy, the God incarnate, Yadavama and great Lord. Victory be unto Sai Baba, who is the crest of the saints and all auspicious things Atmaram and the soul refuge of the devotees. We prostrate ourselves before Him who has attained the aim and an joy. Sai Baba is always full of mercy. What is wanted on our part is wholehearted devotion to Him. When a devotee has God from faith and devotion, his wishes are soon fulfilled. When there is a rose in the mind of a uncle who write the life and heroes of Sai Baba, he immediately got it written by him. When ordered to keep the memos was given, an uncle was inspired and his intellect got strength and glanced to undertake and finished the work. He was not, as he says, qualified to write the work, but the gracious blessings of Baba enabled him to complete the undertaking, and thus you have this Satcharithra system or a Somakan jewel, from which nectar in the form of Sailas oozes out for the readers to bring to their heart content. Whenever a devotee had complete and wholehearted devotion to Sai Baba, all his calamities and dangers were warded off, and his welfare returned to guide Baba. The story of Damodara, Savalram Kasni Kosra, Madnagar, now L.S. Damona, illustrating the above statement is given below. Damona. The readers were aware that a mention of this gentleman was made in the 6th chapter regarding the celebration of Ram festival in Shirdi. He went to Shirdi about the year 89, when the Ramanavami Utsav celebration began, and since that time, it has been providing an ornamental flag for that occasion every year. He also feeds the poor and the orphans who come there for the festival. Cotton ready. A Mumbai friend of Damona told him that they should do some cotton speculation business in partnership, which would bring them about 2 lakhs of rupees as profit. Damona says in his statement made about the year 1936 to Mr. B.V. Narasimha that the proposal above speculating at Mumbai cotton was from a broker who was not to be partner, and that he was to be the sole adventurer by Peter 75 that devotees experience. The broker wrote that the business was good and involved no risk, and that the opportunity should not be lost. Damona was hesitating. He could not at once determine to venture into the speculation. He thought over this, and as he was a devotee of Baba, he wrote a detailed letter over this, and as he was a devotee of Baba, to Shama giving all the facts and requested him to consult Baba and take his advice in the matter. Shama got the letter next day, and when he went with it, moved to the masjid and placed it before Baba, he asked Shama what the matter was and what the letter was about. He replied that Damona's mother wanted to consult him about something. Then Baba said,
What does he have and what does he plan? It seems that he wants to reach the sky and he is not content with what God has given him. It is said. Shaman said, the letter contains what you have just said. Oh Deva, you sit here, come and compose and alleviate the devotees, and when they get restless, you draw them here, some in person and others in letters. If you know the contents of the letter, why do you then press me to read it? Baba said, oh Shama, read it. I speak it random, and who will you use me? Then Shama read the letter and Baba heard it attentively and said plainly, Darshat, Damona has gone mad. Right to him, reply that nothing is wanting in his house, letting me content with the half-loaf bread. He has not bothered himself about gas. Shama sent the reply which Damona anxiously waited for. After reading, he found that all his hopes and prospects about gas of rupees as dashed to the ground. He thought that he had done a mistake by consulting God. But as Shama had hinted in the letter that there was always much difference in seeing and hearing that therefore he should come to Shirdi personally and see Baba. He thought it was advised to go to Shirdi and consult Baba personally about the affair. So he went to Shirdi, saw Baba, prostrated himself before him and sat shambling his legs. He had no courage to ask Baba openly and about the speculation, but he thought in his mind that it would be better if some sharing the business should be assigned to Baba and said in his mind that Baba would help him in this transaction. He would surrender some share of profits to him. Damona was thus thinking secretly in his mind, but nothing was veiled from Baba. Everything past, present, and future were clear to him. A child wants to speak, but his mother is better pleased. The farmer's boy is helped. Well, the lad into it, so the mother looked into the welfare of her infant, causes and used bitter face. Baba, kind mother, as givers knew the present and future prospects of his devotees, and therefore, reading Damona's mind, he openly spoke to him, Babu, I don't want to be entangled in any such worldly things. And seeing Baba's disapproval, Damona dropped the enterprise, gravely. Then he thought of trading in rice, wheat, and other ways. Baba read his heart also and said to him, you will be buying it at 5 seeds and selling at 7 seeds rupees. So, this business was also given up. The rise in the prices of grains was kept up for some time and Baba's pregnancy seemed to be positive. But in a month or two, there was abundant rain everywhere and the prices suddenly fell down and therefore those who stood there suffered a severe losses. The amount of sale found this way, needless to say, that the bottom speculation was safe, which was conducted by the broker with the help of another merchant, also collapsed to severe loss to the ventures. After seeing that Baba had saved him from two severe losses in cotton and grain speculations, the Damona's faith in Baba grew stronger and remained a true devotee of Baba till his passing away. Amravila, Once a parcel of about 300 mangoes was received at Shirdi. It was sent from Goa by one Mamlatdar named Ray to Sai Baba in the name of Shama. When it was opened, all the mangoes were found to be in a good condition. They were given in Shama's charge and only 4 were retained and placed in the Columba by Baba. He said, these 4 fruits were for Damona. Let them lie there. This Damona had 3 wives, according to his statement mentioned above. He had not 3, but 2 wives only. He had no issue. He consulted many astrologers and himself studied astrology to some extent and found that as there was a copy planet in his horoscope, there was no prospect of any issues to him in this life. But he had great faith in Baba. When he went to Shirdi 2 hours after the receipt of the mango parcel by worshipping Baba, he said, so other people are looking for the mangoes, they are Ramyas. He whose they are should eat and die. Damona, on hearing these words, was first shocked, but Mahasapati, Shirdi devotee, explained to him that death means the death of the ego and to have it at Baba's feet was a blessing. Damona said that he could accept the fruits and eat them, but Baba said to him, don't eat yourself, but give them to your younger wife. This umbrella, mango miracle of 4 mangoes will give her 4 sons and 4 daughters. This was done, and in due course it was found Baba's words turned out to and not those of the astrologers. Baba's speech established his efficacy or greatness while he was living in his flesh, but it did the same even after his passing away. Baba said, believe me, though I pass away, my bones in my tongue would be speaking, moving, and communicating with those who would surrender themselves wholeheartedly to me. Don't be anxious that I would be absent from you. You will hear my bones speaking and discussing your welfare, but remember me always. Believe in me, heart and soul, and then you will be most benefited. Prayer. Hemanta closes this chapter with a prayer. Oh Sai Sadguru, the wish fulfilling 3 of the bhaktas. We pray, let us never forget and lose sight of your feet. We have been troubled with the ins and outs in this samsara. Now, free us from this cycle of births and deaths, restrain us from the outgoing of our senses to their objects and inward us and bring us face to face with the Atma. As long as the outgoing tendency of the senses and the mind is not shut, there is no prospect of self-realization. Neither son, nor wife, nor friend will be of any use in the end. It is only you who will give us salvation and peace. Destroy completely our tendency for discussion and other evil matters. Let our tongue get a passion for chanting your name. Drive out our thoughts and make us forget our bodies and do away with our egos. Make us remember your name and forget all other things in the restlessness of our mind and make it steady and calm. If you just clasp us, the darkness night of our ignorance will vanish and we shall live happily in your light that you made us bring the network of your lead us and awaken us from our slumber is due to your
grace and our store of merits in past lives. Note. In this connection, the following extra from Damohanna's statement mentioned above is worth pursuing. Once, when I sat at his feet along with many others, I had two questions in my mind and he gave answers to both. One, there are so many clothing to Satcharithra. Do they all get benefited from him? To this, he replied orally. Look at the mango tree in blossom. If all the flowers begin fruit, what a splendid crop it would be. But do they? Most fall off by wind, etc. Very few remain. Second one. The second question was about myself. If Baba were to pass away, how hopelessly adrift I would be and how am I to faith in? To this, Baba answered that he would be with me whenever and wherever I thought of him. The promise he had kept up before 1918 and has been keeping it after 1980. He is still with me, he is still guiding me. This was about 1910 to 11. When brothers separated from me and my sister died and there was a theft and police inquiry, all these incidents made me very disturbed. When my sister died, my mind was much upset. I did not care for life and enjoyments. When I went to Baba, he whispered me with his Upadesh and made me eat a feast of Purangu at Apapalakami's house. There was a theft in my house. A 30-year-old friend of mine stole my wife's jewelry box, including her auspicious snap piercing. I wept before Baba's photo. The next day, the man returned the jewelry box and asked for them how to she started his people.
In this chapter, Damohanna surrendered himself to Baba, so he did not take any decision on his own. So for starting any new investment business like that, he used to take permission from Baba. Baba being omniscient, he protected Damohanna from money loss and he guided him in a right manner. This further made Damohanna to submit himself to Baba completely. So Baba removed his karmas and sins, and then Baba blessed him with kids. Thank you. Om Sai Ram.
All the things that we see in the universe are nothing but a play of Maya, the creative power of the Lord. These things do not really exist. What really exists is the absolute, just as we mistake a rope or a garland for a serpent. On account of darkness, we always see the phenomena, i.e., things, as they outwardly appear, and not the phenomenon which underlies all the visible things. It is only the Sadguru who opens the eyes of our understanding and enables us to see things in their true light and not as they appear. Let us therefore worship the Sadguru and pray to him to give us the true vision, which is nothing but God vision, inner worship. Hemad Pant has given us a novel form of worship. Let us, he says, use water in the form of tears of joy to wash the Sadguru's feet. Let us besmear his body with sandal paste of pure love. Let us cover his body with the cloth of true faith. Let us offer 8 lotus in the form of our 8 sattvic emotions and fruit in the form of our concentrated mind. Let us apply to his head the buka, black powder, in the form of devotion and tie the waistband of bhakti and place our head at his feet. After decorating the Sadguru with all ornamentation displayed, let us offer ourselves to him in wave chamak of devotion to ward off heat. After such blissful worship, Let us pray thus. Turn our mind inward, give us discrimination between the unreal and the real, and non-attachment for all worldly things, and thus enable us to get self-realization. We surrender ourselves, body and soul, body, consciousness, and ego, to you. Make our eyes yours, so that we should never feel pleasure in pain. Control our body and mind as you wish. Let our mind rest at your feet. Bhakta Pant. Once it so happened that a devotee by the name Pant, a disciple of another guru, had the good fortune of visiting Shirdi. He had no mind to go to Shirdi, but man proposes one way and God disposes the other. He was traveling in a BB and CI RLY train, where he met many friends bound for Shirdi. They all asked him to accompany them, and he could not say no. They alighted at Mumbai. While Pant got down a Vivar, there he took the permission of his guru for the Shirdi trip, and after arranging for the expenses, left with the party for Shirdi. They all reached the place in the morning and went to masjid at about 11 a.m. On seeing the concourse of the devotees assembled for Baba's worship, they were all pleased, but Pant suddenly got a fit and fell senseless. They were all frightened. Still, they tried their best to revive his senses. With Baba's grace, after sprinkling water over his head, he regained his consciousness and sat upright as if he was just awakened from sleep. The omniscient Baba, knowing that he was a disciple of another guru, assured him and confirmed his faith to his own guru by addressing him as follows. Come what may, leave not but stick to your own bolster, support i.e. Guru, and ever remain steady with him. Your own bolster, as once knew the significance of his remark, and thus he was reminded of his guru, the kindness of Baba he never forgot in his life. Harishandra Pitale. There was a gentleman by name Harishchandra Pitale in Mumbai. He had a son who suffered from epilepsy. He tried many allopathic and Ayurvedic physicians, but there were no cure. There remained only one XP, that thus by his inimitable and splendid kirtans, spread the fame of Sai Baba in the Mumbai presidency. Mr. Pitale heard some of these kirtans in 1910 and learned from the kirtans and others that Baba, with his touch and more glance, cured many incurable diseases. Then a desire arose in his mind to see Sai Baba, making all preparations and taking offerings and food baskets. Mr. Pitale came to Shirdi with wife and children. He then went to masjid with them, prostrated before Baba, and placed his sixth son at Baba's feet. No sooner did Baba see child than an untoward thing happened. The son immediately revolved his eyes and fell down senseless. His mouth began to fill foam, and his whole body began to perspire profusely, and it seemed as if he was breathing his last. Seeing this, the parents became very nervous and upset. The boy used to get such fits very often, but this fit seemed to persist long. Tears began to flow ceaselessly from the mother's eyes, and she began to wail that her condition was like that of a person who, being afraid of the robbers, ran into a house, which collapsed on him, or like a cow fearing a tiger ran into the hands of a butcher, or like a traveler who, being tormented by the heat of the sun, went to take refuge under a tree, which fell upon him, or like a devout person going for worship into a temple, which collapsed upon him. Baba comforted her, saying, "Do not wail like this. Wait a bit. Have patience. Take the boy to your lodgings. He will come to his senses within half an hour." They did as directed by Baba and found that his words came true. As soon as he was taken into the water, the boy recovered, and all the Pitale family and others were very happy, and all their doubts disappeared. Then Mr. Pitale went with his wife to see Baba and prostrated himself before him, very humbly and respectfully, and sat shampooing his legs, and mentally thanking Baba for his kind help. Baba then smilingly said, "Have not all your thoughts, doubts, and apprehensions calmed down now? Hurry, Lord will protect him, who has got faith and patience." Mr. Pitale was a rich and well-to-do gentleman. He distributed sweetmeats on a large scale and offered to Baba excellent fruits and honey. Mr. Pitale was a very pious lady, simple, loving, and faithful. She used to sit near the post, gazing at Baba with tears of joy flowing down from her eyes, seeing her amicable and loving nature. Baba was much pleased with her, like gods. Saints are always dependent on their devotees, who surrender and worship them with their heart and soul. After passing some happy days in Baba's company, the Pitale family came to Masjid to take Baba's leave to depart. Baba gave them relief and blessings and called Mr. Pitale close to him and said, "Bapu, I had given you ours 2 before, now I give you ours 3. Keep these in your shrine for worship, and you will be benefited." Mr. Pitale accepted these as prasad, prostrated himself again before Baba, and prayed for his blessings. A thought arose in his mind that as this was his first visit to Shirdi, he could not understand what Baba meant. When he said that he had given RS 2 previously, he was curious to have his mystery solved, but Baba kept silent. When Mr. Pitale returned to Mumbai, he narrated to his old mother all that had happened at Shirdi and the mystery about Baba giving him RS 2 earlier. The mother also did not understand the mystery, but thinking seriously about this, he was reminded of an old incident which solved the mystery. She said to her son, "As you now went to Sai Baba with your son, so had your father done when he took you to Akalkot for the darshan of the Maharaj there. Many years ago, that Maharaj was also a Siddha, perfect yogi, omniscient and gracious. Your father was devout and his worship was accepted, and then gave your father RS 2 for being kept in the shrine and worshipped. Your father worshipped them till his death, but thereafter the worship was neglected and the rupees were lost. After some years, the memory of these 2 rupees also disappeared. Now, as you are very fortunate, the Akalak Maharaj has appeared to you in the form of Sai Baba just to remind you of your duties and worship to ward off all dangers. Now beware henceforth. Leave all doubts and bad thoughts. Follow your ancestors and go on worshiping the family gods and the deities. And take pride in the blessing of the saints. Sai Samarthra has kindly revived the spirit of bhakti in you. Cultivate it to your benefit. Hearing the remarks,
Where did she start? What? Where did she start?
Siddha Yogi, omnis and gracious. Your father was devout and his work was accepted.
Okay.
He then gave your father to this purpose. Keep using
Being kept in the shrine of worship. Your father worshipped them till his death, but thereafter the worship was neglected in the groupies' homes. After some years, the memory of those two groupies also disappeared, and now, as you are very fortunate, Zalila
Akalkot Maharaj.
Akalkot Maharaj has appeared to you in the form of Sai Baba, just to remind you of your duties and worship to avoid all dangers. Now before you declare henceforth, leave all doubts and bad thoughts. Follow your ancestors and go on worshiping the family gods and deities, and take pride in the blessing of the saints. Sai Samartha has kindly revived the spirit of bhakti and cultivated to your benefit. You bring the remarks of the mother. Mr. Pitale was very much delighted. He came to know and was convinced about the all persuasiveness of Baba and the significance of his darshan. Then onwards he became very careful about his conduct. Mr. Ambedkar. Mr. Gopal Narayan Ambedkar of Pune was a devotee of Baba. He served for 10 years in the Upkavi department in the Thana district and in Jodhpur state, where he had to retire. He tried to get some other job, but he did not succeed. He was overtaken by other communities, and his condition grew from bad to worse. He passed 7 years in his condition, visiting Shirdi every year and placing his grievance before Baba. In 1916, his wife. So he came here. So he came there with his wife and stayed for 2 months. One night, while sitting in a bullock cart in front of Vada, he resolved to end his life by throwing himself into a well close by. But Baba wished to do something else. A few places formed this place. There was a hotel, and its proprietor, Mr. Salgun, a devotee of Baba, came out and accosted him thus. Did you ever read Akalkot Maharaj's life? Ambedkar took his book from Salgun and began to read it casually. Or we may say, providentially, he came across a story which was to this effect. During lifetime in Akalkot Maharaj, a certain devotee suffered very much from an incurable disease, and when he could no longer endure the agony and the pain, he became desperate and in order to end his miseries, threw himself one night into a well. Immediately the Maharaj came there and took him out with his own hands and advised him thus: you must bear the fruit, good or bad, of your past actions. If it is incomplete, suicide won't help you. You have to take another birth and suffer again. So instead of killing yourself, why not suffer for some time and finish up all the fruit of your past deeds and be done with it once and for all? Reading this appropriate and timely story, Ambedkar was much surprised and moved. Had he not got Baba's hint through the story, he would have been no more. On seeing Baba's all-pervasiveness and benevolence, his faith in him was confirmed and he became a staunch devotee. His father was a devotee of Akalkot Maharaj, and Sai Baba wanted him to walk in his father's footsteps and continue his devotion to him. But then God, Sai Baba's blessings and his prospects began to improve. He studied astrology and gained proficiency in it, and thereby improved his law. He was
Om Sai Ram. It is chapter 26. Lord Dattatreya incarnate as Sripada Srivallabha, Narasimha Saraswati, Manik Prabhu Maharaj, and Akkalkot Swami Savar and Sai Bhava in this Kali Yuga. In this chapter 26, Baba emphasized that he is Swami Samartha. In the stories of Harichandra Pikare and Ambadekar, Baba emphasized the importance of following the family guru in consecutive generations. This chapter, those who read this chapter can be protected from epilepsy and the symptoms of epilepsy. Thank you. Om Sai Ram.
Om Sai Ram. Om Sri Dattatreya Namaha. Chapter 27. Favor shown by giving Bhagavat and Vishnu Sahasranam, Dikshit's Vital Vision, Gita Rahas, Kabadis. This chapter describes how Sai Baba favored his devotees by granting them religious books after he had touched and consecrated them for Parayana, reading regularly, and certain other matters. Preliminary. When a man takes a plunge into sea, he gets the merit of bathing in all the Tirthas and sacred rivers. Similarly, when a man takes refuge at the feet of the Sadguru, he gets the merit of going to the Trinity, that is Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh, and also Parabrahma. Victory be unto Sri Sai, the wish-fulfilling tree and the ocean of knowledge, who gives us self-realization. O Sai, create in us reverence for your stories. Let the readers and audience devour them with the same relish with which the chatak bird drinks the water from the clouds and becomes happy. While listening to your stories, let them and their families get all the true and pious emotions with them. Let their bodies perspire. Let their eyes be full of tears. Let their breath be steady. Let their minds be composed. Let their hair stand on end. Let them crack, sob, and quiver. Let their hostilities vanish. When these things happen, that is a sign of the grace of the Guru dawning upon them. When these emotions grow in you, the Guru is most pleased and will certainly lead you on the path of self-realization. The best way, therefore, to get free from the shackles of Maya is our complete and wholehearted surrender to Baba. The Vedas cannot take you across the ocean of Maya. It is only the Sadguru who can do so and make you see the God in all creatures. Granting consecrated book. The various methods of imparting instructions followed by Baba have already been noticed in the previous chapters. In this, we shall deal with one aspect of it. It was the habit of some devotees to take to Baba some religious books of which they wanted to make a special study and to receive the same back from him. After they were touched and consecrated by him, while reading such books daily, they felt that Baba was with them. Once Kaka Mahajani came to Shirdi with a copy of Eknathi Bhagavat. Shama took this book to read in the masjid. There, Baba took it from him, touched it, and turning some pages here and there, gave it back to Shama and asked him to keep it with him. When Shama said that it belonged to Kaka and had to be returned to him, "No," replied Baba. "As I have given it to you, you better keep it. It will be of use to you." In this way, many books were entrusted to Shama. Kaka Mahajani, after a few days, came again with another copy of the same Bhagavat and gave it in Baba's hand. Then Baba gave it back as prasad and asked him to preserve it well and assured him that it would stand him in good stead. Kaka accepted it with reverence. Shama and Vishnu Sahasranam. Shama was a very intimate devotee of Baba, and Baba wanted to favor him in a particular way by giving him a copy of Vishnu Sahasranam as prasad. This was done in the following way. Once a Ramadasi, follower of the saint Ramadas, came to Shirdi and stayed there for some time. The routine he followed daily was as follows. He got up early in the morning, washed his face, bathed, and Then, after wearing saffron-colored clothes and besmelling himself with sacred ashes, read Vishnu Sahasranam, a book giving 1,000 names in praise of Vishnu and held second in importance to Bhagavad Gita, and Adhyatma Ramayana, esoteric version of Rama's story with faith. He read these books very often. After some days, Baba thought of favoring and initiating Shama with Vishnu Sahasranam. He therefore called the Ramadasi to him and said to him that he was suffering from intense stomach pain, and unless he took some Senapods, Sonamukhi, a mild purgative drug, the pain would not stop. So he should please go to the bazaar market and bring the drug. The Ramadasi closed his book and went to the bazaar. Then Baba came from his seat to Ramadasi's place of reading and took out the copy of Vishnu Sahasranam, and after coming back to his seat, said to Shama, Shama, this book is very valuable and efficacious, so I present it to you. You read it. Once I suffered intensely and my heart began to palpitate and my life was in danger. At that critical moment, I hugged this book to my heart, and then Shama, what a relief it gave me. I thought that Allah Himself came down and saved me, so I give this to you. Read it slowly, little by little. Read daily, one name at least, and it will do you good. Shama replied that he did not want it, and that the owner of it, the Ramadasi, who was a bad-tempered, obstinate, and irritable fellow, would certainly pick up a quarrel with him. Besides, being a rustic himself, he could not read distinctly the Sanskrit Devanagari script text of the book. Shama thought that Baba wanted to set him up against the Ramadasi by this act of his, but he had no idea what Baba felt for him. Baba must have thought to tie this necklace of Vishnu Sahasranam round the neck of Shama, as he was an intimate devotee, though a rustic, and thus save him from the miseries of worldly existence. The efficacy of God's name is well known. It saves us from all sins and bad tendencies, frees us from the cycle of births and deaths. There is no easier sadhana than this. It is the best purifier of our mind. It requires no paraphernalia and no restrictions. It is so easy and so effective. This sadhana Baba wanted Shama to practice, though he did not pray for it, so Baba forced this on him. It also reported that long ago Eknath Maharaj similarly forced his Vishnu Sahasranam on a poor Brahmin neighbor and thus saved him. The reading and study of this Vishnu Sahasranam is a broad open way of purifying the mind, and hence Baba thrust this on his devotee Shama. The Ramadasi returned soon from the Senapods. Anna Chinchanikar, who was then present and wanted to play the part of Narad, the celestial rishi, who was well known for setting up confrontations between gods and demons and vice versa, informed him of what had happened. The Ramadasi at once played up. He came down at once on Shama with full fury. He said that it was Shama who said Baba to send him away under the pretext of stomachache for bringing the medicine, and thus took away the book. He began to scold and abuse Shama and remarked that if the book was not returned, he would dash his head. Shama calmly remonstrated with him, but in vain. Then Baba spoke kindly to him as follows. O Ramadasi, what is the matter with you? Why are you so turbulent? Is not Shama our boy? Why do you scold him unnecessarily? How is it that you are so quarrelsome? Can you not speak soft and tender words? You read this sacred books daily, and still your mind is agitated and your passions uncontrolled. What sort of a Ramadasi are you? You ought to be indifferent to all things. Is it not strange that you should possess this book so strongly? A true Ramadasi should have no mamata, attachment, but have samata, equality towards all. You are now quarreling with Shama for a mere book. Go take your seat. Books can be had in plenty with money, but not men. Think well and be considerate. What word is your book? Shama had no concern with it. I took it up myself and gave it to you. You know it by heart. I thought Shama might read it and benefit thereby, and so I gave it to him. How sweet were these words of Baba. soft, tender, and nectar-like. Their effect was wonderful. The Ramadasi calmed down and said to Shama that he would take Pancharatna Gita in return. Shama was much pleased and said, "One, I shall give 10 copies in return." So the matter was ultimately settled. The question for consideration is, why should the Ramadasi press for Pancharatna Gita, a book for which he never cared to know, and why should he, who daily read religious books in the masjid in front of Baba, quarrel with Shama before him? We do not know how to apportion the blame and whom to blame. We only say that, had this incident not happened, the importance of the subject, the efficacy of God's name, and the significance of Krishna Sahasranam would not have been brought home to Shama. So we see that Baba's method of teaching and initiating was unique. In this case, Shama did gradually study the book and mastered its content to such an extent that he was able to explain it to Professor Jiju Narke, MA of the College of Engineering, Pune, the son-in-law of Sriman Budi and a devotee of Baba. Vital Vision. One day, while Kaka Sahib Dikshit was in meditation, after his morning bath in his Vada at Shirdi, he saw a vision of Vital. When he went to see Baba afterwards, Baba asked him, "Did Vital Patil come? Did you see him? Do you not see him? He is very elusive. Hold him fast, otherwise he will give you the slip and run away." Then at noon, a certain hawker came there with 20 or 25 pictures of Vital of Pandharpur for sale. Mr. Dikshit was surprised to see that the form of Vital he saw in his meditation exactly tallied with that in the picture, and he was also reminded of Baba's words. He therefore bought one picture most willingly and kept it in his shrine for worship. Gita Rahasya. Baba always loved those who studied Brahma Vidya, metaphysics, and encouraged them. To give an instance, once Babu Sahib Jog received a post parcel. It contained a copy of Gita Rahasya by Lokmanya Tilak. Taking it under his armpit, he came to the masjid and prostrated before Baba. When the parcel fell at Baba's feet, Baba inquired what it was. It was opened then and there, and the book was placed in Baba's hand. He turned some pages here and there for a few minutes and took out a rupee from his pocket, placed it on the book and handed the same with the rupee to Joe and said to him, "Read this completely and you will be benefited." Mr. and Mrs. Kapadde. Let us close this chapter with a description of Kapaddes. Once Dada Sahib Kapadde came with his family and lived in Shirdi for some months. The diary of his stay has been published in English in the Sri Sai Leela magazine, 1 volume. Dada Sahib was not an ordinary man. He was the affluent and the most famous advocate of Amaravati, Verer, and was a member of the Council of State Delhi. He was an intelligent and a very good speaker. Still, he dared not open his mouth before Baba. Most devotees spoke and argued with Baba off and on, but only three, with Kapadde, Nulkar, and Budi, kept always silent. They were meek, modest, humble, and good-natured. Dada Sahib was able to expound Panchadashi, well-known Sanskrit treatise on the Advaita philosophy by the famous Vidyaranya. To others, uttered no word. When he came to the masjid before Baba, a man, however, learned he maybe even in Vedas fades away before one who has the realized Brahma and becomes one with it. Learning cannot stand before self-realization. Dada Sahib stayed for 4 months, but Mrs. Kapadde stayed for 7. Both were highly pleased with their Shirdi stay. Mrs. Kapadde was faithful and devout and loved Baba deeply. Every noon she brought Naivedya herself to the masjid, and after it was accepted by Baba, she used to return and take her meals. On seeing her study and firm devotion, Baba wanted to exhibit it to others. One noon, she brought a dish containing sanza, which is wheat pudding, puris, rice, soup, and ghee, sweet rice, and other sundry articles to the masjid. Baba, who usually waited for hours, got up at once, went up to his seat, and removing the cover from the dish, began to partake of the things zealously. Shama then asked, why this partiality? At times, you throw away dishes of others and do not care to look at them. But this appeals to you. Oh, listen. Why is the dish brought by this lady so sweet? This intrigues us. Baba then explained, this food is really extraordinary. In former birth, this lady was a merchant's fat cow yielding much milk. Then she disappeared and took birth in a gardener's family, then in a Kshatriya's family and married a merchant. Then she was born in a Brahmin family. I saw her after a very long time. Let me take some sweet morsels of love from her dish. After saying this, Baba did full justice to her dish. Washed his mouth and hands, belched out as he was fully satisfied and resumed his seat. Then she bowed down and began to shampoo Baba's legs, and he began to talk with her and lead her arms while were shampooing his legs. On seeing this reciprocal service, Shama began to joke and said, it is going on well. It is a wonderful sight to see God and his bhakta serving each other. After being pleased with her sincere service, Baba asked her in low and fascinating tone to chant Raja Ram, Raja Ram. Then, and always and said, if you do this, your life object will be achieved. Your mind will achieve peace and you will be immensely benefited. To persons unfamiliar with spiritual matters, this might appear as a polite gesture, but really it was not so. It was a case of what is technically called Shaktipat, that is transference of power from the Guru to the disciple. How effective were Baba's words. In an instant, they pierced her heart and remained there. This case illustrates the nature of the relations that should subsist between the Guru and the disciple. Both should love and serve each other as one. There is no distinction nor any difference between them. Both are one, and one cannot live without the other. The disciple placing his head at the Guru's feet in a gross or outward vision, really and internally they are both one and the same. Those who see any difference between them are yet unripe, not perfect. Go to Sri Sai. Peace be to all.
In this chapter, Baba emphasized the importance of reading Vishnu Sahasranamam and its importance, like it purifies the subconscious mind. And Baba also, Kularna's Tantrasastra explains that those who do service to the Guru, they will be free from inauspiciousness, bad karmas, sins and bad qualities. In the story of Kapade's wife, it was clearly observed. So Baba gave mantra to her to attain her goal. Thank you, Om Sai Ram.
Om Sri Sai Ram. Chapter 28. Sparrows from to Shruti. Lakshmishan, Burhanpur Lady, Mega. Preliminary. Sai is not finite or limited. He dwells in all beings from ants and insects to the god Brahma. He pervades all. Sai was well versed in the knowledge of Vedas as well as in science of self-realization. As he was proficient in both of these, he was well fitted to be the Sadguru. Anyone, though learned but not able to awaken the disciples and establish them in self-realization, does not deserve to be called Sadguru. Generally, the worldly parents give birth to the body, but death invariably follows life. But Sadguru does away with both life and death, and so he is more kind and merciful than anybody. Sai Baba often said, let his man, devotee, be at any distance, 1,000 kilometers away from him, he will be drawn to Shirdi like a sparrow, with a thread tied to its feet. This chapter describes the stories of 3 such sparrows. Lala Lakshmi Sharma. This gentleman was first serving in the Sri Venkateshwar Press in Mumbai, then in Railway Department, and afterwards in firm of Messrs. Raleigh Brothers and Co. As a Munshi clerk, he came to Baba's contact in 1910. 1 or 2 months before Christmas, he saw in his dream at Santa Cruz, a suburb of Mumbai, an old man with beard standing and surrounded by his bhaktas. A few days later, he went to a house of his friend Mr. Dattatreya Manjunath Vijur to hear the kirtan by Das Kanu. It was and is always the practice of Das Kanu to keep Baba's picture in front of audience while doing the kirtan. Lakshmi was surprised to see that the features of old man he saw in his dream tallied exactly with those in the picture, and thus he came to a conclusion that the old man he saw in his dream was Sai Baba himself. The sight of this picture, Das Kanu's Kirtan, and the life of Saint Tukaram on which Das Kanu discoursed, all of these things made a deep impression on his mind, and he decided to go to Shirdi. It was always the experience of bhaktas that God always helps them in their search for Sadguru and other spiritual endeavors. That very night, a friend named Shankar Rao knocked at his door and asked him whether he would accompany him to Shirdi. His joy knew no bounds, and he at once decided to go to Shirdi. He borrowed ₹15 from his cousin, and after making due preparations, left to Shirdi. In that train, he and his friend Shankar Rao did some bhajan, sang religious songs, and inquired about Sai Baba with some fellow passengers. 4 Mohammedans who were returning to their place near Shirdi, they all told them that Sai Baba was a great saint living in Shirdi for many years. When they reached Kopargam, he wanted to buy some good govas as offering to Baba, but he was so wrapped in the scenery and sights there that he forgot to purchase them. When they were nearing Shirdi, he was reminded of the govas. Just then he saw an old woman with a gova basket on her head running after the tonga. The tonga was stopped and he gladly purchased some foods. When the woman said, "Take all the rest and offer them on behalf to Baba." The fact is that he had intended to purchase govas but has forgotten to do so. The old woman's encounter and her devotion to Baba, all of these were pleasant surprise to both the friends. And Lakshmi thought in his mind the old woman might be some relation of the old man he saw in his dream. Then they drove on and came near Shirdi. And on seeing the flags on the masjid, they saluted them. With puja materials in the hand, they went to masjid and worshipped Baba with due ritual. Lakshmi was much moved and was extremely happy to see Baba. He wrapped himself around with Baba's feet as a bee with a sweet smelling lotus. Then Baba spoke as follows: "Cunning fellow, he does bhajan on the way and inquires from others, why ask others? Everything we should see with our own eyes. There is the necessity to question others. Just think of yourself, whether your dream is true or not. Where was the necessity of the darshan by taking a loan from a Marwari? Is the heart's desire now satisfied?" Hearing these words, Lakshmi was wonderstruck at Baba's omniscience. He was at a loss to know how Baba came to know about all the things that had happened in routine from this house to Shirdi. The chief thing to note in this respect is Baba never liked people to borrow or take a loan for his darshan or celebrating any holiday or making any pilgrimage. Sanja. At noon, when Lakshmi was sitting for meals, he got some sanja wheat pudding from a devotee as prasad. He was pleased to have it. Next day also he expected it, but got nothing, so he was anxious to get it again. Then on the third day at noon, Aarti time, Bapu Sahib Jog asked Baba what naivedya he should bring. Baba told him to bring sanja. Then the bhaktas brought 2 big potfuls of sanja. Lakshmi was very hungry and there was some pain in his back. Then Baba said to him, it is good that you are hungry, take sanja and some medicine for the pain in the back. He was again wonderstruck to see that Baba again read his mind and spoke out what was passing therein. How omniscient was he? He will add, during this visit, he, Lakshmi, also witnessed one night the procession to the Chavri.
Baba then suffered much from cough. He thought that this suffering of Baba might be due to somebody's evil eye. Next morning, when he went to masjid, Baba spoke to Shama as follows: I suffered last night from cough. Is it due to some evil eye? I think that somebody's evil eye has worked on me, and so I am suffering. In this case, Baba spoke out of what was going on in the mind of Lakshmi. On seeing these proofs of Baba's omniscience and kindness to his bhaktas, he fell prostrate at Baba's feet and said, I am much blessed with your darshan. Ever be kind and merciful to me and protect me always. There is no other God to me in this world except you. Let my mind be ever wrapped in your bhajan and feet. Let your grace protect me from the miseries of the world and let me ever chant your name and be happy. After getting Baba's puja and blessings, he returned home with his friend, much pleased and contented, and was singing Baba's glory on the way. He remained a staunch devotee of Baba then onwards and always sent garlands of flowers, camphor and dakshina with any person of his acquaintance bound for Shirdi, Burhanpur lady. Now let us turn to another sparrow devotee. One lady in Burhanpur saw in her dream Sai Baba coming to her door and begging khichdi, rice cooked with dal and sand, for his meals. On waking up, she saw nobody at her door. However, she was pleased with the vision and told it to all, including her husband. He was employed in postal department, and when he was transferred to Akola, both husband and wife, who were devout persons, decided to go to Shirdi. Then on a suitable day, they left for Shirdi, and after visiting Gomati Tirth on the way, reached Shirdi and stayed there for 2 months. Every day they went to masjid, worshipped Baba, and passed their time happily. The couple came to Shirdi to offer khichdi as naivedya. But for the first 14 days, somehow or the other, it could not be offered. The lady did not like this delay or tardiness. Then on the 15th day, she came at noon to the masjid with her khichdi. There she found that Baba and others were already sitting for meals and that the curtain was down. Nobody dared enter in when the curtain was down, but the lady could not wait. She lifted up the curtain and entered. Strange to say that Baba seemed that day hungry for khichdi and wanted that thing first. And when the lady came in with the dish, Baba was delighted and began to eat morsel after morsel of khichdi. On seeing the earnestness of Baba in this respect, everybody was wonderstruck, and those who heard the story of khichdi were convinced about his extraordinary love for his devotees. Megha. Now let us go to the third sparrow. Megha of Viramagan was a simple and illiterate Brahmin cook of Rao Bahadur H.P. Sate. He was a devotee of Shiva and always chanted 5-syllable mantra Namah Shivaya. He did not know the Sandhya nor its chief mantra, the Gayatri. Rao Bahadur Sate was interested in him, taught him the Sandhya and the Gayatri. Sate told him that Sai Baba of Shirdi was the embodied form of God Shiva and made him start for Shirdi. At Baruch railway station, he learned that Sai Baba was a Muslim, and his simple and orthodox mind was much perturbed at the prospect of going down to a Muslim. And he prayed to his master not to send him there. His master, however, insisted on his going there and gave him a letter of introduction to his Sate's father-in-law, Ganesh Damodar, alias Dada Kelkar at Shirdi, to introduce him to Sai Baba. Where he reached Shirdi and went to the masjid. Baba was very indignant and would not allow him to enter. Kick out the rascal, roared Baba, and then said to Megha, you are high caste Brahmin and I am a low Muslim. You will lose your caste by coming here. Just get away. On hearing these words, Megha began to tremble. He was wondering as to how Baba had come to know about what was passing in his mind. He stayed there for some days, serving Baba in his own way, but was not convinced. Then he went home and then to Trayambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for a year and a half. Then again he returned to Shirdi. This time at intersection of Dada Kelkar, he was allowed to enter the masjid and stay in Shirdi. Sai Baba's help to Megha was not through any oral instruction. He worked upon Megha internally, mentally, with the result that he was considerably changed and benefited. Then Megha began to look upon Sai Baba as an incarnation of Shiva. In order to worship Shiva, bill leaves are required, and Megha used to go miles and miles every day to bring them and worship Shiva or Baba. His practice was to worship all the deities in the village and then come to the masjid, and after saluting Baba's Gadi Asan, he worshipped Baba, and after doing some service, shampooing his legs, drank the washing teeth of Baba's feet. Once it so happened that he came to the masjid without worshipping Khandoba. As the door of temple was closed, Baba did not accept his worship and sent him back again, saying the door was open then. Megha when found the door was open, worshipped the deity and then returned to Baba as usual. Ganges Part. On one Makar Sankranti day, Megha wanted to besmear the body of Baba with sandal paste and bathe him with Ganges water. Baba was first unwilling to undergo this, but as his repeated request he consented. Megha had to traverse a distance of 8 kilometers going and returning to bring the sacred water from Godavari river. He brought the water, made all preparations for bath at noon, and asked Baba to get ready for the same. Then Baba again asked him to be spared from his bath, saying that as a fakir he had nothing to do with Ganges water. But Megha did not listen to him. He knew that Shiva is pleased with Abhishek, sacred bath, on that auspicious day. Baba then consented, came down and sat on a wooden board and projecting his head said, "O Megha, do it please this favor. Head is the most important organ of the body. So pour the water over that only. It is equivalent to the whole bath, alright?" said Megha, and lifting the water pot up began to pour it on head, but his doing this he was so much overwhelmed with love and he cried out, "Har Har Ganga, hail goddess Ganga," and emptied the pot on whole body. He kept the pot aside and began to look at Baba. But to his surprise, head was drenched while the body quite cried in pain. Megha worshipped Baba in two places. In the masjid, he worshipped Baba in person, and in Vada, Baba's big picture given by Nana Sahib Chandorkar. This he did for 12 months. Then, in order to appreciate his devotion and confirm his faith, Baba gave him a vision. One morning, when Megha was still lying down on his bed with eyes closed but internally awake, he saw clearly Baba's form. Baba, knowing him to be awake, threw akshata, rice grains marked red with kumkum, and said, "Megha, draw trident," and disappeared. Hearing Baba's words, he eagerly opened his eyes. Saw no Baba, but only rice grains spread here and there. He then went to Baba, told him about the vision, and asked permission to draw trident. Baba said, "Did you not hear my words, asking you to draw trident? It was no vision but direct order. My words are always pregnant with meaning and never hollow." Megha said, "I thought you'd work me up, but all the doors were closed, so I was doubtful and thought it would be a vision." Baba rejoined, "I require no door to enter. I have no form. I always live everywhere. As a white puller, I carry on all actions of man who trusts me and merges in me." Megha returned to Vada and drew a red trident on a wall near Baba's picture. Next day, a Ramdasi Bhakta came from Pune, saluted Baba and offered him pindi, a phallic image of Shiva. At this time, Megha also turned up there. Baba said to him, "See, Shankar has come. Protect, that is, worship him now." Megha was pleasantly surprised to see pindi. Also in the Vada, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was standing with a towel on his head after having taken his bath and was remembering Sai when he saw pindi in his mental vision. While he was wondering about this, Megha came and showed him the pindi presented to him by Baba. Dikshit was happy to know that this pindi exactly tailed the one he saw a few minutes before in his vision. In a few days after drawing of trident was complete, Baba installed the pindi near the big picture, which Megha was worshipping. The worship of Shiva was dear to Megha, and by drawing of trident and the installation of pindi, Baba confirmed his faith therein. After continuous service of Baba for many years, doing regular worship and arati every noon and evening, Megha passed away in 1912. Then Baba passed his hands over his mortal remains and said, "This was a true devotee of mine." Baba also ordered that at his own expenses the funeral dinner should be given to the Brahmins. And this order was carried out by Kaka Sahib Dikshit. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all. Om Sri Sai Ram.
Om Sai Ram. In this chapter, Baba has blessed two of his devotees, that is Lala Lakshmi Chand and Megha Shyama. and fixed their faith. In case of Lala Lakshmi Chand, Baba told each and everything what thought is running in the Lala Lakshmi Chand Manas, so that Lala Lakshmi Chand understood that Baba is nothing but the Sarvantaryami, the one, the Paramatma who stays in the heart. In case of Megashama, who listened to outsiders' words, that Baba, he thought that Baba is Muslim. So Baba didn't allow him to enter into the masjid. But Baba himself appeared to Megashama as Lord Shiva and Parvati. By seeing this, afterwards Megashama became a great ardent devotee of Lord Sai Baba, and he served Baba and he became the good devotee to the Baba. Thank you. Om Sai.
Chapter 29. This chapter describes other interesting and wonderful stories of Sai Baba. Number 1. Chennai's Bhajani Mela. It was in the year 1916 when a Chennai's Bhajani Mela, party of the Ramdasi Panth, started on a pilgrimage to the holy city of Benares. The party consisted of a man, his wife, daughter and sister-in-law. Unfortunately, their names are not mentioned. On their way, the party heard that there lived in Shirdi, Ahmednagar district, a great saint named Sai Baba, who was God realized and who was very generous and distributed money every day to his bhaktas and to skillful persons who went and showed their talent there. A lot of money in the form of dakshina was collected daily by Sai Baba, and out of this amount, he gave daily 1 rupee to a 3-year-old girl, Amani, the daughter of a Bhakta, Kondaji, and rupees 2 to 5 to some, rupees 6 to Jamali, the mother of Amani, and rupees 10 to 20 or even rupees 50 to other Bhaktas as he pleased. On hearing all this, the party came to Shirdi and stayed there. The Mela did very good bhajan and sang very good songs, but inwardly they desired money. 3 of the party were full of avarice, but the lady or mistress was of a very different nature. She had regard and love for Baba. Once it so happened that, when the noonday aarti was going on, Baba was much pleased with her faith and devotion and gave her vision of her Ishta, chosen deity. To her Baba appeared as Sitanath, Ram, while to all others the usual Sainath. On seeing her beloved deity, she was very much moved. Tears began to flow from her eyes and she clapped her hands in joy. The people began to wonder at her joyful mood, but were not able to guess its cause. Late in the afternoon, she disclosed everything to her husband. She told him how she saw Sri Ram in Sai Baba. He thought that she was a very simple and devout woman, and her seeing Ram might be a creation of her mind. He ignored her, saying that it was not possible that she alone should see Ram while they all saw Sai Baba there. She did not resent this remark as she was fortunate enough to get Ram Darshan as and when her mind was calm and composed and free from avarice. Wonderful vision. Things were going on like this when the husband got a strange vision in his dream one night. He was in a big city. The police there had arrested him, tied his hands with a rope and put him up in a cage, lockup. As the police were tightening the grip, he saw Sai Baba standing quite outside near the cage. On seeing Baba so close, he said in a plaintive tone, "After hearing your fame, I resorted to your feet. Then why should a calamity befall me when you are standing here in person?" Baba said, "You must suffer the consequences of your action." He said, "I have not done anything in this life which would bring such a misfortune on me." Baba said, "If not in this life, you must have committed some sin in your past life." He replied, "I do not know anything of my past life, but assuming that I did commit some sin then, why should it not be burnt and destroyed in your presence, as happens to dry grass before fire?" Baba, "Have you got such faith?" He, "Yes." Baba then asked him to close his eyes. No sooner did he shut them Then he heard a thumping sound of something falling down, and after opening his eyes, he saw that he was free and the police fallen down bleeding. Being much frightened, he began to look at Baba, who said, Now you are well caught. Officers will now come and arrest you. Then he begged, There is no other savior except you. Save me anyhow. Then Baba again asked him to close his eyes. He did so, and when he opened them, again he saw that he was free, out of the cage, and that Baba was by his side. He then fell at Baba's feet. Baba then asked him, Is there any difference between this namaskar and your previous ones? Think well and then reply. He said, There is a lot of difference. My former namaskars were offered with the object of getting money from you. But the present namaskar is one offered to you as God. Besides, earlier I thought resentfully that you, being a Mohammedan, were spoiling us the Hindus. Baba, do you not believe in your mind in Mohammedan gods? He said, No. Then Baba said, Have you not got a panja, emblem of hand, in your house? And do you not worship the saint in Tabu, that is Muharram festival? Also, there is your house another deity by name Khat Bibi, whom you propitiate and appease on marriage occasion and other festivals. Is it not so? He admitted all this. Then Baba said, What more do you want? Then a desire arose in his mind to get the darshan of his Guru Ram Das, when Baba asked him to turn back and see. And when he turned around, lo, Ram Das was in front of him. No sooner did he bend to fall at his feet, Guru Ram Das vanished. Then he inquisitively asked Baba, You look old. Do you know your age? Baba, what? Do you say I am old? Just race with me and see. On saying this, Baba began to run, and he too followed. Baba disappeared in the dust raised by his footsteps while running, and at that moment, man was awakened. After waking up, he began to think seriously about the dream vision. His mental attitude was completely changed, and he realized the greatness of Baba. After this, his doubting tendencies disappeared, and pure devotion to Baba's feet descended on his mind. The vision was a mere dream, but the questions and answers therein were most significant and interesting. Next morning, when all assembled in the masjid for the aarti, Baba gave him as prasad 2 rupees worth of sweetmeats and also 2 rupees from his pocket and blessed him. He made him stay there for a few more days and gave him his blessing, saying, Allah, God, will give you plenty and He will do you all good. He did not get more money there, but he got far better things, that is Baba's blessing, which stood him in good stead all along. The party got plenty of money afterwards, and the pilgrimage was successful, as they did not suffer any trouble or inconvenience during their journey. They all returned home safe, thinking of Baba's words and blessings, and the Anand, bliss they experienced by his grace. This story illustrates one of the methods which Baba followed in some cases to improve and reform his devotees. 2. Tendulkar family. There lived in Bandra, a suburb of Mumbai, a Tendulkar family, all the members of which were devoted to Baba. Mrs. Savitribai Tendulkar has published a Marathi book named Sri Sainath Bhajan Mala, containing 800 abhangas and padas describing the Leelas of Baba. It is a book worth reading by those who are interested in Baba. The son, Babu Tendulkar, was studying hard day and night and wanted to appear for the medical examination. He consulted some astrologers. On examining his horoscope, they told him that the stars were not favorable that year and that he should appear for the examination next year when he would certainly be successful. This cast a gloom over him and made him restless. A few days afterwards, his mother went to Shirdi and saw Baba. Amongst other things, she mentioned the gloomy and morose condition of her son, who was to appear for the examination in a few days. On hearing this, Baba said to her, Tell your son to believe me, to throw aside horoscopes and predictions of astrologers and promise and go on with his studies. Let him appear for the examination with a calm mind. He is sure to pass this year. Ask him to trust me and not to get disappointed. The mother returned home and communicated Baba's message to her son. Then he studied hard and in due course appeared for the examination. In the written papers he did well, but being overtaken by doubts, he thought that he would not secure sufficient marks for passing. So he did not care to appear for the oral examination, but the examiner was after him. He sent word through a fellow student stating that he had passed the written examination and that he should appear for the oral. The son, being thus encouraged, appeared for the oral examination and was successful in it also. Thus, he got through the examination that year successfully by Baba's grace, though the stars were against him as indicated. It is to be noted here that doubts and difficulties surround us, just to move us and confirm our faith. We are tested, as it were. If we only hold on steadily to Baba with full faith and continue our endeavors, our effort will be ultimately crowned with success. The father of this boy, Raghunath Rao, was serving in some foreign mercantile firm in Mumbai. As he grew old, he was not able to attend to his work properly, and so he had to take leave and rest. As he did not improve during the period of leave, a further extension of leave or premature retirement from service was inevitable. The chief manager of the firm decided to retire him on pension, as he was an old and a reliable servant. The question regarding the amount of pension to be given was under consideration. He was getting rupees 150 per month. His pension, that is half the amount, that is rupees 75, would not be enough to meet the expenses of the family. So they were all anxious about this matter. 15 days before the final settlement, Baba appeared to Mrs. Tendulkar in her dream and said, "I wish that rupees 100 should be settled as his pension. Will this satisfy you?" She replied, "Baba, why ask me this? We fully trust in you." Though Baba said rupees 100, still he was given 10 rupees more, that is rupees 110, as a special case. Such wonderful love and care did Baba exhibit towards his bhaktas. Captain Hate, who was staying in Bikaner, was a great devotee of Baba. Once Baba appeared to him in his dream and said, "Did you forget me?" Hate then immediately held Baba's feet and replied, "If a child forgets his mother, how could he be saved?" Then Hate went into the garden and took out fresh wal papadi vegetables, and after arranging shidha, ghee, wheat flour and dal, etc., and dakshina, was about to offer all this to Baba when he was awakened and came to know that the whole thing was a dream. Then he decided to send all these things to Baba at Shirdi. When he came to Gwalior, some days afterwards, he sent rupees 12 by money order to a friend with instructions that rupees 2 should be spent in buying Shidha articles and wal papadi vegetables, and those should be offered to Baba with rupees 10 as dakshina. The friend went to Shirdi and purchased the things mentioned, but wal papadi was not available. In a short time, a woman turned up with a basket on her head, which curiously enough contained the wal papadi vegetables. It was purchased, and then all the things were offered to Baba on behalf of Captain Hate. Mr. Limunkar prepared the Naivedya, rice and wal papadi vegetables next day, and offered the same to Baba. All the people were surprised to see that Baba, while dining, took and ate wal papadi and did not touch rice and other things. Hate's joy knew no bounds when he learned this from his friend. Consecrated rupee. At another time, Captain Hate wished that he should have in his house a rupee consecrated by Baba with his touch. He came across a friend who was bound for Shirdi. Through him, Hate sent his rupee. The friend went to Shirdi and after the usual salutation, gave first his dakshina, which Baba accepted. Then he gave Hate's rupee, which Baba took in his hand and began to gaze at it. He held it in front, tossed it up with his right thumb and played with it. Then he said to the friend, "Return this to its owner." With the prasad of Udi, tell him that I want nothing from him and ask him to live in peace and contentment. The friend returned to Gwalior, handed over the consecrated rupee to Hate and told him all that happened at Shirdi. This time, Hate was much pleased and realized that Baba always encouraged good thoughts, and as he wished intently, Baba fulfilled the same accordingly. Vaman Narvekar. Now let the readers hear a different story. A gentleman named Vaman Narvekar loved Baba very much. He once brought a rupee. On one side, opposite of it, were engraved the figures of Ram, Lakshman and Sita, and on the other reverse side was engraved the figure of Maruti with folded hands. He offered it to Baba with the hope that he should concentrate it with his touch and return it to him with Udi, but Baba immediately pocketed it. Then Shama spoke to Baba regarding Vaman Rao's intention and requested him to return it. Then Baba spoke in the presence of Vaman Rao. Why should it be returned to him? We should keep it ourselves. If he gives rupees 25 for it, it will be returned. Then for the sake of that rupee, Vaman Rao collected rupees 25 and placed them before Baba. Then Baba said, the value of that rupee far exceeds 25 rupees. Shama took this rupee. Let us have it in our store. Keep this in your shrine and worship it. No one had the courage to ask Baba why he followed this peculiar action. He only knows what is best and most suitable to each and all. Vow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
If we have true devotion towards Guru, then evil-mindedness will vanish. In the Madras Bhajan story, Baba changed the samskar of the owner, and he taught the love and faith to him. In case of Tendulkar, Satribai Tendulkar, she has utmost faith towards Baba. So Baba protected her son, as well as Baba has given good amount of money that after voluntary retirement of her husband. Thank you. Om Sai Ram.
Chapter 30. In this chapter, the story of two more devotees who were drawn to Shirdi is narrated. Go to the kind Sai, who is the head of mercy and who is affectionate towards his devotees. By his mere darshan, he does away with their fear of worldly illusions and destroys their calamities. He was first Nirgun, but on account of the devotion of his bhaktas, he was obligated to take a form. To give liberation, self-realization to the bhaktas in the vision of the saints and for Sai, the chief of them, that mission is inevitable. Those who take their refuge in his feet have all their sins destroyed and their progress is certain. Remembering his feet, Brahmins from holy places come to him and read scriptures and chant the Gayatri mantra in his presence. We who are weak and without any merit do not know what bhakti is, but we know this much, that though all others may leave us, Sai won't forsake us. Those whom he favors for enormous strength, discrimination between the unreal and the real, and knowledge. Sai knows fully the desire of his devotees and fulfills the same. Hence, they get what they want and are grateful. So we invoke him and prostrate ourselves before him. Forgetting all our faults, let him free us from all anxieties. He who, being overcome with calamities, remembers and prays to Sai thus,
will get this mind calm and pacified through his grace. The Sai, the ocean of mercy, says Hematman favored him, and the result of this is the present work Sai Satcharithra. Otherwise, what qualifications had he to undertake this enterprise? But as Sai took all the responsibilities, Hematman felt no burden nor any care about this. When the powerful light of knowledge was there to inspire his page and pen, why should he entertain any doubt and feel any anxiety? Sai got the service in the form of this book done by him. This is due to the accumulation of his merits, the past works, and therefore he thinks himself fortunate and blessed. The following story is not a mere tale but pure nectar. He who drinks it will realize Sai's greatness and all perseverance. Those who want to argue and criticize should not go any further. What is wanted here is not discussion but unlimited love and devotion. Learn, devote, and faithful believers, us, those who consider themselves as servants of the saints, will like and appreciate these stories. Others will take them to be fables. The fortunate bhaktas of Sai will find the Sai Leelas as the Kalpataru, with wish fulfilling thrill. Drinking in or devouring this nectar of Sai Leelas will give liberation to the ignorant Leelas, justification, satisfaction to the householders, and a sadhana to the aspirants. Now we come to the story of this chapter, Kakaji Vaidya. There lived in Vani, Nasik district, a man named Kakaji Vaidya. He was the priest of the goddess Saptashringi. There he was so overpowered by adverse circumstances and calamities that he lost peace of mind and became quite restless. Under such circumstances, one evening he went into the temple of the goddess and prayed unto her from the bottom of his heart and invoked her aid to free him from anxiety. The goddess was pleased with his devotion, and the same night appeared to him in his dream and said to him, "You go to Baba, and then your mind will become calm and composed." Kakaji was anxious to know from her who this Baba was, but before he could get any explanation, he was awakened. Then he began to think as to who might be this Baba to whom the goddess had asked him to go. After some thinking, he resolved that this Baba might be Triambakeshwar, Lord Shiva. So he went to the holy place, Triambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for 10 days. During this period, he bathed early in the morning, chanted the Rudra hymns, did the Abhishekam, and did other religious rites, but with all these he was as restless as before. Then he returned to his place and again invoked the goddess most pitifully. That night she again appeared in his dream and said, "Why did you go to Triambakeshwar in vain? I mean by Baba Sri Sai Samad of Shirdi." The question before Kakaji now was how and when to go to Shirdi and how to see Baba. If anybody is in real earnest to see a saint, not only the saint but God also fulfills his wish. In fact, the sun and the Anand are one and the same. There is not the least difference between them. If anybody thinks that he will go on his own wish and see a saint, that will be a merry boast. Unless the saint wills it, no one is able to go and see him. Even the leaf of the tree won't move without his bidding. The more anxious a bhakta is for the visit to the saint, the more devout and faithful he is. The more speedily and effectively is his wish satisfied to his heart's content. He who invites anybody for a visit also arranges everything for his reception, and so it happened with Kakaji, Shama's spouse. When Kakaji was thinking about his intended visit to Shirdi, a guest came to him at his place to take him to Shirdi. He was no other than Shama, a very close and intimate devotee of Baba. How he came to Vani at this juncture, we shall just see. Shama was severely ill when he was very young, and his mother had taken a vow to her family goddess Satshringi at Vani that if her son got well, she would bring and dedicate him at her feet. Then after some years,
The mother herself suffered much from ringworms on her breast. At that time, she again took another oath to her deity that if she got all right, she would offer her 2 silver breasts. These 2 oaths remained unfulfilled. At her deathbed, she called her son Shama and drew his attention to the oaths, and after taking a promise from him that he would fulfill them, she breathed her last. After some time, Shama forgot about those vows, and thus 30 years elapsed. About this time, a famous astrologer had come to Shirdi and stayed there for a month. His predictions in the case of Sriman Puri and others came true, and everybody was satisfied. Shama's younger brother Papaji consulted him and was told about his mother's oaths, which his elder brother had promised to fulfill at her deathbed and not yet fulfilled. Hence the goddess was displeased with them, and that was bringing troubles on them. Babaji told this to his brother Shama, who was then reminded of the unfulfilled oaths. On thinking that any other delay would be dangerous, he called a goldsmith and got a pair of silver breasts prepared. Then he went to the masjid, prostrated himself before Baba, and placing before him the 2 silver breasts, requested him to accept them and free him from the oaths as to him. He was his Saptashringi goddess. Then Baba insisted upon him to go himself to the temple of Satcharithra and offer them at the feet of the goddess. Thus, after taking Baba's permission and Udi, he left Parvani, and while searching for the place, reached Kakazi's house. Kakazi was then very anxious to visit Baba, and Shama went there to see him at that very time. What a wonderful coincidence was this. Kakazi asked him who he was and where did he come, and on learning that he came from Shirdi, he at once embraced him. So overwhelmed was he with love. Then they talked about Sai Leelas, and after finishing the rites of Shama's oaths, they both started for Shirdi. On reaching the place, Kakaji went to the masjid and fell at Baba's feet. His eyes were soon bedimmed with tears, and his mind attained calmness. According to the vision of the goddess, no sooner did he see Baba than his mind lost all its restlessness and became calm and composed. Kakaji began to think in his mind, what a wonderful power is this. Baba spoke nothing. There was no question and answer, no benediction pronounced. The mere darshan itself was so conducive to happiness. The restlessness of my mind disappeared by his mere darshan. Consciousness of joy came upon me. This is what is called the greatness of darshan. His vision was fixed on Sai's feet, and he could utter no word. Hearing Baba's leelas, his joy knew no bounds. He surrendered himself completely to Baba, forgot his anxiety and tasted and got undiluted happiness. He lived happily there for 12 days, and after taking Baba's leave, Udi and blessings, returned home. Kushandra Raka. It is said that a dream which we get in the wee hours of the morning generally comes out true in the waking state. This may be so, but regarding Baba's dreams, there is no restriction of time. To quote an instance, Baba told Kaka Sahib Dikshit one afternoon to go to Raka and fetch Kushal Chand to Shirdi. As he had not seen him since long, Kushal Chand accordingly took a tonga and went to Raka. He met Kushal Chand and gave him Baba's message. On hearing it, Kushal Chand was surprised and said that while he was taking a noon nap after meals, Baba appeared in his dream and asked him to come to Shirdi immediately, and that he was anxious to go. As he had no house of his own nearby, he had sent his son to inform Baba. When his son was just out of the village border, Dikshit Tonga turned up. Dikshit then said that he was sent specially to bring him. Then they both went in the Tonga back to Shirdi. Kushal Chand sang, Baba and all were pleased. Seeing this Leela of Baba, Kushal Chand was much touched. Ramlal, Punjabi of Mumbai. Once a Punjabi Brahmin of Mumbai named Ramlal got a dream in which Baba appeared and asked him to come to Shirdi. Baba appeared to him as Mahan, but he did not know his whereabouts. He thought that he should go and see him, but as he did not leave As he did not have his address, he did not know what to do. But he who calls anybody to him also makes the necessary arrangements for the same. The same happened in this case. The same afternoon, when he was strolling in the street, he saw a picture of Baba in a shop. The feature of the Mahant he saw earlier in the dream tallied exactly with those of the picture. Then, on making inquiries, he came to know that the picture was of Sai Baba of Shirdi. He went soon after this to Shirdi and stayed there till his death. In this way, Baba brought his devotees to Shirdi for darshan and satisfied their wants, material as well as spiritual. Go to Shirdi Sai, peace to be all. Om Sai Ram.
When God grace is there, then only we will get Guru's grace. This was clearly understood in the story of Kakaji Vaidya. Kakaji Vaidya was suffering from mental ailments, and Saptasringi Devi appeared in his dream and asked him to go to Shirdi and have darshan of Baba. One can ask why can't Jagadmata directly remove the mental ailment. But here Jagadmata clearly mentioned that she is in the form of Guru in the Shirdi. If a Guru is in a physical body, that is in the living form, the cosmic energy is directly flowing from his Satcharithra chakra to his feet. So those who have darshan of living Guru, who is self-realized yogi or Parabrahman, they will easily get that cosmic energy through the feet of the particular yogi. In the case of Kakaji Vaidya, he just followed the orders of Saptasringi Devi and visited the Shirdi. He just kept his forehead onto the feet of the Baba and all his mental ailments vanished. This means from the thumb finger of the Baba, he got the cosmic energy and energy entered into body and he got free from the all mental ailments. Thank you. Om Sai Ram.
Preliminary. The last wish or thought that a man has at the hour of death determines his future course. Sri Krishna has said in Gita that he who remembers me in his last moments comes verily to me, and he who meditates otherwise at that time goes to what he longs for. We cannot be certain that we can entertain a particular good thought at our last moment. For more often than not, we are more likely to be frightened and terrified by death. Hence, constant practice is necessary for enabling us to fix our mind on any desired good thought. At any moment, all saints therefore recommended us to remember God and chant His name always, so that we may not be perplexed or perturbed when the time for departure comes. The devotees on their part surrender themselves completely to the saints, fully believing that the saints would guide and help them in their last moments. A few such cases will be noted. Vijayanand. A sannyasi from Chennai named Vijayanand started a pilgrimage to Mansarovar and grew on hearing Baba's fame. He halted at Shirdi. There he met one Somadevaji, Swami of Hardware, and inquired from him about the Mansarovar trip. The Swami told him that the Sarovar was 500 miles above Gangotri and described to him and the difficulties of the journey. There's plenty of snow and the change of dialect every 50 kilometers. And the suspicious nature of the local people who give a lot of trouble to the pilgrims on the way. On hearing this, the sannyasi was dejected and cancelled the trip. Then, when he went to Baba and prostrated himself before him, Baba got enraged and said, "Drive out this useless sannyasi. His company is of no use." The sannyasi did not know Baba's nature. He felt discomforted, but sat there watching things that were going on. It was a morning, Darbar, and the masjid was overcrowded. Baba was being worshipped in various ways. Some were washing his feet, some taking the curb and drinking it carefully, and some touching their eyes with it. Some were applying sandal paste and some scents to his body, and all were doing these things, forgetting the distinction of caste and creed. Though Baba got enraged with him, he was filled with affection for Baba and he did not feel like leaving the place. He stayed in Shirdi for 2 days. When he got a letter from Chennai stating that his mother was very ill, he felt very dejected and wanted to be by his mother's side. But he could not leave without Baba's permission to return home. The Amshad Baba, knowing the future, said to him, "If you so loved your mother, why did you take sannyas? Attachment makes misuse of an orched garb. Go and sit quiet at your lodging. Wait with patience for a few days. In the Wada there are many robbers. Bolt your doors and be very vigilant. The thieves will carry everything. Wealth and prosperity are transient, and the body is subject to decay and death. While knowing this, do your duty, leaving all attachment with the things of this world and next. He who does this and surrenders himself to the feet of Hari will get free from all troubles and attain bliss. The Lord runs and helps him, who remembers and meditates on him, who with love and affection. Your store of past merits is considerable, so you have come here. Now attend to what I say and realize the goal of your life. Begin from tomorrow and study the Bhagavad. Do 3 saptas, 3 readings during 3 weeks continuously. The Lord will be pleased with you and will destroy your sorrows. Your illusions will vanish and you will get internal peace. On seeing that his end of approaching Baba prescribed this remedy and made him read Rama Vijaya, which pleases the God of death. Next morning, after bathing and the preparing rites, he commenced to read Bhagavad at a secluded spot in the lengthy garden. He completed 2 readings and thereafter felt much exhausted. He returned to the Wada and stayed in his lodging for 2 days. And on the 3rd day, he greeted his last on Fakir. Baba's black. Baba asked the people to preserve the body for a day for a reason. The police afterwards came and on making proper inquiries, gave permission for the disposal of the body. It was buried in a proper place with due rites. In this way, Baba helped the sannyasi and ensured him Satcharithra. Balram Namaskar. There was a householder devotee of Baba by name Balram Namaskar. When his wife passed away, he got dejected and entrusting his household to his son. Left home and came to Shirdi and lived with Baba. Being pleased with his devotion, Baba wanted to give a good turn to his life, and he did it in this way. He gave him rupees 12 and asked him to go and live in Machindra. Munkar was first unwilling to go and stay away from Baba. But Baba convinced him that he was giving the best course for him and asked him to practice meditation thrice a day and the gate on believing in Baba's words. Munkar went to the Gad. He was much pleased with the sincerity, pure water, healthy air, and the surroundings of the place, and began to practice insidiously the meditations as recommended by Baba. After some days, he got revelation. Generally, bhaktas get revelation in their samadhi or trance states, but in Munkar's case, he got it when he came down his ordinary consumptions from his trip. Baba appeared to him in person. Not only the Munkar saw him, but he also asked him why he was sent there. Baba replied, in Shirdi, many thoughts and ideas began to rise in your mind, and I sent you here to bring your unsteady mind to rest. You thought that I was in Shirdi with a body composed with the five elements and 3.5 cubits in them. Now you see to determine for yourself whether the person you see here now is the same you saw in Shirdi. It is for the reason that I sent you here. Then after the period was over, Munkar left the Gad and proceeded to his native place, Bandra. He wanted to travel by rail from Pune to Dadar. But when he went to the booking office to get a ticket, he found it was much crowded. He could not get his ticket soon. When a villager with a langoti on his waist and kambali on his shoulders turned up and said, "Where are you going?" To Dadar, replied Munkar. Then he said, "Please take this Dadar ticket of mine. As I have some urgent work here, I have cancelled my Dadar trip." Munkar was very glad to receive the ticket and was taking out money from his pocket when the rest just disappeared in the crowd. Munkar tried to find him in the crowd, but he vain. He waited for him till the train left the station, but found no trace of him. This was the second revelation Munkar got in a strange form. Then Munkar left visiting his home, again returned to Shirdi and remained there at Baba's feet, following his binding and advice. In the end, he was very fortunate to leave this world in the presence of Baba. Hemanand gives no particulars regarding Satcharithra Recital, except the bare mention of the facts that he gave of his ghost in Shirdi. A brief summary of his account that appeared in this Aida magazine is given here. Satcharithra was a sub-judge at Badarpur in 1909. When Nana Sahib Chandorkar was Mama Datta dead, both met often and exchanged words. Satya Sahib did not believe in saints, while Nana Sahib respected them. Nana Sahib often told him the Leelas of Sai Baba and pressed him to go to Shirdi and see Baba. Nulkar finally agreed to go to Shirdi on 2 conditions. 1. He must get a Brahmin, cook And 2. He must get good oranges for the presentation. Both these conditions were providentially fulfilled. A Brahmin came to Nana Sahib for service and he was sent to Tatya Sahib and a fruit parcel containing 100 beautiful oranges was received by Tatya Sahib. The consignor being unknown as the conditions were fulfilled, Tatya Sahib had to go to Shirdi. At first, Baba was much enraged with him, but by and by Tatya Sahib got such experiences that he was convinced that Baba was God incarnate. So he was enamored of Baba and stayed there till his death. As his end was approaching, sacred literature was read out to him. And at the last hour, Baba's father was brought and given to him for drinking. Baba, on hearing of his death, said, "Oh, Tatya went ahead of us. He won't be reborn." Megha. The story of Megha was been already described in chapter 28. When Megha died, all the villagers followed the funeral procession. Baba also occupied them and showered flowers on Megha's body. After the offerings were performed, tears flowed from Baba's eyes, and like an ordinary mortal, Baba showed himself overcome with grief and sorrow. Then, covering the body with flowers and crying like a near relation, Baba returned to the masjid. Many saints have been seen giving sadaqah to men, but Baba's greatness is unique. Even an animal like tiger came to Baba's feet for being delivered from Dermot in the story, which will be narrated now. Tiger. 7 days before Baba passed away, a wonderful incident occurred at Shirdi. There came a country cart and stopped in front of the masjid. A tiger was on the cart, fastened with iron chains, with its emaciated face turned to the rear. It was suffering from some painful malady. Its keepers stayed there for she had been taking it from place to place and making money by exhibiting it. It was the meaning of their substance. They tried all sorts of remedies to cure it from the malady it was suffering from, but all in vain. Then they heard of Baba's fame and came to him with the animal. They got it down with chains in their hands and made it stand at the door. It was naturally freed beside being disease-ridden. So it was restless. The people began to look at it with fright and amazement. The dervishes told Baba everything about the animal and his concept brought it before him. As he approached the steps, it retreated on account of Baba and hung its head down. When both saw each other, it got onto the step and looked at Baba with affection. Immediately it moved the top of its tail and dashed it thrice against the ground and then fell down shameless. On seeing it dead, the dervishes were much dejected and full of sorrow. But on proper thought, they came to terms with it. They considered that the animal was deceased and nearing it, and it was very mysterious on its part, and it meant its death of the feet of Baba. It was their director and When the debt was paid off, it was free and met its end at size feet. When any creatures bow down their heads at Saint's feet and meet their debt, they are liberated unless they have got a good store of merit on their account. How could they get such a righteous end? Bhagavad Gita, peace to be all.
Om Sairam. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. Guru is nothing but God, He is Tribhutatmaka. In this chapter, it has clearly mentioned that in last moment to whom we remember, there we will go. So Baba made Vijayanand, Sannyasi Vijayanand and Tatyasad Nulkar and even a tiger to get a Sadgati by remembering the God and Guru at the end of their moments. And in case of Balaram Mankar, who is having mental disturbances, Baba made him to meditate and he changed his mind and he gave peace and devotion. He taught devotion to him. Oh, thank you, Moses.
Sairam, Chapter 32, In Quest of Guru and God, Asking Disapproved. In this chapter, Hemant Pant describes two things. One, how Baba met his Guru in the woods and through him God. And two, how Baba made Mrs. Gokhale, who had made her mind up to fast for 3 days, eat Puran Pulis. Preliminary. In the beginning, Hemant Pant describes the samsara visible world by the allegory of Ashwatha, banyan tree, which has the phraseology of the Gita, roots above and branches below. Its branches are spread downward and upwards, and are nourished by the gunas, qualities, and the sprouts are the objects of the senses. Its roots, leading to the actions, are extended downwards to this world of men. Its form cannot be known in this world, nor its end, its beginning, nor its support. After cutting this Ashwatha tree of strong roots with the sharp weapon of non-attachment, one should seek the path beyond, treading where there is no return. For traversing this path, the help of a good guide, Guru, is absolutely necessary. However learned a man may be, or however deep his study of Veda and Vedanta sacred literature may be, he cannot reach his destination safely. If the guide be there to help him and show him the right way, he would avoid the pitfalls and the wild beasts on the journey move aside. Baba's experience in this matter, through the story which he gave out himself, is really wonderful, which when attended to will give you faith, devotion, and salvation. The quest. Once 4 of us were studying religious scriptures and other books, and being thus enlightened, we began to discuss the nature of Brahma. One of us said that we should raise the self with self at first and not depend on others. To this, the second replied that he who controls his mind is blessed. We should be free from thoughts and ideas, and there is nothing in the world without us. The third said that the world phenomenon is always changing. The formless is eternal, so we should discriminate between the unreal and the real. And the fourth, Baba himself, urged that bookish knowledge alone is worthless, and added, let us do our prescribed duty and surrender our body, mind, and 5 pranas, life, to the Guru's feet. Guru is God, all-pervading. To get this conviction, strong, unbounded faith is necessary. While discussing in this way, we 4 learned men began to ramble through the woods in quest of God. The three wanted to make the quest with their free and unaided intellect. On the way, a Manjari, a man who trades in certain things such as grain, etc., by carrying them on bullock, met us and asked us, "It is hot now. Where and how far are you going?" "In the woods," we replied. He inquired, "On what quest are you bound?" We gave him an ambiguous and evasive reply. On seeing us rambling aimlessly, he was moved and said, "Without knowing the woods fully, you should not wander at random. If you want to walk through forests and jungles, you should take a guide with you. Why do you exert yourselves unnecessarily during this hot noon sun? You may not give out to me your secret of the quest. Still you can sit down, eat bread, drink water, take rest, and then go. Be always patient at heart." Though he spoke so tenderly, we discarded his request and marched on. We thought that we were self-contained men and needed nobody's help. The woods were vast and trackless, and the trees therein grew so close and tall that the sun's rays could not penetrate through them. So we lost our way and wandered here and there for a long time. Ultimately, through sheer good luck, we came back to the place from where we started. The Manjari met us again and said, "By relying on your own cleverness, you missed your way. A guide is always necessary to show us the right way in small or great number matters, and no quest can be successfully carried out on an empty stomach. Unless God wills it, no one meets us on the way. Do not discard offers of food. Served dish should not be thrust away. Offers of food should be regarded as auspicious signs of success." On saying this, he again offered us food and asked us to be calm and patient. Again, my companions did not like this unsolicited hospitality and discarded his offer. Without doing any quest and without taking any food, the three began to move out. So obstinate were they. I was hungry and thirsty, and I was moved by the Manjari's extraordinary love. We thought ourselves very learned, but were strangers to kindness. The Manjari was a quite illiterate and unqualified fellow and belonged to a low caste. Still he had love in his heart and asked us to eat the bread. In this way, he who loves others disinterestedly is really enlightened. And I thought acceptance of his hospitality was the best beginning of getting knowledge. So very respectfully I accepted the loaf of bread offered, and ate it and drank water. Then look, the Guru, he came and stood before us. "What was the dispute about?" he asked, and I told him everything that had happened. Then he said, "Would you like to come with me? I will show you what you want, but he alone who believes in what I say will be successful." The others did not agree to what he said and left him, but I bowed to him reverently and accepted his dictum. Then he took me to a well, tied my feet with a rope and hung me, head downwards and feet up, from a tree near the well. I was suspended 3 feet above the water, which I could not reach with my hands or with my mouth. After suspending me in this manner, he went away. No one knew where. After 10 or 12 4 or 5 hours, he returned and after taking me out quickly, asked me how I fared. And bliss supreme I was. How can a fool like me describe the joy I experienced? I replied. On hearing my answer, the Guru was much pleased with me, drew me near him, and stroking my head with his hand, kept me with him. He took care of me as tenderly as a mother bird does of her young ones. He put me into his school. How beautiful it was. There I forgot my parents, all my attachment was snapped, and I was liberated easily. I thought that I should embrace him and keep staring at him always. If his image was not fixed in my eyes, I would rather be blind. Such was the school. No one who entered it once could return empty-handed. My Guru became my all in all, my home, mother and father, everything. All my senses left their places and concentrated themselves in my eyes, and my sight was centered on him. Thus, my Guru was the sole object of my meditation, and I was conscious of none else. While meditating on him, my mind and intellect were silent, and I had thus to keep quiet and bow to him in silence. We think that this description of remaining in upside-down position in the well for 4 or 5 hours should not be taken too literally, For no one can be at ease and feel bliss if he is suspended with a rope head down and feet up in a well for hours together. This seems to be a figurative description of the trance or samadhi state. There are two sorts of consciousness, one sensual and two spiritual. When our senses and mind, which are created by God with an outgoing tendency to meet their objects, we get the sensual consciousness, in which we feel pleasure or pain, pure or mixed, but not bliss supreme or of happiness. When the senses and the mind are withdrawn from their objects and are given opposite direction, that is, when they are introverted and fixed on the self, we get the other, that is, spiritual consciousness, in which we feel unalloyed joy or bliss, which is ineffable. The words of bliss supreme I was, and how can I describe the joy that I felt? So that the Guru put him in a trance and kept him above the waters of the restless senses and mind. There are other schools where you see an altogether different spectacle. Disciples go there to seek knowledge and spend their money, time, and labor, but ultimately they don't gain much. The Guru there boasts of his secret knowledge and straightforwardness. He makes a show of his sacredness and holiness. He speaks a lot and sings his own glory, but his own words do not touch the disciples' heart, and they are not convinced. So far as self-realization is concerned, he has not reached that. How can such schools be of any use to disciples, and how can they be benefited? The master, Guru, mentioned above, was of different type. By his grace, realization flashed upon me of itself without effort or study. I had nothing to see. Everything became to me as clear as broad daylight. The Guru alone knows how the inverse suspension with head down and feet up can give happiness. Among the four, one was a Gargampi, ritualistic, who only knew how to observe and abstain from certain rites. The second was Jnani, who was puffed up with pride of knowledge, and the third was a Bhakta, who surrendered himself completely to God, believing that he was a sole doer. When they were discussing and arguing, the question of God came up, and they, depending on their unaided knowledge, went in search of him. Sai, who was discrimination and dispassion incarnate, was one of the four. On being himself Brahma incarnate, some may ask, why did he mix with them and act foolishly? He did this for setting an example to follow. Though an incarnation himself, he respected a low manjari by accepting his food with a firm belief that food is Brahma, and showed how those who rejected manjari's hospitable offer suffered, and how it was impossible to get jnana without a guru. The Shruti exhorts us to honor and worship mother, father, and preceptor, and to study, learn, and teach the sacred scriptures. These are the means of purifying our minds, and unless this purification is effected, self-realization is not possible. Neither senses nor the mind and the intellect reach the self. Modes of proof such as perception and inference will not help us in the matter. It is the grace of the Guru that counts. The objects of our life, such as dharma, artha, and kama, are attainable with our effort, but the fourth object, moksha, liberation, can only be had with the help of the Guru. In the life story of Sri Sai, many personalities appear and play their part. Astrologers come and give out their predictions. Princes, noblemen, ordinary and poor men, sannyasis, yogis, singers, and others come for darshan. Even a Mahar comes and making his salutation says, Sai is the Maiva, true parents, who will do away with their rounds of births and deaths. So many others, such as jugglers, mandalis, who sing devotional songs, the blind and the lame, natpandis, dancers, and other players come and are given suitable reception. The manjari also appeared at the right time and played the part assigned to him. Let us now revert to the other story. Fasting and Mrs. Baba never fasted himself, nor did he allow others to do so. The mind of the person who fasts is never at ease. Then how can he attain his paramartha, goal of life? God is not attained on an empty stomach. First, the soul has to be appeased. If there be no food in the stomach and nutrition, with what eyes should we see God? With what tongue should we describe his greatness, and with what ears should we hear the same? In short, when all our organs get their proper nutrition and are sound, we can practice devotion and other sadhanas to attain God. Therefore, neither fasting nor overeating is good. Moderation in diet is really wholesome, both to the body and mind. One Mrs. Gokule finished sharing with the introductory letter from Mrs. Ashibai Manikar, a devotee of Baba, to Dada Kilsar. She came to Baba with the determination to sit at Baba's feet and observe a 3 days fast. The previous day, Baba said to Dada Kilsar that he would not allow his children to starve during the Shivka, that is holy, holidays, and that if they had to starve, why was he there? Next day, when the woman went with Dada Kilsar and sat at Baba's feet, Baba at once said to her, "Where's the necessity of fasting? Go to Dada Bug's house, prepare the dish of brown holis, wheat rotis with gram flour and jaggery. Feed his children and yourself too." Shivka holidays were on. Mrs. Kilter was then going through her menses, and there was nobody to cook in Dada Bug's house. So Baba's advice was very timely. Then Mrs. Gokule had to go to Dada Bug's house and prepare the dish, as directed. She cooked that day, fed others and herself. What a good story, and how beautiful it's delivered. Baba's Sarkat. Baba gave a story of his boyhood as follows. When I was a youngster, I was in search of bread and went to beat. There I got embroidery work. I worked hard, sparing no pains. The employer was very much pleased with me. 3 other boys worked before me. The first got 50 rupees, the second 100 rupees, and the third 150 rupees. And I was given twice the total of this amount, 600 rupees. After seeing my cleverness, the employer loved me, praised me, and honored me with a full dress, a turban for the head, and a shela for everybody, for the body, etc. I kept this dress intact without using it. I thought that what a man might give does not last long, and it is always imperfect. But what my servant God gives lasts to the end of time. No other gift from any man can be compared to his. My servant says, "Take, take," but everybody comes to me and says, "Give, give." Nobody attends carefully to the meaning of what I say. My service treasury, spiritual wealth, is full. It is overflowing. I say, dig out and take away this wealth in cartloads. The blessed son of a true mother should fill himself with this wealth. The skill of my fakir, the lila of my lord, and the aptitude of my center is quite unique. But what about me? Body, earth will mix with earth, breathe with air. This time will come again. No matter where I go or where I sit, Maya always troubles me much. Still, I am always anxious for my men. He who does everything, spiritual endeavor, will reap its fruit, and he who remembers these words of mine will get invaluable happiness. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
In this chapter, the importance of Brahmagnana was explained clearly. One cannot get Brahmagnana either with Karma Marga, Bhakti Marga, or Jnana Marga. Only by surrendering to Guru completely, then only one can get the Brahmagnana and Atma Sakshatkara. Baba himself made himself to tell how he experienced it. He has accepted the food of a person who served the food without any expectation and complete love. Later, that person, that Banjara, is his Guru. So Baba has explained clearly about how to love a Guru and how to serve a Guru, how to meditate on Guru, and which way we can get Brahmagnana from the Guru. Thank you. Om Sai.
I can read? 33? You reading? Yeah, go ahead. If there is any chapter. 34 is. Yeah, I can read. No one is signed, right? Yeah, no problem.
Haruba Sukara, Appa Sahib Kulkarni, and Haruba Kavi. In the last chapter, we described the greatness of food. Now in this, we will describe the greatness of foodie. However, both are interlinked. The greatness of foodie is due to the spiritual grandeur of Baba. Preliminary. Let us now go before the great saints. Their merciful glances will destroy mountains of sins and do away with all the blemishes of our character. Their talk gives us good teachings and confers on us invaluable happiness. Their minds do not know any difference, such as this is ours and that is yours. Such differentiation never arises in their minds. Their debts or obligations will never be repaid by us in this birth as well as in many future births. It is well known that Baba took Dakshina from all, and out of the amount thus collected, he spent on charity and purchased fuel. This fuel he put in the Guni, the sacred fire, which he kept ever burning. The ash from the fire was called Puja, and it was freely distributed to the devotees. At the time of their departure from the Shiri, what did Baba teach by this Puja? Baba taught by this Puja that all the visible phenomena in the universe are transient as to the ash. Our bodies, composed of matter of 5 elements, will fall down after all the enjoyments all over and be reduced to ashes. In order to remind the devotees of the fact that their bodies will be reduced to ashes, Baba distributed Udi to them. Baba also taught by the Udi that the Brahma is the only reality and the universe is ephemeral, and that no one in this world, be he a son, father, or wife, is really ours. We come here in this world alone, and we have to go from here alone. It has been found that we cure many physical and mental maladies, but wanted to repeat into the devotees' ears the principles of discrimination which know the unreal and the real. He taught non-attachment for the unreal by his Buddhi and Dakshina. The former, Buddhi, taught us discrimination, and the latter, Dakshina, taught us non-attachment. Unless we have these two things, it is not possible for us to cross over the sea of material existence. So Baba asked for Dakshina, and while the devotees took him, he gave Buddhi as prasad. The smears amount fit on their foreheads and placed his confident hand on them. When Baba was in a cheerful mood, he used to sing merrily. One such song was about Buddhi. The meaning of this song was, "O playful Ram, come and bring with you sacks of Buddhi." Baba used to sing in a very clear and tender voice. So besides the spiritual implication of Buddhi, it had also its material significance. It conferred health, prosperity, freedom from anxiety, and many other worldly gains. So the Buddhi has helped us to gain both our ends, material as well as the spiritual. We shall now begin with the stories about Buddhi. Scorpion's state. Narayan Modiram, Jani of Nasik, was a devotee of Baba. He was serving under another devotee of Baba, by name Ramachandra Modak. Once he went to Shirdi with his mother and saw Baba. Then Baba himself told her that her son should start independent business. Some days after this prophecy turned true, Narayan Jani left service and started a boarding house, Anand Ashram, which thrived well. Once a friend of this Narayan Rao was stung by a scorpion, and the pain caused by it was severe and unbearable. Buddhi is most efficacious in such cases. It is to be applied on the point of pain, and so Narayan Rao searched for it but found none. Then he stood before Baba's picture and invoked Baba's aid, chanted Baba's name, and taking out a pinch of the ashes of the joss stick,
burning in front of Baba's picture and thinking it as Baba's Udi, applied it on the seat of the pain and the sting. As soon as he removed his fingers, the pain vanished and both the persons were moved and felt delighted. Bhavani Lake Case. Once a devotee in Bandra came to know that his daughter, who was staying in another place, was down with bubonic plague. He had no Udi with him, so he sent word to Nana Sahib Chandorkar to the same. Nana Sahib got this message en route Thane railway station when he was travelling with his wife to Kalyan. He had no Udi with him then. He therefore took up some dust from the road, meditated upon Sai Baba, invoked his aid and applied it to his wife's forehead. The devotee was very glad to learn that his daughter, who was suffering for 3 days, began to improve from the very moment Nana Sahib invoked Baba's aid near the Thane railway station. The Jamner miracle. In the year 1904 and 05, Nana Sahib Chandorkar was Mamlatdar at Jamner in the Khandesh district, which is more than 100 miles from Shirdi. His daughter, Mailatai, was pregnant and was due to deliver. Her case was very serious and she was suffering from labor pains. For Nana Sahib tried all remedies but in vain. He then remembered Baba and invoked his aid. There in Shirdi, one Ramkir Bua, whom Baba called Bapu Gir Bua, was leaving for his native place in Khandesh. Baba called him and told him to stop at Jamner on his way home and give Udi and Arati to Nana Sahib. Ramkir Bua said that he had only 2 rupees with him, and this amount was barely sufficient for the railway fare up Jalagan, and it was not possible for him to go from Jalagan to Jamner, a distance of about 30 miles. Baba assured him that he need not care as everything would be provided for. Then Baba asked Shama to write a well-known arati composed by Madhav Adkar. Arabian translation of this is given at the end of this work, and gave a copy of it with Udi to Ramkir Bua to be delivered to Nana Sahib. Then, relying on Baba's words, Ramkir Bua left Shirdi and reached Jalgaon at about 2:45 a.m. He had only 2 annas left with him and he was in flight. To his great relief, he heard somebody calling out, "Who is Bapu Gir Bua of Shirdi?" He went to him and told him that he was Bapu Gir Bua. Then the person, professing to be sent by Nana Sahib, took him to an excellent Janga with a good pair of horses. They both drove in it. The Janga ran fast and early in the morning they came to a brooklet. The man took the horses for watching them and he asked Ramkir Bua to partake some of the eatables. On seeing the bread, mustache and the livery of that person, Ramkir Bua suspected him to be a Muslim and was unwilling to take any refreshments from him. But he was satisfied Ramkir Bua by saying that he was a Hindu, a Kshatriya of Garhwal, and that Nana Sahib has sent these refreshments and there should be no difficulty in its acceptance. Then both of them took the refreshments and started again. They reached Jamner at dawn. Ramkir Bua alighted to attend a call of nature and returned within a few minutes, but found that there was no Janga and no driver. He was downfalled. Then he went to the neighboring Kacheri and on making inquiries learned that Mamlatdar was at home. He went to Nana Sahib's house and gave to Nana Sahib Baba's Udi and Arati. At this time, Mailathai's case was in the most serious condition and all were in deep anxiety about her. Nana Sahib called out his wife and asked her to give the Udi mixed with water to the daughter to drink. He thought that the Baba's help was the most opportune. In a few minutes came the news that the delivery was safe and the crisis had passed away. When Ramkir Bua thanked Nana Sahib for the beyond Janga and the refreshments, the latter was greatly surprised as he had sent none to the station and was not aware of any person coming from Shirdi. Mr. B.V. Dev of Thane, retired non-Ladakh, made inquiries about this matter with Bapurao Chandorkar, son of Nana Sahib and Ramgir Goa of Shirdi, and after satisfying himself, wrote an elaborate article, part prose and part poetry, in the Sri Sai Leela magazine. B.V. Narasimha Swami has also taken down the statements of Manakai, Babu Sahib Chandorkar, Ramgir Goa dated 1st June of 1936, 16th September 1936, and 1st December of 1936 respectively, and published them in his Devotee Experiences Part 3. The following is quoted from Ramgir Goa's statement. One day, Baba called me to him and gave me a packet of food and a copy of Baba's Arti. I had to go to Kandesh at that time. Baba directed me to go to Jamner and told me to deliver the Arati and Udi to Nana Sahib Chandorkar at Jamner. I said to Baba that all I had was ₹2 and asked him how that could take me to train from Kopakam to Jalgaon and next from Jalgaon to Jamner. Baba said, God will give. That was a Friday and I started at once. I reached Manmad at 7:30 p.m. and Jalgaon at 2:45 p.m. At that time, plague restrictions were in force and I had much trouble. I was to discover what I should do to get to the Jamner. About 3 a.m., a peon in boots, turban and equipped with other details of good dress came to me and took me to the Ganga and drove me on. On the way at Bhagor, I took refreshments. We reached Jamner early in the morning. By the time I attended Call of Future, the Ganga and its driver had disappeared. Narayan Rao. Bhakta Narayan Rao, Father Stephen Sir, had a good fortune. Bhakta Narayan Rao had the good fortune to see Baba twice during the leader's lifetime. 3 years after the passing away of Baba in 1918, he wanted to come to Shirdi but could not. Within a year of Baba's Samadhi, he fell sick and suffered much. All possible remedies gave him no relief, so he meditated on Baba day and night. One night he had a vision. Baba came to a cellular comforted him saying, "Don't be anxious, you will be improving from tomorrow and within a week you will be on your legs." Narayan Rao got perfectly well within the time indicated in the vision. Now the point of consideration is this: was Baba living because he had the body, or was he dead because he left it? No. Baba is ever alive for. He transcends both life and death. He who loved him wholeheartedly gets response from him at the time and at any place. He is always by our side and will take any form appear before the devotee Bhakta and satisfy him. Appa Sahib Kulkarni. In 1917, Appa Sahib Kulkarni was transferred to Thane and began to worship Baba's picture presented to him by Bala Sahib Bhate. In real earnest, he did the worship. He offered flowers, sandal paste and Naivedya daily to Baba in the picture and longed intently to see him. In this connection, it may be remarked that seeing Baba's picture earnestly is equivalent to seeing him in person. The following story illustrates this statement. Bala Guasuta, a saint of Mumbai named Bala Guasuta, who on account of his pity, devotion and style was called modern Tukaram, came to Shirdi for the first time in 1917. When he bowed before Baba, the later said, "I have known this man for 4 years." Bala Gua wondered and thought, how could that be, as this was his first trip to Shirdi. But thinking about it seriously, he recollected that he had prostrated himself 4 years ago before Baba's portrait at Mumbai and was convinced about the significance of Baba's words. He said to himself, how omniscient and all-prevailing are the saints and how kind are they to their devotees. I recently bore to his photo, but this fact was noticed by Baba. I nearly bore to his photo, but this fact was noticed by Baba, and in due time he made me realize that seeing his photo is equivalent to seeing him in person. Now we return to Appa Sahib's story. While he was in Thane, he had to go on tour to Bhiwandi and was expected to return after a week. In his absence, the following wonderful thing took place on the third day. At noon, a fakir turned up at Appa Sahib's house. His features resembled exactly those of Baba's photo. Mrs. Kulkarni and the children all asked him whether he was Sai Baba of Shirdi. He said no, but that he was an obedient servant of his and came there at his order to inquire after the well-being of the family. Then he asked for dakshina. The lady gave him a rupee. He gave her a small packet of tea and asked her to keep this in their shrine. Then he left the house and went away. Now, hear a wonderful reel of Sai. Appa Sahib could not proceed with his tour as his horses fell sick at Bhiwandi. He returned home that afternoon and learned from his wife about Fakir's visit. He got very restless as he did not have darshan of the Fakir. Moreover, he did not like that only 1 rupee was paid to him as dakshina. He said that had he been present, he would have paid no less than 10 rupees. Then he immediately started in quest of Fakir and searched for him in the masjid and other places without taking any food. His search was in vain. He then returned to home and took his food. The readers may remember here Baba's teaching in chapter 32 that God's quest should not be made on an empty belly. Then, after the meals, he went out for a walk with a friend, Mr. Chitre. After going some distance, they saw a man approaching them rapidly. Appa Sahib thought that he must be the fakirs that came to his house at noon, as his features tallied with those of Baba in the photo. The fakir immediately put forth his hand and asked for dakshina. Appa Sahib gave him a rupee. He demanded again and again, and so Appa Sahib gave him two more. Still he was not satisfied. Then he borrowed rupees 3 from Mr. Chitre and gave them to him. He still wanted more. Appa Sahib asked him to accompany him to his home. Then they all returned home and Appa Sahib gave him 3 rupees in all 9. He looked unsatisfied and demanded again. Then Appa Sahib told him that he had a currency note of rupees 10. The fakir asked for the same, took it and returned the 9 rupees and went home. Appa Sahib had earlier said that he would pay 10 rupees and the sum was taken from him and 9 rupees consecrated by Baba's sketch was returned to him. The figure 9 is significant. It denotes the 9 types of devotion. It may also be noted here that Baba gave 9 coins to one Lakshmi Bai Shinde at his last moment. Appa Sahib examined the Uti packet and found that it contained the same flower, leaves and akshata. Then sometime afterwards he got hair from Baba when he saw him at Shirdi. He put the Uti packet and the hair in a tabis and wore it all days on his arm. Appa Sahib realized the power of Uti. Though he was very efficient, he got rupees 40 as pay in the beginning. But after he secured Baba's photos and Uti, he got many times more and also got much power and influence, and along with these temporal benefits, his spiritual progress was also rapid. So, those who are fortunate enough to get Baba's Uti should afterward apply it on their forehead and take some of it mixed with water as holy gift. Haribab Karnik. In 1970, Haribab Karnik of Dhanu came to Shirdi on Guru Purnima Day and worshipped Baba with all formalities. He offered clothes and dakshina after taking Baba's leave to go down the steps of masjid. Then he thought that he should offer 1 more rupee to Baba and was just turning to climb up again. When Shama signaled him by gesture that as he had got Baba's leave, he should go and not return. So he started from home on his way when he went into the temple of Kala Ram at Nasik for darshan. The saint Narsingh Maharaj, who used to sit inside the temple, came to Haribab, caught him by his wrist and said, "Give me my 1 rupee." Karnik was surprised. He paid the rupee most willingly and thought that Sai Baba recovered the rupee. which he intended in his mind to give through Saint Narsingh Maharaj. This story illustrates the fact that all saints are one and illustrates how they work in union. Go to Sri Sai to speak.
Sairam, in this chapter 33, the importance of Puja was explained clearly, and in the case of Jamner miracle, the role of Harati, Madhavadkar Harati also explained clearly, and Chintan means continuous thinking of a situation or a person. So if we are having any ailment or any problem, how we have to think, whether we have to think about the problem or whether we have to think about the God. It's clearly understood the story of Narayan Rao. Narayan Rao was suffering in pain, but he kept on thinking of Baba, and Baba took care of his pain and he resolved his issue. And in case of Balaguba Sutta story, it indicated that Baba is Sarvantaryami. He is the one who is situated at the heart. So he knows each and every action of us. That's why Balaguba Sutta did namaskar to Baba 4 years ago. But when Balaguba Sutta came to Shirdi, Baba explained to him that he knew him 4 years ago. Appa Pulkendi story indicates that Baba is Bhukti Mukti Pradaya. Bhukti means luxury and Mukti means Sadgati. So Baba gave all luxuries to the Appa Sahib Pulkendi. He has increased his salary and he has uplifted him financially as well as he has uplifted his devotion towards Baba. Thank you. Om Sai.
Om Sai Ram. Greatness of Puja continue. There are 6 topics in this chapter. Doctor's nephew, Dr. Pillai, Shama's sister-in-law, Irani girl, Hardas gentleman, and Mumbai lady. This chapter continues the subject, greatness of Puja. And describe cases in which the application of Puja was most effective. Doctor's nephew. In Malegaon district, Nasik, there lived a doctor, qualified and degree holder. His nephew suffered from an incurable disease, tubercular bone abscess. The doctor, along with his relatives and medical practitioners, tried all sorts of remedies and even surgery. There was no relief and no end to the little boy's suffering. Friends and relatives advised the parents of the boy to seek divine aid and recommended them to go to Sai Baba, who was known to have cured such incurable cases by his mere glance. The parents therefore came to Shirdi. They prostrated themselves before Baba, placed the boy before him, and pleaded humbly and implored him to save their son. The merciful Baba comforted them, saying, "Those who resort to this masjid shall never suffer anything in this life to the end of time. Now do not worry. Apply Udi on the abscess, and within a week he will recover. Believe in God. This is no masjid, but Dwarkamai. He who steps here will soon get health and happiness, and his sufferings will come to an end." The boy was made to sit before Baba, who moved his hand on the affected part and cast his loving glances on him. The patient was pleased, and with the application of the Udi, he began to recover and was all right after some days. The parents then left Shirdi with their son, thanking Baba for the cure, which was affected by Udi and Baba's precious looks. After knowing this, the doctor, the uncle of the boy, became wonderstruck and desired to see Baba. While he was on his way to Mumbai for some business, at Malegaon and Manmar, somebody spoke to him against Baba and poisoned his ears. Therefore, he dropped the idea of visiting Shirdi and went to Mumbai direct. He went to spend the rest of his leave at Alibag, but at Mumbai he heard for 3 successive nights a voice, "Still you disbelieve me?" Then the doctor changed his mind and resolved to go to Shirdi. He had to attend to a case of infectious fever in Mumbai, which showed no sign of quick abatement. So he thought that his Shirdi trip would be postponed. He, however, proposed a test in his mind and said that if the patient gets all right by today, I will start for Shirdi tomorrow. The wonder is that exactly from that time, when the determination was done, the fever began to abate and the temperature became normal. Then he went to Shirdi as per his determination, took Baba's darshan and prostrated himself before him. Baba gave him such experiences that he became his devotee. He stayed there for 4 days and returned home with Baba's Udi and blessings. Within a fortnight, he was transferred on promotion to Bijapur. His nephew's case gave him an opportunity for seeing Baba, and this visit garnered in him a never-failing love for saints' feet. Dr. Pillai. One Dr. Pillai was an intimate devotee of Baba. He was much liked by Baba, who always called him Bhav, the brother. Baba talked to him off and on and consulted him in all matters and wanted him always at his side. This Pillai suffered once very badly from the guinea worm. He said to Kaka Sahib Dikshit, "The pain is most excruciating and unbearable. I prefer death to it. The pain I know is for repaying past karma. But go to Baba and tell him to cease the pain and transfer the balance of my past karma to 10 future births of mine." Mr. Dikshit went to Baba and told him his request. Then Baba, being moved by his request, said to Dikshit, "Tell him to be fearless. Why should he suffer for 10 births? In 10 days, he can work out the sufferings and consequences of his past karma. While I am here to give him the temporal and spiritual welfare, why should he pray for death? Bring him here on somebody's back and let us work and finish his suffering once for all." The doctor was brought in that condition and was seated on Baba's right side. Baba gave him his bolster and said, "Lie down calmly and be at ease. The true remedy is that the result of past actions have to be suffered and got over. Our karma is the cause of our happiness. Karma is the cause of our happiness and sorrow. Therefore, put up with whatever comes to you. Allah, God, is the sole dispenser and protector. Think of Him always. He will take care of you. Surrender to Him with body, mind, and speech, and then see what He does." Dr. Pillai said Nana Sahib had put a bandage over the leg, but he had no relief. "Nana is a fool," replied Baba. "Take off that bandage or else you will die. Now a crow will come and peck at you and then you will recover." While this conversation was going on, Abdul, who always cleaned the masjid and trimmed the lamps and turned up, while he was attending to his work, his foot accidentally fell upon the stretched leg of Dr. Pillai. This leg was already swollen, and when Abdul's foot fell upon it and pressed it, all the 7 puny wounds were squeezed out at once. The pain was unbearable, and Dr. Pillai cried out loudly. After some time, he calmed down and began to sing and cry alternatively. Then Pillai inquired when the crow was coming and clicking. Baba said, "Did you not see the crow? He won't come again. Abdul was the crow. Now go and rest in the vada and you will soon be all right." By application of the udi and thinking it orally with water, without taking any other treatment or medicine, the disease was completely cured in 10 days as assured by Baba. Sharma's sister-in-law. Sharma's younger brother Babaji was staying near the Sahil Vihar. Once his wife was attacked with bubonic plague. She had high fever and 2 buboes in her groins. Babaji rushed to Shama at Shirdi and asked him to come and help. Shama was frightened, but according to his own custom, he went to Baba, prostrated himself before him to invoke his aid by requesting him to cure the case. He then asked his permission to go to his brother's house. Then Baba said, "Don't go there at this late hour. Send her the udi. Why care for the fever and repose? God is our Father, and she will be all right easily. Do not go now. Go there in the morning and return immediately." Shama has full faith in Baba's udi. It was sent with Babaji. It was applied on the buboes, and some of it was mixed with water and given to the patient for drinking. No sooner was it taken in, perspiration set in profusely, and the fever abated, and the patient had a sound sleep. Next morning, Babaji was surprised to see his wife all right, with no fever and no bugles. When Shama went there next morning, with Baba's permission, he was also surprised to see her in the kitchen preparing tea. On questioning his brother, he learned that Baba's udi cured her completely in one night. Then Shama realized the significance of Baba's words, "Go there in the morning and return immediately." After taking tea, Shama returned, and after saluting Baba said, "Deva, what is this play of yours? You first raise a storm and make us restless, and then calm it down and comfort us." Baba replied, "You see, mysterious is the path of action. Though I don't do nothing, they hold me responsible for the actions which take place on the account of prarabdha, destiny. I am only their witness. The Lord is the sole doer and inspirer. He is most merciful. Neither I am God nor master. I am his obedient servant and remember him constantly. He who casts aside his egoism and thank him, and he who trusts him entirely will have his shackles removed and will obtain liberation." Irani's daughter. Now read the experience of an Irani gentleman. His young daughter got fits every hour. When the convulsion came, she lost her power of speech, her limbs contracted, and she fell down senseless. No remedy gave her any relief. Some friend recommended Baba's udi to her father and asked him to get it from Kaka Sahib Dikshit at Villeparle, suburb of Mumbai. Then the Irani gentleman got the udi and gave it mixed with water to his daughter daily for drinking. In the beginning, the convulsions which were coming hourly came every 7 hours, and after a few days the daughter recovered completely. Harda gentleman. The old gentleman of Harda was suffering from a stone in his kidneys. Such stone was generally removed by surgical operations, and people recommended him to undergo one. He was old and weak, lacked strength of mind, and could not think of submitting himself to surgical treatment. His suffering was soon to end in another way. The Imamdar, city officer of that town, happened to come there at that time. He was a devotee of Baba and had always a stock of udi with him. On the recommendation of friends, his son got some udi from him and after mixing it with water, gave it to his old father to drink. Within 5 minutes of the udi was assimilated, the stone was dissolved and came out through his urine. An old man soon was relieved. Mumbai lady, a woman of Kayastha Prabhu caste in Mumbai, always suffered terrible pain at her delivery. She was very much frightened at each time she became pregnant and did not know what to do. Sri Ramamurthy of Kalyan, who was a devotee of Baba, advised her husband to take her to Shirdi. When she next became pregnant, both husband and wife came to Shirdi, stayed there for some months and worshipped Baba. After some time, the hour of delivery came and as usual, there was obstruction in the passage from the womb. She began to suffer labor pains, did not know what to do, but began to pray to Baba for relief. In the meantime, some neighboring woman turned up and after invoking Baba's aid, gave her udi mixture to drink. In 5 minutes, the woman delivered safely and painlessly. The issue was stillborn, according to his faith, but the mother who got rid of the anxiety and pain thanked Baba for the safe delivery and even remained grateful to Baba. Bow to Shik Sai, peace be to all.
Om Sai Ram. In this chapter, Udi miracles are continued. Udi was produced, of course, in Shirdi, but those days Baba used to give Udi through his hands to the devotees. That is why the Shakti of Lord Sai Baba is transferred into the Udi and they were utilizing it and all the miracles were happened to the devotees. Now, Baba physically is not giving Udi, so holding the Udi in hand and doing the Namajapa of Sai Baba helps us to get the same power to the Udi. Thank you. Om Sai Ram.
Chapter 35, Tested and Never Found Wanting. Kaka Majli's friend and master, one by his junior case, Balaji master. In this, in spiritual matters or in US, secularism is the greatest path toward progress. Those who believe that God is without form are others saying that we believe that God is with form is an illusion and that saints are only human beings. Then why should they bow down their heads before them and offer such? Persons belonging to other sects will also raise objections and say, why should they bow and offer against other sects, leaving their own way? Similar objections are recited over before and given. Some said that when they went to Shri Baba asked for Dashnava, is it good that saying should correct him in this fashion? If they do so, where is their sign? But there are many instances where men want to Shri to stop but remain there. Two circumstances are very low. Kaka Majli's friend. A friend of Kaka Majli was a worshipper of Nirgul, God without form, and was averse to identity. Out of curiosity, they agreed to go to the Shri Kaka Majli on two conditions, which is he would neither bow down to Baba nor pay him any dakshina. Kaka agreed to these conditions and they both left Mumbai on a Saturday night and reached Shirdi the next morning. As soon as they put their feet on the steps of the Baba looking at the friend from a little distance, like this, means sweet words as follows: "Oh, welcome, sir." The tone in which he uttered these words was a very peculiar one. It exactly resembled the tone of the friend's father. It reminded him of his departed father and sent it to his body. You can exactly know what the tone had. Being surprised, the friend said, "This is no doubt the voice of my father." Then he at once went out and, forgetting his resolution, placed his hand upon Baba's feet. Then Baba asked for Dakshina twice, once in the morning and again at the end of their taking leave. But he asked him for the Kaka only and not from the friend. The later disclosed to Kaka. Baba asked for Dakshina from him twice. "I am with you. Why does he ignore me?" Who asked Baba yourself was Kaka's reply. Baba asked Kaka what his friend was whispering. Then the friend asked Baba himself whether he should pay the Dakshina. Baba replied, "You have no mind to pay, so you are not asked. But if you want to pay now, you will." Then the friend paid with his money as Dakshina, the same amount that Kaka paid. Baba then addressed him believe the sense of difference between us so that we can see and meet each other face to face. Then Baba allowed them to leave. Though the weather was cloudy and rough, Baba assured them of their safe journey and both of them reached Mumbai safely. When he reached home and opened the door, the windows of his house, he found two sparrows still on the ground and one just flying out through a window. He thought that he had left the windows open, two sparrows would have been saved, but thought again that they met their lot and that Baba sent him back soon just to save the first sparrow. Kaka Majori's master. Kaka was a manager in the form of Kaka Games in Japan. It's also possible. Both the master and the manager were Kaka knew that Kaka would next time. Out of curiosity, Kaka decided to go to Shri with Kaka during Shiva Baba. As Kaka's living was uncertain, he took another man with him for his promotion. The three started together and Kaka brought 2 sairs of presents right through the sea on the way for reservation to Baba. They reached Shri in July and went to the Masjid for Darshan. Baba said that he was also there and Mr. Kaka asked him why he came there. Mr. Kaka asked him if miracles took place. Kaka replied that to see miracles was not a concern. The earliest relationship with Kaka's was satisfied here. The Kaka posted a pencil to Baba and offered the license to him. Baba ordered him to be destroyed. He did not want to have the license as he was advised to carry his and believe him. So he was jealous. He did not want to beat them, nor could he reject them. To keep up formalities, he put them into his mouth, but did not know what to do with the seeds. He could not spit them out on the floor of the masses, so he protected them against his wish. He then said in his mind that if Baba was a saint, how could he be cleared of his dislike for the reasons and how could he force them on him? When this thought arose in his mind, Baba again gave him some more reasons. He could not beat them, but he them nicely. Then Baba asked him to beat them up, to obey and to his surprise that they were all serious. He wanted to see miracles and gave his way. He knew that Baba in this thought also, and as per his wish, converted raisins to seeds into seedless grapes for the wonderful Baba. Again, to test further, he asked Arjun, who was sitting by and who also brought some raisins, what kind of grapes you had developing with seeds. Mr. Kaka was still more surprised to hear this. Then to confirm his faith further, Kaka thought in his mind that if Baba was a real saint, the raisin should be now reached to Kaka first. Hearing this thought also, Baba ordered that distribution should be commenced from Kaka. This proves the condition of Kaka. Then Shama introduced Mr. Kaka as the master of Kaka, upon which Baba said, how could he be his master? He got a different master altogether, after which he was disciplined. After forgetting his resolve, Kaka saluted Baba and returned to the water. After the noon arati was over, they all went to the masjid for taking Baba's leave for their departure. Shama spoke to them. Shama spoke for them. Baba then spoke as follows. There was a 15-month gentleman. He had health and wealth. He was free from all physical and mental afflictions, but he took on needless anxieties and burdens and wandered there and there, thus losing his peace of mind. Sometimes he dropped the burdens, at other times carried them again. His mind knew no steadiness. On seeing his state, they took pity on him and said, now keep your faith on one place like why don't like this? Kaka understood that this was the exact description of himself. He wished that Kaka should also return with him, but no one expected that Kaka would be allowed to leave Shri so soon. Baba read this thought also and permitted Kaka to return with his master. Then Baba asked Kaka for his 15 as darshan and his way. He said, if I take 1 rupee as darshan from anybody, I have to return 10-fold now. I never take anything back. I never asked anyone previously to me. I only ask and take from him whom the fakir may do and so. If anyone is indebted formally to the fakir, darshan is received from him. The farmer gives, that is, sows his seeds only to reap a rich harvest in the future. Wealth should be the means to work out karma. If it is used for personal enjoyment, it is wasted. Unless you have given it before, you will not get it now. So the best way to receive is to give. The giving of darshana advances vairagya, non-attachment and labor, bhakti and jnana. Give one and receive 10. On hearing this verse, Mr. Kaka himself gave Rs. 15 Baba said, it is earlier because not to do so. He thought it was good that he came to Shri as all his doubts were solved and he learned so much. Baba's skill in handling such cases was unique. Though he connected all that, he was still non-attached to them. Whether anybody saluted him or not, or whether anybody gave him darshana or not, all was same to him. He felt pleasure if he was watching, felt deeply he was disciplined. He had considered the grace of the present, displeasure and gain, etc. Insomnia case. Ashok Prabhu, gentleman of Congress, from East India. As soon as he laid out his stick, his departed father appeared to him in his sleep, abused his family from Syria. This disturbed his sleep and gave him justice of the Lord. He made his wisdom and a man did not know what. One day he considered the duty of Baba in this system. He recruited the way as the only infallible remedy. He gave him some of the money and asked him to apply the money on his forehead before joining the meeting to be back on his forehead. He tried his remedy and found his exercise and joy that he had his sons too, and there was no disturbance of him. He continued the remedy always on the side. Then he got a picture of Sai Baba, which he put on the wall near his pillow and started worshipping him. On Thursdays offered plantain, yes, then he got away and forgot his Lord. This man was a great devotee of God. He rendered excellent and selfless service. Every day he swept and cleaned all the passages and streets in Shirdi, to which Baba passed in his daily life. For him, this work was done equally well than other devotee of Krishna and after that by example. When Maharaj was being used on every year, he brought a whole quantity of presented to Baba. He returned with Baba, gave him back and maintained himself and his family. This course was followed by him for many years and after him by his son also. Power and efficacy of once it happened that Maharaj said that Wednesday September of the Swami Vivekananda was needed for him. But at dinner time it was found that twice the number of people invited Mrs. Master was in a place. She thought that the food would not suffice for the people assembled and if it fell short, the honor of the family would be at stake. Her mother-in-law comforted her by saying, "Don't be afraid, it is not ours but Sai's food." Our every reason we thought, taking some dignity and started from the same without the government. Sai will save us from the economy. She did as she was advised, and it was found to their surprise and joy that not only did the food suffice for all, but plenty of it remained to serve. As one feels intently, so he realizes accordingly was found in his case. Sai appearing as servant. Once Prabhu thought of Shindu went to Balaji party with flowers. That evening he found that a servant after the portion was all the cattle were filled in medium distance. The inmates of the house were frightened, but Balaji thought that it was Sai who appeared in his house as a servant. Without being afraid in the least, he got a cup of milk and placing it before the servant said, "Baba, why do this like this? If you want to frighten us, take this cup of milk and drink it with the Baba." Saying this, he sat down and was well. The other members were frightened and they can't move up. In a short time, the serpent disappeared off his home and nobody moved where it went. It was not found, though a thorough search was made in the direction. Balaji had 2 wives and some children. They sometimes went to Shri from the last for taking Baba's session. Then Baba bought saris and other clothes which were given to him with his blessings. A single instance is related to me by my friend Mr. B. H. Walker, first class subject and a great devotee. In February 1943, there was a Puja festival and dinner at Kashmir, which was in about 5 times the number of people invited came out and they all fled. To the astonishment of all, it was found that in Baba's case there was no shortage of food. What is this?
మీరు ఎక్కడి నుంచి ఉండదు పర్లేదు అక్కడి నుంచి ఏం కాదు.
बड़ा परफेक्ट मेरे पहले से आते थे पंडित ये पंडित के बच्चों के लिए बेटा बेटी जगदीश जी ओके एक ही बात
जस्ट एक बार टच करिए अभी हाथ से शुरू
अभी हाथ से शुरू
ओके
ओके
ओके जस्ट टच प्लीज टच दिस हाथ तो नहीं मैं जैसे
आप दर्शन कर आपको जाने दें
श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। Baba Baba Shivandana, Sai Shivandana, Guru Baba Shivandana, Guru Mani Baba Sai, Baba Mate Hari, Baba Mate Hari, Baba Mate Hari. Hare Om Yajnena Yajnamayajanta Deva Stani Dharmani Pradhamanyasana Dehanakam Mahimana Sajanta Yatra Purve Sadhya Santi Devaha Om Rajaya Prasaya Sahine Namo Vayam Vai Sravanaya Kurmahe Same Kaman Kama Kamaya Mayam Kameshwaro Vai Sravano Dadhavu Kuberaya Vai Sravanaya Maharajaya Namaha Om Swasti Samrajam Bhodyam Sarajam Vairajam Paraneshcham Rajam Maharajam Adhipatyamaya Samantamarya Ishat Sarvabhaumat Sarvayushat Dharat Parabhat Prithivya Samudra Paryantaya Ekarayajitadapesha Shroko Vigita Marutap Pariveshtaro Marutasya Vasandrahe Avikshidasya Kamandre Vishve Deva Sabha Sadaite Shri Narayana Vasudevaya Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai Taracharana Gutam Va Kayajam Karmajam Va Sravanayajam Va Manasam Va Paradam Vitam Vitam Va Sarvavedakshamasva Jai Jai Karunabde Shri Prabhu Sarvayanath Shri Satcharithra Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai Raja Om Sai Nam. Open this.
స్టార్ట్ చేస్తారా ఎవరైనా? టైం ఇప్పటికే లేట్లో ఉన్నాం. ఎక్స్క్యూజ్ మీ.
Wonderful stories of two gentlemen. Once two gentlemen came from the park, but Baba asked any one of them to give rupees 50 Dakshina, which was paid willingly. The other man voluntarily offered rupees 35, which was rejected by Baba, to the astonishment of all. Shama, who was present, asked Baba, "What is this?" Both came together. Once Dakshina you accept, and the others who voluntarily refuse. Why this discrimination? Baba replied, "Shama, you know nothing. I take nothing from you. Since my the presiding deity of the donor pays it and becomes free. Have I any home, property, or family to look after? I require nothing. I never free. Death, enmity, and murder have to be atoned for, as there is no escape from them." Baba then continued in his characteristic way as follows. At first, he was poor and took a vow to his God that he would pay his first month's salary if he got a job. He got one for rupees 15 per month. Then he steadily got promotion. From rupees 15, he got rupees 30, 16, 100, 298 rupees 700 per month. But in his prosperity, he forgot completely the vow he took. The force of his karma has driven him here, and I have asked that amount, rupees 15, from him as Dakshina. Another story. While wandering by the seaside, I came to a huge mansion and sat in its veranda. The Brahmin owner gave me a good reception and fed me sumptuously. He showed me a neat and clean place near a cupboard for sleeping. I slept there. While I was sound asleep, the man removed a leather strap and broke the wall, crept in and scissored off all the money from my pocket. When I woke up, I found that it was 30,000 were stolen. I was greatly distressed and sat weeping and weeping. The money was in currency notes, and I thought that the Brahmin had stolen it. I lost all interest in food and money and sat looking to the veranda, remaining lost. After the fortnight was over, the passing fakir saw me crying and made inquiries regarding the cause of my sorrow. I told him everything. He said, "If you act according to my bidding, you will recover your money. Go to a fakir. I shall give his whereabouts. Surrender yourself to him. He will get your money back. In the meanwhile, you are your favorite food till you recover your money." I followed the fakir's advice and got my money. Then I went to a seashore where a steamer was standing, but I could not get into it as it was overcrowded. There a good-natured Pooja interceded for me, and I got in luckily. That brought me to another shore, from where I got a train and came to the masjid. The story finished, and Baba asked Shama to take the guests and arrange for their feeding. Then Shama took them home and fed us. At dinner, Shama said to the guests that Baba's story was rather mysterious as he had never gone to the seaside, never had any money, rupees 20,000, never traveled, never lost any money, and never recovered it. And inquired from them whether they understood it and got its significance. The guests were deeply moved and were shedding tears. In a choked voice, they said that Baba was omniscient, infinite, the supreme one, Parabrahma, without a second. The story he gave out was exactly our story. What he spoke has already taken place in our case. How he knew this is a wonder of wonders. We should give all the details after the meals. Then after the meals, while they were chewing bitter leaves, the guests began to tell their story. One of them said, "A hill station on the Ghat is my native place. I went to Goa to earn my living by securing a job. I took a vow to God and that if I got a job, I will offer him my first month's salary. By his grace, I got a job of rupees 15 per month and then I got promotions as described by Baba. I did forget all about my vow. Baba has just reminded me of it in this way and recovered rupees 15 from me. It is not darshana as one may think it to be, but repayment of an old debt and fulfillment of long forgotten vow. In fact, Baba never begged for any money nor allowed his bhakas to beg. He regarded money as a teacher or bar of spiritual progress and did not allow his bhakas to fall into his churches. Bhagat Mahasabati is an instance on this point. He was very poor and could hardly make both ends meet. Baba never allowed him to make any money nor gave him anything from the Dakshina collection. Once a kind and liberal merchant named Hansraj gave a large amount of money to Mahasabati in Baba's presence, but Baba did not permit him to accept it. Then the second guest began his tale. My Brahmin cook was serving me faithfully for 35 years. Unfortunately, he fell into bad ways. His mind changed and he robbed me of my treasure. By removing a lacquer slab from my wall where my cupboard is fixed, he came in while we were all deep asleep and carried away all my accumulated wealth, rupees 30,000 in currency notes. I know not how Baba mentioned the exact amount. I sat crying day and night. My inquiries came to nothing. I spent a fortnight in great anxiety. As I sat on veranda, sad and dejected, a passing fakir saw my condition and inquired of its cause, and I told him all about it. He told me that a saint by name Sai lives in Shirdi, Upperman Baba. Make a vow to him and give up any food that you like best and say to him mentally that I have given up eating that food till I take your darshan. Then I took the vow and gave up eating rice and said, Baba, I will eat it after recovering my property and after taking your darshan. 15 days passed after this. The Brahmin of his own heart came to me, returned my money and apologized, saying, I went mad and acted myself. I now place my head on your feet, please forgive me. Thus everything ended well. The fakir that met me and helped me was not seen again. The mountains desired to see Sai Baba, whom the fakir pointed out to me, arose in my mind. I thought that the fakir who came all the way to my house was no other than Sai Baba. Would he, who saw me and helped me to get my lost money, will ever over his 35? On the contrary, without expecting anything from us, he always led us on the path of spiritual progress. I was overjoyed when I recovered my stolen property and being ignorant, I forgot all about my work. Then, when I was at Kaloba, one night I saw Sai Baba in my dream. This reminded me of my promised visit to Shirdi. I went to Goa and from there wanted to start for Shirdi by taking a steamer to Mumbai and route. But when I came to the harbour, I found that the steamer was crowded and there was no place. The captain did not allow me, but on the invitation of a clerk who was a stranger to me, I was allowed to get into the steamer, which brought me to Mumbai. From there I came by train. Surely I think that Baba is all prevailing and all knowing. What are we and where is our home? How fortunate we are that Baba brought our money back and drew us nearer to himself. Shirdi folks must be infinitely superior and more fortunate than we, for Baba has played, laughed, talked and used beautifully for so many years. I think that the store of good news must be infinite. Sai is our Baba. He gave me a seat in the steamer and brought me here and thus gave proof of his omniscience and omnipotence. This is all about Baba. A lady from Sholapur, the wife of Shakaran Aurangabadkar, had no issue during the long period of 27 years. She made a number of vows to God and Goddess for an issue but was not successful. She then became almost helpless. To make a last attempt with this method, she came to Shirdi with her stepson Vishwanath, stayed there for 2 months serving Baba. Whenever she went to masjid, she found Baba surrounded by devotees. She wanted to see Baba alone, fall at his feet and open her heart and pray for an issue, but she did not get any suitable opportunity. Ultimately, she requested Shama to intercede with Baba for her when he was alone. Shama said to her that Baba's darbar was open, still he would try for her and that Lord might bless her. She asked her to sit ready with a coconut and joystick in the open courtyard at the time of Brahma meals, and that when he beckoned to her, she should come. One day after dinner, when Shama was wiping Baba's wet hands with the towel, the later paid Shama's chief. Shama, feeling anger, said, Deva, is it proper for you to teach me like this? We do not want such a mysterious God who teaches us this. Are we your dependents? Is this the fruit of our intimacy? Baba replied, O Shama, during the 72 generations that you are making, I never teach you till now, and now you resent my touching you. Shama replied, I want a God who will always love us and give us new dishes to eat. We do not want any reward from you or heaven, etc. Let our faith onto your feet be ever revealed. Baba, yes, I have indeed conquered that. I have been feeding and nursing you and have got love and affection for you. Then Baba went up and took his seat. Shama opened to the lady. She came up, bowed down and presented the coconut and joystick. Baba shook the coconut which was high and firmly within hold and medium ones. Baba said, Shama, this is holy. See what it says. Shama, the woman prays that a child should similarly roll in her womb. So please give her the coconut with your blessing. Baba, will the coconut give her an issue? How foolish people are to fancy such things. Shama, I know the power of your words and blessing. Your word will give her a series of children. They are wrangling and not giving real blessing. The parliament went on for a while. Baba repeatedly ordered to take the coconut and Shama pleaded for the gift of the entire fruit to the lady. Finally, Baba yielded and said, she will have an issue. Then asked Shama. In 12 months was the reply. At this, the coconut was broken into two parts. One was eaten by the two, the other was given to the lady. Then Shama turned up to the lady and said, Dear lady, you are a witness to my words. If within 12 months you do not get an issue, I will break a coconut against this Deva's head and drive him out of this place. If I fail in this, I will not call myself Mother. You will soon realize what I say. She delivered a son in years' time, and the son was brought to Baba in his 5th month. The couple, both husband and wife, hosted a lecture before Baba, and the grateful father, Mr. Narendra Bhatta, paid a sum of ₹500, which was spent in constructing a shed for Bama's house, Shamdana. Baba's disciples.
In the first story of the Goa person, it was indicated that Baba is nothing but Dattatreya. In the second person story, it was understood that whenever there is a dangerous situation for the devotee, Guru himself will manifest in any form and take care of the devotee's needs. Thank you, Om Sai Ram.
Chapter 37, Child Possession. In this chapter, Himanpant, after making some preliminary observations on some points of Vedanta, describes the Chavri procession. Blessed is thy life for his devotees, blessed is his daily routine. His ways and action are indescribable. Sometimes he was intoxicated with Brahman, and at other times completely self-absorbed. While doing so many things at the same time, he was yet unconcerned with them. Though he seemed at times quite inactive, he was not idle or dozing. He always evaded in his own self. Though he looked calm and placid as the sea, he was deep and unfathomable. Who can describe his irrevocable nature? He regarded men as brother, women as sister and mother. He was perfect celibate, as everybody knows. May the knowledge we got in his company last long on to death. Let us ever serve him with wholehearted devotion to his feet. Let us see him in all beings and let us constantly remember his name. Himanpant, after making some lengthy dissertation on some topics of Vedanta, which he himself considered as a digression, goes on to describe the Chavri procession. Baba dormitory has been already described. One day he slept in the masjid. On the next in the Chavri near the masjid, he slept in the masjid and in the Chavri on alternate days. This alternate sleeping at the both these places ran Kanpur Baba passed the money from 10 December 1909. Devotees began to offer regular worship to Baba and Chandi. This rule was now described with his grace. When the day of return to Chandi came, people flocked to masjid and did bhajan in the mandap for a few hours. Behind them was a beautiful plank to the right of Tulsi Vrindavan, and in the front Baba adorned his seat, and there were the devotees singing bhajan. And when the women who had a liking for the bhajan came in time, some took chicklets and karpa, rhythm, conjury and roll in their hands and conducted the bhajan. Sai Baba was the magnet who drew all the devotees to him. Outside in the open, some trimmed their devatas, some decorated the pantheon, some stood with a cane stick in their hands and gave victory to Baba. The corners were decorated with buntings. In the masjid, rows of burning oil lamps shed their light. Baba, horse, shaman, karna stood fully decorated outside. Then Tatya parted with a group of men to Baba and asked him to be ready. Baba sat quiet in his place till Tatya came and helped him to get up by putting his arm under Baba's arm. Tatya called Baba by the name of Mama. Really, their relationship was extremely close. Baba wore on his body the usual clothing, took his satka under his arm written after taking his children and tobacco and placing on the cloth over his shoulders, became ready to start. Then Tatya placed a golden embroidery beautiful shella over his body. After this, Baba himself put a few sticks into the demon to keep it alive, and with his right hand extinguished the lamp burning near the dhuni and then started for the chardi, and all the sort of musical instrument band and the horns extra gave out different sounds, and barbers exhibited various color views. Men and women singing Baba's name started walking to the to accompaniment of rhythm and veena. Some danced with the joy and some carried various flags. The Haldars announced Baba's name when he came on the step of masjid. On two sides of Baba stood person who held chamras and others who fanned Baba. On the way, there spread the folds of cloth which Baba wore being spoken by devotees, and Father caught him by the left hand and Mahasapati the right, and Babu Sahib held the chhatar over his head. In this fashion, Baba marched on to the chavi. The pre-decorated horse named Shama Karna led the way, and behind him were all the carriers, waiters, musical players, and the crowd of devotees. Harinam was being chanted to accompaniment of music, as also the name of sign. In this manner, the procession reached the corner, and everyone who joined this party seemed pleased and delighted. On reaching this corner, Baba stood facing the chandi and shone with a peculiar aura. It seemed as if the face of the Baba took over the glory of the rising sun. Baba stood there with a concentrated mind facing the north, as it was the signal something. All instruments played music, but Baba moved his right hand up and down for some time. Dada Sahib Dikshit at this time came forward with a silver plate containing flowers besmeared with gulal and threw them on Baba's body. Off and on, the musical instrument played their best at this juncture, and the Baba's face beamed with radiance and beauty, and all the person viewed this lustre to their hearts. Words failed to describe the splendor of the scene. Sometime Malsapati began to dance as if possessed by some deity, but all were surprised to see that the Baba concentration was least disturbed with the lantern in his hand. Satcharithra walked on the Baba's left side and Malsapati on the right, holding in his hand the hem of Baba's garment. What a beautiful procession and what an expression of devotion to witness this panorama of pure and rich growth there. Brahma found the very stories took the scholars from both sides with the love and devotion with joy, meeting the whole atmosphere of the place and the procession reached the Shari. Those days are gone now. Nobody can see this in future, but by remembering the visualizing that sight, we can bring solace and ecstasy to our minds. The Shari was also created with the white seal mirrors and nine sorts of lamp. All reaching their Tatya went ahead and spread and asked and placing a bolster. Meanwhile, the sit there and waited where Angrakha. Then the devotees worship him in the way worship him in a various ways. They put a crown on his head with the top above placed garland of flowers and jewels around his neck and marking his forehead with a mask next to vertical lines. They gazed at him for the wrongs of their heart concern and they changed his head dress now and then had in a lot of on the head. Fearing the Baba might throw it away. Baba knew what the Bhaktas wish for the meekly submitted to all their ways without objection, which these adornments he took wonderful and beautiful. Mama Sahib revolver held a chakra with its beautiful pendants with moon in a circle. With his sporting stick, Babu Sahib washed his feet in a silver dish offered and worshipped with due ritual, then besmirked his arms with the sandal paste. And offered him Tamil. Baba sat on the asana while Tatya and other kept standing when Baba sat at the gati, scoring inside his devotees on the both sides waved the chayas and the fan. The Shama then prepared the chilling and handed it over to Tatya party who came out of it by inhaling a deep breath through in his mouth and gave it to Baba. After Baba had his smoke and it was given to Malsapati and then it was passed on to all. Thus was the made in made children. It had first to undergo ordeal of such as being kneaded by old makers dried in the sun and the burned in fire, and then it has to be good fortune to get the contact of the Baba and then his kiss. After this function was over, the devotees put garland of a flower around his neck and gave sand and bunches of flower. Baba, who was an incarnation of dispassion, cured of fate for all his necklace of jewels and garlands of flowers and other decoration, but out of real love of his devotee, he allowed them to have their own ways and to please themselves. Finally, Babu Sahib Zod made the arti over Baba, observing all the formalities and the musical instrument played their auspicious tune. When this arti was over, the devotee returned one by one, saluting Baba and taking his leave. And Tatya parted offering children Atar and the rose water stood at the god. Baba said to him lovingly, guard me properly. So if you like, but return sometimes at night and inquire for me. On the reply in the affirmative, Tatya left the chowdhury and went home. Then Baba himself prepared his bed. He arranged some sheets some upon another, and thus making his bed and to rest. We shall also now take rest and close this chapter with a request to the readers that they should remember Baba and his Shadi procession daily before they retire and go to bed. Go to Shri Sai, peace to all. Just
This chapter describes about Chavdi Utsav. If we remember the Chavdi Utsav every day before sleep, then our manas will go towards the Chavdi Utsav and manas will get purified. In this, Baba explained to Tatya Kote Patel that please come once and visit me and take care of me like that. This means we should also show that sort of love towards the Guru. That is what Baba indicated to Tatya. Thank you, sir.
Chapter 38, Baba's Gandhi, Disrespect of Shrines. Kala or hodgepodge, cup of buttermilk. In the last chapter, we described Baba's Chatti process. In this, we take up Baba's Gandhi and some other subjects. Preliminary. O blessed Satguru, we bow to you, who has given happiness to the whole world, accomplished the welfare of the devotees, and have removed the affliction of those who have restored to your feet. By being very liberal and also being a protector and savior of the bhaksas who surrender themselves to you, you have incarnated yourself in this world to oblige mankind and do them good. The liquid essence of pure self was poured into the mold of Brahma. Out of this has come out the best rule of saints, sign. This sign is Brahma himself. He is the abode of the perfect divine bliss. After having attained himself all objects of life, he made it to establish all the path. Baba's Gandhi. Different sadhanas are prescribed in our scriptures for different ages. Tapa is recommended for Krita age, Dhyan of Krita age, Yagna for Dwarpa age, and Dan for Kali age. Of all the charities, giving food is the best one. We are much perturbed when we get no food at noon. Other beings feel similarly under such circumstances. After knowing this, he who gives food to the poor and the hungry is the best donor or charitable person. The Taittiriya Upanishad says that food is Brahma. From food all the creatures are born, and by food they live. From after having departed into food again they enter. When the Atithi comes to our door at noon, it is our duty to welcome him by giving him food. Other kinds of charities, viz. Giving away wealth, property, and clothes, etc., require some discrimination. But in the matter of food, no such consideration is necessary. If anybody comes to our door at noon, he should be served forthwith, and if lame, crippled, blind, and deceased person comes, they should be fed first, and the able-bodied persons and our other relations afterwards. The merit of feeding the former is much greater than that of the feeding the latter. Other kinds of charities are imperfect without this annadana. Just as stars without the moon, necklace without its pendant, crown without its pinnacle, pond without a lotus, bhajan without devotion, married lady without the kumkuma, song without a sweet voice, or buttermilk without salt. Just as Varun excels all other dishes, annadana is the best of all merits. Now let us see how Baba prepared food and distributed it to others. It has been stated before that Baba required very little food for himself, and whatever little he wanted was obtained by begging from a few houses. But when he decided to distribute food to all, he made all preparations himself. He depended on nobody and troubled none in this matter. First he went to the bazaar and bought all things, corn, flour, spices, etc., paying cash. He also did the grinding in the open courtyard of the masjid. He arranged a big hearth, and after lighting a fire, he kept a handi over it with a proper measure of water. There were two kinds of handis, one small and the other big. The former provided food for 50 persons, the latter for 100. Sometimes he cooked mitti jol, and other times biryani with meat. At times in the boiling varan, he let in small balls of thick or flat bread of wheat flour. He grinded the spices on a stone slab and put the thin pulverized spices into the cooking pot. He took all pains to make the dishes very palatable. He prepared amul by boiling jawari flour in water and latter mixing to the buttermilk, and then boiled both together. With the food, he distributed this amul to all alike. To see whether the food was properly cooked or not, Baba rolled up the sleeve of his kafni and put his bare arm in the boiling cauldron. Without fear, and churned the whole mass from side to side and up and down. There was no mark of burn on his arm, no fear on his face, When the cooking was over, Baba got the pots in the masjid and had them duly consecrated by the Molvi. First, he sent part of the food as prasad to Malsapati and Tatya Patil, and then he served the remaining contents with his own hand to all the poor and helpless people, to their heart's content. Really blessed and fortunate must be those people who got food prepared by Baba and served by him. Somebody may raise the point here and ask, did Baba distribute vegetarian and non-vegetarian food as prasad to all his devotees? The answer is plain and simple. Those who were accustomed to non-vegetarian food were given non-vegetarian food from the handi as prasad, and those who were not so accustomed were given vegetarian meal. He never created in them any wish or desire to indulge in this food. There is a principle that when a guru himself gives anything as prasad, the disciple who thinks and doubts whether it's acceptable or otherwise goes to perdition in order to see whether any discipline has imbibed this principle. Baba at times puts them to test. For instance, on Ekadashi Day, he gave some rupees to Dada Gilgar and asked him to go in person to Kerala to get meat from there. This Dada Gilgar was an Orthodox Brahmin and adhered to all Orthodox manners in his life. He knew that offering wealth, grain, and clothes, etc. to a Sadguru was not enough, but that implicit obedience to him and prompt compliance with his order was a real lakshana. That pleased him most. So Dada Gilgar dressed himself and started for the place. Then Baba called him back and said, "Don't go yourself, but send somebody." Then Dada sent his own servant Pandu for this purpose. When Baba saw him going, he asked Baba to call him back and cancel that program. On another occasion, Baba asked Dada to just see how saltish the biryani mutton dish was done. The latter replied casually that it was all right. Then Baba said to him, "Neither have you seen it with your eyes nor tasted it with your tongue. Then how could you say it was good? Just take off the lid and see." While saying this, Baba caught his arm and thrust it into his paw and added, "Take some out of this, leaving aside your orthodox ways and taste a little." When a wave of real love rises in a mother's mind, she pinches her child, and when he begins to cry, she hugs him, close to her bosom. Similarly, Baba, in a true motherly way, pinched Dada Gilgar in this way. Really, no saint or guru will ever force his orthodox disciple to eat food forbidden in his religion. The handi business went on for some time till 1910, and was stopped thereafter. As stated before, thus Ganu spread the fame of Baba by his kirtans far and wide in the Mumbai presidency, and people from that part of the country began to flock to Shirdi, which became very soon a place of pilgrimage. The devotees brought with them various articles for presentation and offered various dishes of food as the Navidya. The quantity of Navidya offered by them was so much that the fakirs and paupers could feed themselves to their heart's content, leaving some surplus behind. Before stating how Navedya was distributed, we shall refer to Nana Sahib Chandorkar's story showing Baba's regard for local shrines and deities. Nana Sahib's disrespect of a shrine. By drawing inferences or guessing in their own ways, some people said that Sai was a Brahmin and some said that he was a Muslim. In reality, he belonged to no caste. No one knew definitely when he was born and in what community and who his parents were. Then how could he be a Muslim or a Brahmin? If he was a Muslim, how could he keep Duni ever burning in the masjid? How could there be a Tulsi Vrindavan there? How could he allow the blowing on the conches and ringing of the bells? How could he allow all the different forms of Hindu worship there? Had he been a Muslim, could he have ears pierced and could have he spent money from his pocket for repairing Hindu temples? On the contrary, he never tolerated the slight disrespect to shrines and deities. Once Nana Sahib Chandorkar came to Shirdi with his sadhu husband of his wife's sister, Mr. Binibal Bagit. When they went to the masjid and sat before Baba, the latter suddenly got angry with Nana Sahib and said, "You have been so long in my company, then why do you behave like this?" Nana Sahib at first did not understand anything and humbly requested Baba to explain. Baba asked him when did he come to Kopergaon and how he came to Shirdi from there. Nana Sahib then at once realized his mistake. He usually worshipped the shrine of Datta on the banks of the Godavari at Kopargaon on his way to Shirdi, but this time he dissuaded his relative, who was a Datta Bhakta, from going to that shrine in order to avoid delay and drove straight. He confessed all his Baba and told him that while bathing in the Godavari, a big thorn went into his foot and gave him much trouble. Baba said that was a slight punishment he met and warned him to be more careful in the future. Kala. To revert to the distribution of the Naivedya, after the Aarti was over and after Baba sent away the people with booty and blessings, he went inside and sat behind a curtain with his back to the dimmer for meals. With 2 rows of intimate devotees, one on each side, the Bhaktas brought Naivedya containing a variety of foods such as puris, manji, polis, masundi, sanda, fine rice, etc., and kept waiting outside for the prasad consecrated by Baba. All the foods were mixed in a hotchpotch and placed before Baba. He offered it to God and consecrated it. Then portions of the same were given to the persons waiting outside. The rest was served to the group of devotees inside, with Baba at the center. The Bhaktas sitting in 2 rows then dined to their heart's content. Baba asked Shama and Nana Sahib Nimolkar daily to serve the consecrated food to all the persons sitting inside and look to their individual needs and distress. This they did very carefully and willingly. Every morsel of the food thus partaken gave them fulfillment and satisfaction. Such sweet, lovely, and consecrated food it was, ever auspicious and ever holy. Cup of buttermilk. Once Himadvan had eaten to his full capacity in this company when Baba offered him a cup of buttermilk. Its white appearance pleased him, but there was no space for it. He, however, took only a sip. On seeing his faltering attitude, Baba said, "Drink it all, you won't get such opportunity hereafter." He drank it off and found that Baba's words were prophetic, for he passed away after a brief period. Now, readers, we have certainly to thank him with fun. He drank the cup of buttermilk, but has supplied us with sufficient quantity of nectar in the form of Baba's Vitas. Let us drink this nectar to our heart's content and be satisfied and happy. God to Sri Sai, He's to be all.
In this chapter 38, Annadhanam means sacred offering of food to the poor and needy people and hungry people is stressed. In Vedas, there is a saying, Annadhanam Samadhanam Tilokeshna Vidate. That means Annadhanam is the supreme, incomparable to any charity. If food is offered to the hungry and needy people, then we will clear our past karmas, because in our belly there is a Agni, fire, called as Jatragni. This is called Yagnam. And if you are giving the food, if you are offering the food to that Yagnam, then it is called appellation, Ahiti. So, Parabrahma as a Bhokta, he will receive the food. So, God is in every being. So, if you feed the people, those who are in hunger, it is equal to feeding the Parabrahma. Thank you. Om Sai.
Chapter 39. Baba's knowledge of Sanskrit. His interpretation of a verse from Gita, instruction of the Samadhi Mandir. This chapter 39 deals with Baba's interpretation of a verse from the Bhagavad Gita. As some people believe that Baba had little knowledge of Sanskrit, but by the interpretation of Nana Sahib Chandrakar Puri, Hemadpant refuted that charge. In chapter number 50, as it deals with the same subject matter, it is incorporated in this chapter, preliminary. Blessed is Shirdi and blessed is Dwarkamai, where Sri Sai lived and moved until he took Mahasamadhi. Blessed are the people of Shirdi, whom he obliged and for whom he lived there. Shirdi was a small village first, but it attained importance on account of his contract and became a tirtha, holy place of pilgrimage. Equally blessed are the women folk of Shirdi. Blessed is their whole and undivided faith in him. They sang the glories of Baba while bathing, grinding, pounding corn, and doing other household work. Baba's interpretation. Nobody believed that Baba knew Sanskrit. One day he was surprised all by giving an interpretation of a verse from the Gita to Nana Sahib Chandorkar. A brief account about this matter was written by Mr. B.V. Dev, retired Lomladar, and published in Marathi in Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 4, Shputa Vishaya, page 563. Short accounts of the same are also published in Sai Baba's Charters and Sayings, page 61, and in The Wondrous Saint Sai Baba, page 36, both by B.V. Narasimha Swami. Mr. B.V. Dev has also given an English version of this in his statement dated 27/9/1936 and published on page 66 of Devotees Experience Part 3 by Narasimha Swami. As Mr. Dev has got first-hand information about this subject from Nana Sahib himself, we give below his version. Nana Sahib Chandorkar was a good student of Vedanta. He read Gita with commentaries. He fancied that Baba knew nothing of Sanskrit texts. So Baba one day pricked the bubble. These were the days before crowds flocked to Baba, when Baba had individuals meeting at the mosque with such devotees. Nana was sitting near Baba and massaging his legs and muttering something under his breath. Baba, Nana, what are you mumbling to yourself? Nana, I am reciting a shloka. Baba, what shloka? Nana, from Bhagavad Gita. Baba, say it loudly. Nana then recited BG 4-34, which is as follows. Okay. Baba, Nana, do you understand it? Nana, yes. Baba, if you do, then tell me its meaning. Nana, it means making Shastanga Namaskar, i.e. prostration, asking the Guru, serving him, learn what this knowledge is. Then those who have attained the real knowledge of the Sat Vastu Brahma will give you Upadesha of knowledge. Baba, Nana, I do not want this sort of collected purport of the whole stanza. Give me each word, its grammatical force and meaning. Then Nana explained it word by word. Baba, Nana, is it enough to merely make prostration? Nana, I do not know any other meaning for the word Pranipat than making prostration. Baba, what is Pari Prashna? Nana asking questions. Baba, what does Prashna mean? Nana, the same questioning. Baba, if Pari Prashna means the same as Prashna, why did Vyasa add a prefix Pari? Was Vyasa off his head? Nana, I do not know any other meaning for the word Pari Prashna. Baba, Seva, what sort of Seva is meant? Nana, just what we are doing to you. Baba, is it enough to render such service? Nana, I do not know. What more is signified by the word Seva? Baba, in the next line, can you read any other word in lieu of jnana? Nana, yes. Baba, what word? Nana, ajnanam. Baba, taking that word instead of jnanam, is any meaning made out of the verse? Nana, no. Shankara Vishaya gives no such construction. Baba, never mind. If he does not. Is there any objection in using the word Ajnan if it gives a better sense? Nana, I do not understand how to construe by placing Ajnan in it. Baba, why does Krishna refer Arjun to Tatvardarshish to do this prostration, interrogation, and service? Was not Krishna a Tatvardarshi, in fact, Jnana himself? Nana, yes, he was, but I do not make out why he referred Arjun to Jnanis. Baba had not understood this. Nana was humiliated. His pride was knocked down. Then Baba began to explain. It is not merely to prostrate before a jnanis. We must make sarvasva sharam agati to the Sadguru. Mere questioning is not enough. The question must not be made with any improper motive or attitude, or to trap the Guru and catch mistakes in the answer, or out of idle curiosity. It must be earnest with a view to achieve spiritual progress or liberation. Seva is not rendering service with the feeling that one is free to offer or refuse service. One must feel that he is not the master of the body, that the body is Guru's and exists merely to render service to him. If this is done, the Sadguru will show you what the knowledge referred to in the previous stanza is. Nana did not understand what is meant by saying that a Guru teaches Ajnana. Baba, how is Jnana Upadesh, i.e. imparting with realization, to be effective? Destroying ignorance is Jnana, of verse OV 1396 of Gyaneshwari, commenting on Gita 18-66, says, removal of ignorance is, O Arjun, if dream and sleep disappear, you are yourself. It is that. It is like that. Also, OV 83 on Gita 3-16 says, is there anything different or independent in Jnana besides the destruction of ignorance? Expelling darkness means light. Destroying duality, Dvaita, means non-duality. Whenever we speak of destroying Dvaita, we speak of Advaita. Whenever we talk of destroying darkness, we talk of light. If we have to realize the Advaita state, the feeling of Dvaita in ourselves has to be removed. That is the realization of the Advaita state. Who can speak of Advaita while remaining in Dvaita state? Unless one gets into the state of non-duality, how can one know it and realize it? Again, the Shishya, like the Sadguru, is the embodiment of Jnana. The difference between the two lies in the attitude. High realization of Sadguru and his marvelous superhuman sattva, in one God's capacity and Ashwara Yoga. The Sadguru is Nirgun, Satchit Anand. He has indeed taken human form to elevate mankind and raise the world. But his Nirgun nature is not destroyed thereby even a bit. His existence or reality, divine power, and wisdom remains undiminished. The disciple also is in fact of the same Swarupa. It is overlaid by the effect of the sanskars of innumerable births in the shape of ignorance, which veils his view that he is Shuddha CPG chapter B-15. As stated therein, he gets the impression, I am Jiva, a creature, meat, and pork. Then Guru has to root out these offshoots of ignorance and has to give upadesh or instruction. To the disciple held spellbound for endless generations by the idea of his being a Jiva, the Guru imparts the teaching. You are God, you are mighty and opulent. Then he realizes that he is God really. The perpetual delusion under which the disciple is laboring that he is the body, that he is the creature or ego, that God and the world are different from him, is an ignorance inherited from innumerable past births. From actions based on it, he has derived his joy, sorrow, and mixture of both. To remove this delusion, this error, this root ignorance, he must start the inquiry. How did the ignorance arise? Where is it? And to show him this is called the Guru's Upadesh. The following are the instances of Ajnana. I am Jiva, body is the soul, God, world, and Jiva are different. I am not God, not knowing that body is not the soul, not knowing that God, world, and Jiva are one. Unless these errors are exposed to his view, the discipline cannot learn what is God, Jiva, world, body, how they are interrelated, and whether they are different from each other or are one and the same. To teach him these and destroy his ignorance in this instruction in Jnana or Ajnana, why should Jnana be imparted to the Jiva, who is Jnana Murti? Upadesh is merely to show him his error and destroy his ignorance. Baba added, Pranipata implies complete surrender. 2. Surrender must be of body, mind, and law. 3. Why should Krishna refer to other jnanis? Bhaktas take everything to the Vasudeva. BG 7-19, i.e. any guru would be Krishna to the devotee and guru take disciple to be Vasudeva. BG 7-18. As Sri Krishna knows that there are such gurus and disciples, he refers Arjuna to them so that his greatness can be known. Construction of the Samadhi Mandir. Baba never made any fuss about things which he wanted to accomplish, but he so skillfully arranged his circumstances that the people were surprised at the slow but sure results attained. The construction of the Samadhi Mandir is an instance. Shriman Bapu Saheb Gurti, a famous multimillionaire of Nagpur, lived in Shirdi with his family. Once an idea arose in his mind that he should had a building of his own there. Sometime after this, while he was sleeping in Dixit Vada, he got a vision. Baba cleared his dream and ordered him to build a Vada with the temple. Shama, who was sleeping there, also got a similar vision. When Bapu Sahib awoke, he saw Shama crying and asked the latter as to why he was in tears. Shama replied that in his vision, Baba came to him and ordered distinctly, build the Vada with the temple, I shall fulfill the desires of all. On hearing this moving words of Baba, I moved proud with emotion. My throat was choked, my eyes were overcome with tears, and I began to cry. Bapu Sahib was surprised to see that both their visions tallied. Being a rich and capable man, he decided to build a Vada there and throw up a plan with Shama. Baba Sahib Dixit also approved of it, and when it was placed before Baba, he also sanctioned it immediately. Then the construction work was duly started, and under the supervision of Shama, the ground floor, the cellar, and the well were completed. Baba, on his way to and from Lampi, also suggested some improvements. Further work was entrusted to Bapu Sahib Jog, and when it was going on, an idea struck Bapu Sahib Budhi's mind that there should be an open space or platform, and in the center, the image of Murlidhar, Lord Krishna with the flute, be installed. He asked Shama to refer this matter to Baba and got his consent. The latter asked Baba about this when he was passing by the Vada. On hearing Shama, Baba gave his consent, saying, after the temple is complete, I will come there to stay. And staring at the Vada, he added, after the Vada is completed, we shall use it ourselves. We shall live, move, and play there, embrace each other, and be happy. Then Shama asked Baba whether this was the auspicious time to begin the foundation work of the central room of the shrine. Baba answered in the affirmative. Then Shama got a coconut broken there and started the work. In due time, the work was completed, and an order was also placed for making a good image for Murlidhar. But before it was ready, a new situation turned up. Baba became seriously ill. Bapu Sahib became very sad and dejected, thinking as Baba passed away, his Vada would not be consecrated by the holy touch of Baba's feet, and all his money, about 1 lakh of rupees, would be wasted away. But the words keeping in the Vada, which came out of Baba's mouth just before his passing away, consoled not only Bapu Sahib, but one and all. In due time, Baba's holy body was placed and preserved in the central shrine meant for Murlidhar, and Baba himself became Murlidhar, and the Vada thus became the Samadhi Mandir of Sai Baba. His wonderful Leela is unfathomable. Blessed and fortunate is Bapu Sahib Buddhi, in which Vada lies the holy and the pure body of Baba. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to you.
In this chapter, regarding ignorance, is explained. Guru is the one who removes the ignorance. The word Gu means darkness, Ru means light or remover of the darkness. Only Guru can remove the ignorance. The ignorance are I am the Jiva, I am the body, this world, Jiva is different. So these ignorances will be removed by the enlightenment, that is through the Guru. Thank you. One side.
In this chapter, we give two stories: how Baba ended the Udyapan ceremony organized by Mr. P.M. and his mother at his house at Bangladesh, and how Baba ended his Shivga dinner party in Himad Bang's house at Bangladesh. Blessed is Sri Sai Sambuddha, who gives instructions in both temporal and spiritual matters to his devotees and makes them happy by enabling them to achieve the goal of their life. Sai, when places his hands on their heads, transfers his powers to them, and thus destroying the sense of differentiation, makes them attain the unattainable thing. He who embraces the bhaktas, who prostrate themselves before him with no sense of duality or differentiation. He becomes one with the bhaktas, as the sea with the rivers. Now, to revert to the stories of this chapter. Mrs. Dave's Udyapan ceremony. Mr. B.V. Dave was a Mamlatar at Danu His mother had observed 25 or 30 religious vows and a Udyapan ceremony. In connection therewith was to be performed. This ceremony included the feeding of 100 or 200 Brahmins. Mr. Dev fixed a date for the ceremony and wrote a letter to Babu Sahib Joe asking him to request Sai Baba on his behalf to attend the dinner of his ceremony, as without his presence the ceremony would not be duly completed. Babu Sahib Joe read out the letter to Baba. Baba noted carefully the pure-hearted invitation and said, I always think of him, who remembers me. I require no conveyance, carriage, donga, train, or aeroplane. I manifest myself to him, who lovingly calls me. Write to him a reply that three of us, the trio, myself, yourself, and a third person will go and attend it. Mr. Joe informed Mr. Dev of what Baba said. Mr. Dev was much pleased, but he knew that Baba never went to any place except Pravata, Rui, and Limgong in person. He thought that nothing was impossible for Baba, as he was all-pervading, and that he might suddenly come in uniform and fulfill his works. A few days before this, a sannyasi in Bengali dress and professing to work for the cause of the protection of the cows came to the station master at Dalmani to collect donations. The station master told him to go into the town and see the Mamlatdar, Mr. Dev, and with his help collect funds. Just then, the Mamlatdar happened to come there. The station master then introduced the sannyasi to him. Both sat talking on the platform. Mr. Dev told him that a subscription list for some other charitable cause had already been prepared by the leading citizens. Rao Sahib Narottam Shetty, and so it was not proper to start another subscription list, and that it would be better if he would visit the place after 2 or 4 months. Hearing this, the sannyasi left the place. About a month afterwards, the sannyasi came in a Kamala, which stopped in front of Mr. Dev's house at about 10 a.m. Dev thought that he came for donations. On seeing him busy with the preparations of the ceremony, the sannyasi said that he had not come for money, but for news. Dev said, all right, you are welcome in the house. The sannyasi said, 2 lads are with me. Dev said, well, come with them, as there was about 2 hours for the meals to be served. Dev inquired where he should send for them. He said that it was not necessary, as he would come himself at the appointed time. Dev asked him to come at noon. Exactly at 12 noon. The trio came, joined the party, and after feeding themselves, went away. After the ceremony was finished, Dev wrote a letter to Babu Sahib Joe complaining of Baba's breach of promise. Joe went to Baba with the letter, but before it was opened, Baba spoke. He says that I promised him to come but this evening. Tell him that I attend his dinner with 2 others, but he failed to recognize me. And why did he call me at all? He thought that the sannyasi came to ask for subscription money, but did I not remove his doubt in that respect? And did I not say that I would come with 2 others? And did not the trio come in time and have their meals? See, to keep my words, I would sacrifice my life. I would never be untrue to my words. This reply pleased Joe's heart, and he communicated the whole reply to Dave. As soon as he read it, he burst into tears of joy, but he took himself to task mentally for blaming Baba. He wondered how he was deceived by the sannyasi's prior visit, and his coming to him for subscriptions, how he had also failed to catch the significance of the sannyasi's words that he would come with the 2 others for me. The story clearly shows that when the devotee surrenders himself completely to their Sadguru, he sees to it that the religious functions in his houses are duly executed and complied with all necessary formalities. Hematpant's Shimla. Now let us take another story which shows how Baba appeared in the form of his picture and fulfilled the desire of his devotee. In 1917, on the morning of the full moon day, Hematpant had a vision. Baba appeared to him in his dreams in the form of a well-dressed sannyasi. woke him up and said that he would come to him for meals that day. This vision constituted a part of the dream. When he fully woke up, he neither saw Sai nor any sannyasi. But when he began to recollect the dream, he remembered each and every word the sannyasi uttered in his dream. Though he was in contact with Baba for 7 years and always meditated on Baba, he never expected that Baba would come to his house for meals. However, being much pleased with Baba's words, he went to his wife and informed her that being the holy day, a sannyasi was coming for meals and that some more rice should be prepared. She inquired about the guest, who he was, and where he was coming from. Then, not to cause any misunderstanding, he gave her the truth and told her about the dream. She doubtingly asked whether it was possible that Baba should come here from Shirdi, leaving the dainty dishes there to accept their host food. Hemantvan then assured that Baba might not come in person, but he might attend in the form of a guest, and that they would lose nothing if they took some more rice. After this, preparations for the dinner went on. It was ready at noon. The Holika worship was through, and leaves were spread and arranged with rangoli around them. 2 rows were arranged with a central seat between them for the honorable guests. All members of the family, sons, grandsons and daughters, and son-in-law, etc., came and occupied their seats, and the serving of the various items commenced. While this was being done, everybody was watched for their guests, but none turned up, though it was past noon. Then the entrance was closed. The Annashati was set. This was the signal to start eating. Formal offering to the Vaishwadeva and Naivedya to Shri Krishna were also over, and the members were about to begin, when footsteps in the staircase were heard distinctly. Hemantvan went immediately and opened the door and saw 2 men. There, Ali Mohammed and Maulana Ismail Mujabar. These 2 persons, seeing that meals were laid out and all of the members were about to begin eating, apologized to Hemantvan and requested him to excuse their interference. They said, "You left your seat and came running to us. Others are waiting for you, so please take this thing, and I shall relate all about it later at your convenience." Saying so, he took out from under his arm a packet, wrapped in an old newspaper, and placed it on the table. Hemantvan uncovered the packet and saw, to his great wonder and pleasant surprise, a big and nice picture of Sai Baba. On seeing it, he was much moved. Tears ran down from his eyes, and hair stood on end all over his body, and he bent and placed his hand on the finger of Baba in the picture. He thought that Baba had blessed him by this miracle or leela. Out of curiosity, he asked Ali Muhammad how he got this picture. He said that he bought it from a shop and that he would give all the details about it afterwards, and wished that as all of the members were waiting for him, he should go and join them. Hemantvan thanked him, bade them goodbye, and returned to the dining hall. The picture was placed on the central seat, reserved for the guests, and after making the due offering of the Naivedya, the whole party commenced eating and finished it in proper time. On seeing the beautiful form of Sai in the picture, everybody was extremely pleased and wondered how all this happened. This is how Sai Baba fulfilled his words uttered by him in the dream of Hemantvan. The story of the picture with all its details is how Ali Muhammad got it, why he bought it and gave it to Hemantvan is reserved for the next chapter. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
In this chapter, Devi Dev has called Baba for having food at his home. Baba went along with 2 people to have food at his home, and Baba went away. But Devi Dev is unable to understand the form of Baba, how he went. So he made Baba that he didn't fulfill his vow. Then Baba has explained him. Then he repented for his mistake, and he has written stanzas in the Dhup Arati. Ruso Mama Priyambika, that was written by B.V. Dev, which was added in the Dhup Arati. In this way, B.V. Dev's stanzas has added in the Dubharati. In another case, Baba has appeared, he went to Hemat Pant house in the form of photo. So if anybody give photo to you, Baba's photo to it means Baba came to you. That is the meaning of that story. Thank you. One side.
Stated in the last chapter, we continue here the story of Puja. One day, while wandering in the streets of Mumbai, he bought a picture from his street hawker. Then he got it framed and set it on a wall in his house at Bandra. As he loved Baba, daily he took darshan of it. 3 months before he gave the picture to Hemant Pant, he was suffering from abscess or swelling on his leg, for which an operation was performed, and he was convalescing in the house of his brother Mr. Noor Muhammad in Mumbai. For 3 months, his house in Bandra was closed and nobody was living there. Only the pictures of the Baba Abdul Rahman, Maulana Sahib, Ahmad Hussain, Sai Baba, Baba Tajuddin, and a few other saints living were there. The wheel of time did not even spare this. He was lying sick and was suffering in Mumbai. Why should the pictures suffer there in Bandra? All the pictures met their end, but how Sai Baba's picture escaped it? Nobody had been able to explain to me up till now. It shows the all-pervasiveness, omnipresence of Sai and his inscrutable power. The story goes like this. He had a small picture of Saint Baba Abdul Rahman from Muhammad Hussain, Tariya one many years ago. He gave it to his brother-in-law, Noor Muhammad Pirobai, and it was laying on his table for 8 years. Once Pirobai took it to a photographer and got it enlarged to life size and distributed copies of the same amongst his relations and friends, including Ali Muhammad, who fixed it up in his Bandra house. Noor Muhammad was a disciple of Saint Abdul Rahman, and when he went to present the picture to his guru in an open darbar and the Bible, the guru got wild and ran to beat him and drove him out. He felt sorry and dejected. He also thought that he spent so much of money and incurred his guru's displeasure and wrath as his guru. Baba Abdul Rahman did not like image worship. He took the enlarged picture of Baba Rahman with him to Apollo Wonder, and after hiring a boat, took it to immerse it in the sea. He requested the friends and relations to return their copies, and after getting them 6 in all back, had them immersed in Bandra Sea. At this time, Ali Muhammad was in his brother-in-law's house. He was told by him that his suffering would come to an end if he would soon immerse the pictures of the other saints also in the sea. On hearing this, Ali Muhammad sent Mehta, his manager, to his Bandra house and got all the pictures of the saints in the house to be thrown into the sea. When Ali Muhammad returned home after 2 months, he was surprised to find Sai Baba's picture on the wall as before. He did not understand how Mehta took away all the pictures except this. He immediately took it out and kept it in his cupboard, fearing that if his brother-in-law saw it, he would go away. While he was thinking how it should be disposed of and who would keep it with care, Sai Baba himself, as it were, suggested to him that he should see and consult Maulana Hussain Jawad and abide by his authority. He met the Maulana and told him everything. After much consultation, they both decided the pictures should be presented to Anna Sahib and that he would protect it. Then they both went to Hemant and presented him the picture in the nick of time. This story shows how Baba knew all past, present and future, and how skillfully he could pull the wise and desires of his devotees. The following story shows that Baba liked very much those who took real interest in spiritual matters, and that he removed all their difficulties and made them happy. Stealing the rags and reading of Gyaneshwar. Mr. B.V. Dev, who was Amaltadar of Khana district, wished for a long time to read Gyaneshwar, the well-known Marathi commentary on the Bhagavad Gita by Gyaneshwar. along with other scriptures. He could read daily one chapter of Bhagavad Gita, but when he took Dhyaneshwari in hand, some difficulties cropped up and he was precluded from reading it. He took 3 months leave, went to Shirdi and thence to his home and found for rest. He could read other books there, but when he opened Dhyaneshwari, some evil or stray thoughts come crowding up in his mind and stopped him in the effort. Try as much as he could, he was not able to read even a few lines of the book with ease. So he resolved in his mind that when Baba would create love for the book and would order him to read it, he would begin and not till then. Then in the month of February 1914, he went with his family to Shirdi. There, Jog asked him whether he read Dhyaneshwari daily. Dave replied that he was desirous of reading it, but he was not successful and that only when Baba would order him to read it, he would commence. Jog then advised him to take a copy of the book and present it to Baba, and start the reading after it was consecrated and returned by him. Dave replied that he did not want to resort to this device, as Baba knows his heart. Would he not know his desire and satisfy it by giving him a clear order to read? Dave then saw Baba and offered 1 rupee as dakshina. Baba asked for rupees 20, which he gave. At night he met one Balakram and inquired from him as to how he secured Baba's devotion and grace. Balakram told him that he would communicate everything next day after Arati. When Dev went for darshan the next day, Baba asked for rupees 20, which he gave willingly. As the masjid was crowded, Dev went aside and sat in a corner. Baba asked him to come closer and sit with calm heart, which Dev did. Then after the meal, Arati was over and the men discussed. Dev saw Balakram again and asked him his previous experiences, what Baba told him and how he was taught meditation. While Balakram was going to reply, Baba sent one Chandru, deeper devotee, to call Dev to him. When Dev went to Baba, the latter asked him with whom and what he was talking. He said that he was with Balakram and heard from him his fame. Then Baba asked again his 25 as dakshina, which Dev gladly gave. Then Baba took him inside and sitting near the post charged him saying, you stole away my rags without my knowledge. Dev denied any knowledge of the rags, but Baba asked him to make a search. He searched but found none. Then Baba got angry and said, there is nobody here. You are the only thief, grey-haired and old. You came here for stealing. After this, Baba lost his temper, got terribly wild, gave all sorts of abuses and scoldings. Dev remained silent and apprehended that he might get a beating also. After about an hour or so, Baba asked him to go to the Vada. He returned to the Vada and told Jog and Balakram all that had happened. Then in the afternoon, Baba sent for all of them and said, his words might have pained the old man today, but as he committed the theft, he took him to task. Then Baba asked again for rupees 12. Dev devoted the amount, paid it, and prostrated himself before him. Then Baba said to him, go on reading the Koti, Dhyaneshwari daily, go and sit in the Vada. Read regularly every day, and while reading, explain the portion read to all with love and devotion. I am sitting here, ready to give you the whole gold embroidered valuable shawl. Then why go to others to steal rags? And why should you get into the habit of stealing? Dev was much pleased to hear the words of Baba, for he directly asked him to start reading Koti Dhyaneshwari. He thought that he got what he wanted and that he could read the book with ease and spoke. He again prostrated himself before Baba and said that he surrendered himself to him and that he should be treated as a child and be helped in his reading. He realized then what Baba meant by stealing the rags. What he asked Balakram constituted the rags, and Baba did not like his behavior in this aspect. As he was ready to answer all his questions, he did not like him to ask others and make unnecessary inquiries and therefore he scolded him. They thought that he really did not scold him, but thought that he was ready to fulfill his desires and there was no use asking others in vain. Dave took these scoldings as blessings and went home satisfied and contented. The matter did not end here. Baba did not stop with only issuing an order to read. Within a year, he went to Dave and inquired about his progress. On 2nd April 1914, on Thursday morning, Baba gave him a dream. He sat on the upper floor and asked him whether he understood the book. No, answered Dave. Baba said, then when are you going to understand? Dave burst into tears and said, unless you shower your grace, the reading is mere burden, and the understanding is still more difficult. Baba told, while reading you would make haste, read it before me, in my presence. Dave asked, what shall I read? Baba said, read Adhyatma, which is spiritualism. Dave went in to bring the book. When he opened his eyes, he was fully awake. We leave the readers to imagine what ineffable joy and bliss they felt after this vision.
In this chapter, Ali Ahmad don't want to throw the Sai Baba's photo in the ocean. So Baba observed his wish and he changed the mind of the manager to not to take the photo for throwing in the ocean. In the second, in B.V. Dev's story, B.V. Dev has some karma, some bad karma at his manas and some impurities in the manas. This made him not to go through the spiritual scriptures like Jnaneswari. So he tried so many times to read Jnaneswari, but he failed so many after so many attempts. So he visited Baba. Baba removed that karma by causing trouble to him by giving mental stress to him. And by taking dakshina, also he removed his bad karma and he made his mind pure and he allowed him to read Jnaneshwari. Thank you. Om Sai Ram.
Chapter 40, Baba's passing away. Previous indication, awaiting death of Ramachandra Dada Patil and Tatek Pate Patil. Charity to Lakshmibai Shinde, last moment. This chapter describes the passing away of Baba. Brilliant. The stories given in the previous chapter have shown that the light of Guru's face removes fear of mundane existence, opens the path of salvation and turns our misery into happiness. If we always remember the feet of the Satguru, our troubles come to an end. Death loses its sting, and the misery of this mundane existence is obliterated. Therefore, those who care for their welfare should carefully listen to these stories of Sai Samat, which will purify their minds. In the beginning, Hematmat dwells on Dr. Pandit's worship and his marking Baba's forehead with Tripunda, i.e. 3 horizontal lines. But as this has been already described in this chapter 11, it has been omitted here. Previous indication. The readers up till now heard the stories of Baba's life. Let them now hear attentively of Baba's passing away. Baba got a slight fever on 28th September 1918. The fever lasted for 2-3 days, but afterwards Baba gave up his food and thereby grew weaker and weaker. On the 70th day, that means Tuesday, the 15th October 1980, Baba left his moral coil at about 2:30 p.m. While Professor G.G. Narke's letter, dated 5th November 1980, to Dada Saheb Kapate, published in Sri Sai Leela magazine, page 78, first page. 2 years before this, that means 1916, Baba gave an indication of his passing away, but nobody understood it. It was as follows. On the Vijayadashmi Dasara day, Baba all of a sudden got into wild rage in the evening when people were returning from Simolanga, crossing the border or limits of the village. Taking off his red dress, kafni and gambot etc., he tore them and threw them in the hundi, in the dhuni before him. On being fed this offering, the fire in the dhuni began to burn brighter and Baba showed still bright. He stood there, stark, naked, and with his burning red eyes shouted, "You fellows, now take a look and decide finally. whether Hindu, Muslim or Hindu. Everybody was trembling with fear and none dared to approach Baba. After some time, Babaji Shinde, the leader devotee of Baba, went boldly near him and succeeded in tying a langota waistband round his waist and said, Baba, what is all this? Today is the Simolangan, that means Dasara holiday. Baba, striking the ground with his satka, said, this is my Simolangan, crossing the border. Baba did not cool down till 11 p.m. and the people doubted whether the Chavdi procession would ever take place that night. After an hour, Baba resumed his normal condition and dressing himself as usual, attended the Chavdi procession as said before. By this incident, Baba gave a suggestion that Dashera was the proper time for him to cross the border of life, but none understood its meaning then. Baba gave another indication also as follows. Awaiting the death of Ramachandra and Tate Patil. Sometime after this, Ramachandra Patil became seriously ill. He suffered a lot. He tried all remedies but finding no relief. Despite of his life and was waiting for the last moment. Then one midnight, Baba suddenly stood near the bed. Patil held his feet and said, I have lost all hopes of life. Please tell me definitely when I shall die. Merciful Baba said, don't be anxious. Your Undi death warrant has been withdrawn and you will soon recover. But I am afraid of Tatya Patil. He will pass away on Vijayadashmi of Shaka 1840, 1918. Do not divulge this to anybody not to him, for he will be terribly frightened. Ramachandra Dada thought well, but he felt nervous about Tatya's life, for he knew that Baba's word was unalterable and that Tatya would breathe his last breathing words. He kept his secret, told to none. But to Bala Shimpi, a telephone. Only these two persons, Ramachandra Dada and Bala Shimpi, were in fear of suspense regarding Tatya's death. Ramachandra Dada soon left his bed and was on his legs. Time passed quickly. The month of Bhadrapada of Shaka, 1840, was ending and Ashwin was approaching. Due to Baba's word, Tatya fell sick and was bedridden. And so, he could not come for Baba's darshan. Baba was also down with fever. Tatya had full faith in Baba. Tatya's illness began to grow from bad to worse and he could not move at all, but always remembered Baba. The predicament of Baba began to grow equally worse. The day predicted, that means Vijayadashmi was impending. And both Ramachandra Dada and Bala Shimpi were terribly frightened about Tatya, and their bodies trembling and respiring with fear. They thought that, as predicted by Baba, Tatya's end was near. Vijayadashmi dawned and Tatya's path began to be very slow, and he was expected to pass away shortly. But a curious thing happened. Tatya remained, his death was averted, and Baba passed away instead. It seemed as if there was an exchange. People said Baba gave up his life for Tatya. Why he did so? He alone knows, as he always was inscrutable. It seems, however, that in this incident, Baba gave a hint of his passing away, substituting Tatya's name on its own. Next morning, 16th October, Baba appeared to Das Ganu at Pandapur in his dream and said to him, the masjid collapsed. All the oilmen and grocers of Shirdi harassed me a lot, so I leave the place. I, therefore, came to inform you here. Go there quickly and cover me with buckle flowers. Das Ganu got the information also from Shirdi letters. So he came to Shirdi with his disciples and started bhajan and kirtan and sang the Lord's name throughout the day before Baba's Samadhi. Himself, weaving a beautiful garland of Lord Hari's name, he placed it on Baba's Samadhi and gave a mass feeding in Baba's name. Charity to Lakshmibai. Dashera or Vijayadashmi is regarded by all the Hindus as most auspicious time, and it is befitting that Baba should choose the time for his crossing the borderline. He was ailing some days before this, but he was ever conscious internally. Just before the last moment, he sat up without anybody's aid and looked better. People thought that the danger has passed off, and he was getting well. He knew that he was to pass away soon, and therefore he wanted to give some money as charity to Lakshmibai Shinde. Baba pervading all creatures. This Lakshmibai Shinde was good and well-to woman. well-to-do woman. She was serving in the masjid day and night, except Bhagat, Mahatsapati, Tatya and Lakshmibai. None was allowed to step in the masjid at night. Once, while Baba was sitting in the masjid with Tatya in the evening, Lakshmibai came and saluted Baba. Baba said to her, "Oh Lakshmi, I am very hungry." Off she went saying, "Baba, wait a bit." I returned immediately with bread. She did return with the bread and vegetables and placed same before Baba. He took it and gave it to a dog. Lakshmibai then asked, "What is this, Baba?" I ran in haste, prepared bread with my own hands for you, and you threw it to a dog without eating a morsel of it. You gave me trouble unnecessarily. Baba replied, "Why do you grieve for nothing?" The appeasement of the dog's hunger is the same as mine. The dog has soul, the creatures may be different, but the hunger of all is the same. Though some speak and others are dumb. Know for certain that he who feeds the hungry really serves me the food with food. Regard this as true. This is an ordinary incident, but Baba thereby performed a great spiritual truth and showed its practical application in daily life. Without hurting anybody's feelings, from this time onwards, Lakshmibai began to offer him daily bread and milk with love and devotion. Baba accepted it and ate it appreciatingly. He took a part of this and sent the reminder through Lakshmibai to Radhakrishna Mai, who always relished and ate Baba's remnant prasad. This bread story should not be considered as a digression. It shows how Sai Baba pervaded all the creatures and transcended them. He is omnipresent, birthless, deathless, and immortal. Baba remembered Lakshmibai's service. How could he forget her? Just before leaving his body, he put his hand in his pocket and gave her 5 rupees and then 4 rupees, in all 9 rupees. This figure 9 is indicative of 9 types of devotion described in chapter 21. Or it may be the dakshina offered at the time of Simolan. Lakshmibai was a well-to-do woman, and so she was not in want of any money. Baba might have suggested to her and brought to her notice the 9 characteristics of a good disciple mentioned in the 6th verse of chapter 10, Skanda 11 of Bhagavad Gita, wherein first 5 and then 4 characteristics are mentioned in the first and second couplets. Baba's this gift of 9 she will remember ever. Being so watchful and conscious, he ordered them all to clear off. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, Babu Sahib Puti and others were in the masjid anxiously waiting upon Baba, but he asked them to go to Wada and return after meals. They could not leave Baba's presence, nor could they disobey him. So, with the heavy hearts and heavy feet, they went to the Wada. They knew that Baba's condition was very serious and that they could not leave him. They sat for meals, but their main mind was elsewhere. It was with Baba. Before they finished, news came to them of Baba shedding the mortal coil. Leaving their dishes, they ran to the masjid and found that Baba rested finally on Bahai's lap. He did not collapse on the ground, nor die, nor did he lie on his back, but sitting quietly on his seat and doing charity with his own hand, left the mortal coil. Saints embody themselves and come into this world with a definite mission, and after that is fulfilled, they pass away as quietly and easily as they came. Go to Sri Sai is to
In this chapter, Srimangalana Vishnu, Baba removed his cap and he put in Duni fire. As we are unable to understand the yogi's actions, but Bhagavad Gita states the meaning of that one. Vasamsi jinani yada vihaya navani grunani naroparani tada sarirani vihaya jinna nyanyani samyati navani dehi. See, as a person sheds worn out garments and wears new ones, likewise, at the time of the death, the soul casts off its worn out body and enters the new one. See, same thing Baba was explained in action. So Baba throwed his cloth in the Duni fire, indicated this body has to go into the fire and it should become ashes. Okay, only thing that remained is soul. That was clearly explained by the actions of Lord Sai. So in Bhagavad Gita also it was clearly explained is we are the soul, not the body. So this body is made up of 5 elements. That is earth, air, water, fire, space. So this body is not permanent. There is a subtle body. This is physical body. There is a subtle body which is made up of mind, intellect, ego. Okay, when we are leaving the body, that means the soul leaves the body along with the subtle body and causal body. So that is what Baba explained. And while growing, Baba asked, now tell me whether I am Hindu or Muslim. See, when we are in the body, then dharmas of religion will apply to us. That is what Baba explained clearly in that. And Baba, Tatya Kote Patil is very much close to Baba. He has complete faith towards Baba. So Baba avoided his death and he took that karma onto him and he left his body. That is the grace, love towards the devotees shown by Baba. And Baba has also shown with the story, the Lakshmi Bai has offered food to Baba and Baba immediately given that food to a dog. She got angry and Baba said, Lakshmi, don't see me as in this physical body. See me in each and every being. So with that, Baba has explained that he is not only in the physical body, he is the God, he is the Paramatma who is situated in the heart cavity. So see the God in each and every being. That is the motto of Baba in this story. Thank you. Om Sai.
Sai. Baba is passing away. Preparation, Samadhi Mandir, breaking of the brick, 72 hours. Samadhi, jokes, sannyas, Baba's nectar-like words. Chapter 43 and 44 continue the story of Baba's passing away, and therefore they are taken together. Previous preparation. It is the general practice amongst the Hindus that when a man is about to die, some good religious scripture is read out to him with the object that his mind should be withdrawn from worldly things and fixed in spiritual matters, so that his future progress should be natural and easy. Everybody knows that when King Parikshit was cursed by a son of a Brahmin Rishi and was to die after a week, the great sage Sukadev expounded to him the famous Bhagavad Puran in that week. This practice is followed even now, and the Gita, Bhagavad, and other sacred books are read out to dying persons. Baba, being an incarnation of God, needed no such help. But just to set an example to the people, he followed this practice. When he knew that he was to pass away soon, he asked one Mr. Vase to read Ram Vijay to him. Mr. Vase read this book once in a week. Then Baba asked him to read the same again, day and night, and he finished the second reading in 3 days. Just 11 days passed, then again he read for 3 days and was exhausted. So Baba let him go and kept himself quiet. He abided in himself and was waiting for the last moment. 2 or 3 days earlier, Baba had stopped his morning peregrinations, going out and making rounds, and sat quietly in the masjid. He was conscious till the last and was advising the devotees not to lose heart. He let nobody know the exact time of his departure. Kaka Sahib Dikshit and Sriman Murti were dining daily with him in the masjid. That day, 15th October, after the Aarti, he asked him to go to their residence for dining. Still a few, namely Lakshmi Bai Shinde, Babuji Shinde, Vayaji, Lakshman Bala Shimpi and Nana Sahib Nimorkar remained there. Shama was sitting down on the steps. After giving ₹9 to Lakshmi Bai Shinde, Baba said that he did not feel well there in the masjid and that he should be taken to the Dagadi, Wada of Bhuti, where he would be alright. While saying these last words, he leaned down Ayaji's body and breathed his last. Babuji noticed that his breathing had stopped and he immediately told this to Nana Sahib, who was sitting near. Nana Sahib brought some water and poured it in Baba's mouth and came out. Then he cried out loudly, "Oh Deva!" Baba seemed to open his eyes and say, it didn't know, but it soon became evident that Baba had left his mortal body for good. The news of Baba's passing away spread like a wildfire in the village of Shirdi, and all people, men, women, and children ran to the masjid and began to mourn his loss in various ways.
some cried out loudly, some wallowed on, and some fell down senseless in the streets. Tears ran out from the eyes of all, and everyone was filled with sorrow. Some people started remembering the words of Sai Baba. Somebody said that Maharaj Sai Baba told his devotees that in time to come, he would appear as a lad of 8 years. These are the words of saint, and hence nobody should take doubt about them. Because in the Krishna avatar, Chakrapani, Lord Vishnu performed this very deed. Krishna appeared before Devaki in the prison as a lad of 8 years who had broad complexion and who wielded weapons in his forearms. In that incarnation, he, Lord Krishna, lightened the burden of the earth. This incarnation was for the uplift of his devotees. Then, where is the reason for doubt? The ways of the saints are really inscrutable. This contact of Sai Baba with his devotees is not only for one generation, but it is there for this last 72 generations. Generating such ties of love, it appears that Maharaj Sai Baba has gone for tour, and the devotees had a firm belief that he would return soon. Then the question arose how to lay Baba's body to rest. Some Mohammedans said that the body should be interred in an open space and tomb built over it. Even Kushal Chand and Amish Shakar shared this opinion, but Ramachandra Patil, the village officer, said to the villagers with a firm and determined voice, "Your thought is not acceptable to us. Baba's body should be placed nowhere except in the Wada." Thus people were divided on this point, and discussion regarding this went on for 36 hours. On Wednesday morning, Baba appeared to Lakshman Mama Joshi in his dream and drawing him by his hand and said, "Get up soon, Babu Sahib thinks that I'm dead, so he won't come. You do the worship on the carpet aarti." Lakshman Mama was a village astrologer and maternal uncle of Shama. He was an orthodox Brahmin and daily worshipped Baba first in the morning and then all the village deities. He had full faith in Baba. After the vision, he came with all the puja materials and not minding the protest of the Maulvis, did the puja and carpet aarti with all due formalities and went away. Then at noon, Babu Sahib came with all others and went through the noon aarti ceremony as usual. After paying due respect to Baba's words, the people decided to place his body in the Wada and started digging the central portion there. In the evening of Tuesday, the sub-inspector came from Rajasthan, others turned up from other places, and they all agreed to the proposal. Next morning, Amibai came from Mumbai and Mamalkar from Kopargaon. The people seemed divided in their opinion. Some insisted on entering his body in the open field. The Mamalkar therefore took as general plebiscite and found that the proposal to use the Wada secured double the number of votes. So he, however, wanted to refer the matter to the collector, and Akasa got himself ready to go to Ahmednagar. In the meanwhile, by Baba's inspiration, there was a change in the opinion of the other people, and all the people unanimously voted for the proposal. On Wednesday evening, Baba's body was taken in procession and brought to the Wada and was interred there with due formalities in the Garbha, that is the central portion reserved for Murlidhar. In fact, Baba became the Murlidhar, and the Wada became a temple and a holy shrine where so many devotees since then have been going to find rest in peace. All the obsequies of Baba were duly performed by Bala Sahib Bhathe and Upasani, a great devotee of Baba. It may be noted here that as observed by the Professor Narke, Baba's body did not get stripped, though it was exposed for 36 hours, and that all the limbs were elastic and that his karni could be taken out without being torn.
Breaking of the brick. Some days before Baba's departure, there appeared an ominous sign foreboding the event. There was in the masjid an old brick on which Baba rested his hand and sat. At night, he leaned against it and had his asana. This went on for so many years. One day, during Baba's absence, a boy who was sweeping the floor took it up in his hand and unfortunately it slipped and fell down and got broken into 2 pieces. When Baba came to know about this, he bemoaned his lot, saying, "It is not the brick but my fate that has been broken into pieces. It was my lifelong companion with which I always meditated on the self. It was as dear to me as my life. It has left me today." Some may raise here a question. Why should Baba express his sorrow for such an inanimate thing as a brick? To this, Hemant Pant replies that saints incarnate in this world with an express mission of saving the poor helpless people, and when they embody themselves and act with the people, they act like them. That is, outwardly they laugh, play and cry like all other people, but inwardly they are wide awake to their duties and mission. 72 hours Samadhi. 32 years before this, that is in 1886 AD, Baba made an attempt to cross the borderline. On a Margakshish Paurnami, a full moon day, Baba suffered from a severe attack of asthma. To get rid of it, Baba decided to take his pran high up and go into Samadhi. He said to Bhagat Mahasapati, protect my body for 3 days. If I return, it will be all right. If I do not, bury my body in that open land and fix 2 flags there as a mark. After saying this, Baba fell down at about 10 p.m. His breathing stopped as well as his pulse. He seemed as if his pran left the body. All the people, including the villagers, came there and wanted to hold an inquest and bury the body in the place appointed by Baba. But Mahalsapati prevented this. With Baba's body on his lap, he sat full 3 days guarding it. After 3 days passed, Baba showed signs of life at 3 a.m. His breathing commenced, the abdomen began to move, his eyes opened and stretching his limbs, Baba returned to consciousness again. From this and other accounts, let the readers consider whether Sai Baba was the 3.5 of his body that he occupied for some years and that he left thereafter, or he was the self inside. The body composed of 5 elements is perishable and transient, but the self within is the thing, absolute reality, which is immortal and intransient. This pure being, consciousness of Brahma, the ruler, and controller of the senses and mind is Sai. This pervades all things in the universe, and there is no space without it. For fulfilling his mission, he assumed the body, and after it was fulfilled, he threw away the body, the finite aspect, and assumed his infinite aspect. Sai ever lives as also the previous incarnation of God Dantatreya, Sri Narasimha Saraswati of Gangapur. His passing away is only an outward aspect, but in reality, he pervades all animate and inanimate things and is their inner controller and ruler. This can be and is even now experienced by many who surrender themselves completely to him and worship him with wholehearted devotion. Though it's not possible for us to see Baba's form now onwards, but if we go to Shivdi, we shall find his beautiful lifelike portrait adorning the masjid. This has been drawn by Shamdar Jaikar, a famous artist and a well-known devotee of Baba. To an imaginative and devout spectator, this portrait can give him even today the satisfaction of taking Baba's darshan. Though Baba has no gross body now, he lives there and everywhere and will affect the welfare of the devotees even now, as he was doing before when he was embodied. Saints like Baba never die. Though they look like men, they are in reality God himself.
Om Sai Ram. Bapu Sahib Jog Sannyas. Hematman closes this chapter with the account of Jog Sannyas. Sakharam Hari, alias Bapu Sahib Jog, was the uncle of famous Varkari, Vishnu Bua Jog of Pune. He had no issue after his retirement from government service. He was a supervisor in the PWD. In 1909, he came and lived in Shirdi with his wife. Both husband and wife loved Baba and spent all their time in worshipping and serving Baba. After Megha's death, Bapu Sahib daily did the Aarti ceremony in the masjid in Saudi till Baba Mahasamadhi. He was also interested with the work of reading and explaining Gyaneshwari in Eknathi Bhagavate in Satheswada to the audience. After serving for many years, Joe asked Baba, I have served you so long. My mind is not yet calm and composed. How is it that my contact with saints has not improved me? When will you bless me? Hearing the Bhakta's prayer, Baba replied, in due time, your bad actions, their fruits or results will be destroyed, your merits and demerits will be reduced to ashes, and I shall consider you blessed. When you will renounce all attachments, conquer lust and sense of taste, and getting rid of all the impediments. Serve God wholeheartedly and resort to the beginning rule, accept sannyas. After some time, Baba's words came true. His wife predeceased him as he had no other attachment. He became free and accepted sannyas before his death and realized the goal of his life. Baba's nectar-like words. The kind and merciful Sai Baba said many a time the following sweet words in the masjid. He who loves me most always sees me. The whole world is desolate to him without me. He who tells no stories but mine, he ceaselessly meditates upon me and always chants my name. I feel indebted to him who surrenders himself completely to me and ever remembers me. I shall repay his debt by giving him salvation, self-realization. I am dependent on him who thinks and hungers after me and who does not eat anything without first offering it to me. He who thus comes to me because one with me, just as the river gets to the sea and becomes merged one with it. So, leaving out pride and egoism and with no trace of them, you should surrender yourself to me who is seated in your heart. Who is this me? Sai Baba expounded many a time who this me or I is. He said, you need not go far in search of me. Bearing your name and from there exists in you as well as in all beings a sense of being or consciousness or existence. That is myself knowing this, you see me inside yourself as well as in all beings. If you practice this, you will realize all purposelessness and thus attain oneness with me. Hematman therefore requests the readers humbly and lovingly that they should love and respect all gods, saints and devotees. Has not Baba often said, he who carves and caves or other pierces me in the heart and injuries me, but he that suffers and endures pleases me the most. Baba thus pervades all beings and creatures. He likes nothing but love to all beings. Such nectar, pure, auspicious, ambrosium, always flowed with Baba's lips. He therefore concludes, those who lovingly sing Baba's pain and those who hear the same with devotion, both became one with Sai. Go to Sri Sai, peace to all.
In this chapter, Baba explained practically the role of soul. So in Kali age, everybody, for accepting anything, they want to know practically. So Baba, 72 hours Samadhi. In this 72 hours Samadhi time, Baba removed his soul from his body and he came after 72 hours. That was done on Margasira Paunami day. Margasira Paunami is the day where Dattatreya Swami was incarnated. After 3 hours, the soul re-entered into the body and the body started performing. And the people understood that this body is function because of the soul. So if we see everybody in the form of physical body, then there is a difference in the religion, caste, creed or anything. If we see everybody in the form of soul, then there is no difference. There is no, to teach this equality and love to the humans, Baba has incarnated as a Guru form. That is the motto of Baba. That's why where God stays that is in our heart cavity. Samam sarveshu bhuteshu tishtantam parameshwaram. Bhagavad Gita explains that there is a soul and supreme soul in everyone. Okay, God stays in our heart cavity. So remember that God always. See, how can we experience that? For example, if somebody is hungry or needy, see, if you give food or water, you feel some content in your heart. That means the God in your heart is happy. That way you can understand that God in your heart. Thank you. Om Sai.
Chapter 45. Kaka Saheb's love and Anandrao's vision. Wooden plank, Baba's bedstead and not Baba's. We have described in the last 3 chapters Baba's passing away. His physical or finite form has no doubt disappeared from our view, but the infinite or spiritual form ever lives. The Leelas which occurred during his lifetime have been dwelt upon with great strength up till now. Ever since his passing away, more Leelas have taken place and are even now. This clearly shows that Baba is ever living and helping his devotees as before. The people who got the contact of Baba when he was living were indeed very fortunate, but if any of them did not get the dispassion for the things and enjoyments of the world and had not their minds turned to the Lord, it was their sheer illa. What was then desired and is still desired is the wholehearted devotion to Baba. All our senses, organs and mind should cooperate in worshipping and serving Baba. It is no use in engaging some organs in the worship and deflecting the others. If a thing like worship or meditation is to be done, it ought to be done with our mind and soul. The love that a chaste woman bears to her husband is sometimes compared to that which a disciple bears to his master. Yet the former falls far short of the latter, which is incomparable. No one, whether be it father, mother, brother, or any other relation, comes to our aid in attaining the goal of life. We have to talk out and traverse the path of self-realization ourselves. We have to discriminate between the unreal and the real, renounce the things and enjoyments of this world and the next, and control our senses and mind and aspire for liberation only. Instead of depending upon others, we should have full faith in ourselves. When we begin to practice discrimination, we come to know that the world is transient and unreal, and our passion for worldly things becomes less, and ultimately we get dispassion or non-attachment for them. When we know that Brahma, which is no other than our Guru, is the sole reality, and as it transcends and besets the seeming universe, we begin to worship it in all creatures. This is the unity of bhajan or worship. When we thus worship Brahma or Guru wholeheartedly, we become one with him and attain self-realization. In short, always chanting the name of Guru and meditating on him enables us to see him in all beings and confers eternal bliss on us. The following story will illustrate this. Kaka Saheb's doubt and Anandrao's vision. It is well known that Sai Baba had enjoyed Kaka Saheb's visit to read daily 2 works of Sri Eknath, Bhagavad and Bhagavatam Ramayana. Kaka Saheb read these daily while Baba was living, and he followed the practice even after Baba's passing away. Once in Kaka Mahajani's house in Chowpatty, Mumbai, Kaka Saheb was reading Ekanti Bhagavad in the morning. Madhavrao Deshpande, alias Shama, and Kaka Mahajani were then present and listened attentively to the portion read, namely the 2nd chapter, 11th skanda of the book. Therein the 9 nagas or siddhas of the Rishabha family, namely Kavi, Hari, Antariksha, Prabhutta, Vipalya, Avikhotra, Rumil, Chamras, and Karabhajan expounded the principles of the Bhagavad Dharma to King Jana. The latter asked all the 9 nagas most important questions, and each of them answered them satisfactorily. The first, that is, Kavi explained what is Bhagavad Dharma, Hari, the characteristics of a Bhakta, Antariksha, what is Maya, Prabhutta, how to cross the Maya, Vipalyan, what is Para Brahma, Avirhotra, what is Karma, Rumil, the incarnations of God and their deeds. Chamas cover non-devotee fares after death, Karavahajan, the different modes of worship of God in different ages. The substance of all the exposition was that in the Kali age, the only means of liberation was the remembrance of Hari's or Guru's feet. After the reading was over, Kaka Saheb said in a despondent tone to Madhavrao and others, "How wonderful is the discourse of the 9 nagas or bhakti or devotion, but at the same time, how difficult it is to put it into practice. The nagas were perfect, but it is possible for fools like us to attain devotion as delineated by them. We won't get it even after several words. Then how are we supposed to get salvation? It seems that there is no hope for us." Madhavrao did not like this pessimistic attitude of Kaka Saheb. He said, "It is pity that one who by his good luck got such a jewel as Baba should cry out so despairingly. If he has unwavering faith in Baba, why should he feel restless? The bhakti of the Nagas may be strong and powerful, but it's not ours, loving and affectionate. And has not Baba told us authoritatively, then remembering and chanting Hari's and Guru's name confers salvation? Then where is the cause for fear and anxiety?" Kaka Saheb was not satisfied with Madhavrao's
incarnation, he continued to be anxious and restless the whole day, thinking and brooding over how to get the powerful bhakti of the Nandas. Next morning, the following miracle took place. One gentleman named Anantrao Pakate came there in search of Madhav Rao. The reading of the Bhagat was then going on. Mr. Pakate sat near Madhav Rao and was whispering something to him. He was mentioning in low tone his dream vision. As there was some interruption in the reading by this whispering, Kaka Sahib stopped the reading and asked Madhav Rao what the matter was. The latter said, yesterday you expressed your doubt, now here is the explanation of it. Here Mr. Pakade's vision, explaining the characteristics of devotion and showing that the devotion in form of bowing down to or worshipping of Guru's feet is sufficient. All were anxious to hear the vision, especially Kaka Sahib. At their suggestion, Mr. Pakade began to relate the vision as follows. I was standing in deep sea in waist deep water. There, I saw Sai Baba all of a sudden. He was sitting on a beautiful throne studded with diamonds with his feet submerged in water. I was most pleased and satisfied with the form of Baba. The vision was so realistic that I never thought that it was a dream. Curiously enough, Madhav Rao was also standing there. He said to me, feeling Anand Rao, fall at Baba's feet. I rejoined, I also wish to do so, but his feet are in the water. How can I place my head on them? I am helpless. Hearing this, he said to Baba, Oh Deva, take out your feet which are under water. Then Baba immediately took out his feet. I caught them without delay and bowed down to him. On seeing this, Baba blessed me, saying, Go now, you will attain your welfare. There is no cause for fear and anxiety. He also added, Give a silk bordered dhota to my Shama, you will benefit thereby. In compliance with Baba's order, Mr. Pakade had brought the dhotar and requested Kaka Sahib to hand it over to Madhav Rao, but the latter refused to accept it, saying that unless Baba gave a king a suggestion for acceptance, he would not accept it. Then after some discussion, Kaka Sahib decided to cast lots. It was the practice of Kaka Sahib to cast lots in all the significant matters and to abide by the decision as given in the picked up tip. In this particular case, two tips on one was written to accept and the other to reject, were placed at the feet of Baba and the child was asked to pick one of them. The accept tip was picked up and the dhota was accepted by Madhav Rao. In this way, both Madhav Rao and Madhav Rao were satisfied and Kaka Sahib's difficulty was solved. This story exhausts us to give respect to the words of other saints and but at the same time asks us to have full faith in our mother, the Guru, and abide by his instructions. For he knows our welfare better than any other person. Carve out on your heart the following words of Baba. There are innumerable saints in this world, but our Father is the Father. Others might say many good things, but we should never forget our Guru's words. In short, love your Guru wholeheartedly, surrender to him completely and prostrate yourselves before him reverently, and then you will see that there is no sea of mundane existence before you to cross as there is no darkness for the sun. Wooden plank Baba been said and not Baba. In his earlier days, Baba slept on a wooden plank 4 arms in length and only a span in breadth with the panatis burning and in the 4 corners. Later on, he broke the plank into pieces and threw it away. Once Baba was describing the greatness or importance of his plans to Kaka Sahib, on hearing this latter said to Baba, You still love the wooden plank, I'll again suspend or hang on one in the masjid for you to sleep at ease. Baba replied, I won't like to sleep out leaving Mahasavati down on the ground. Then Kaka Sahib said, I will provide another plank for Mahasavati too. Baba said, how can he sleep on the plank? It's not easy to sleep on the plank. He who has many good qualities in him only can do so. He who can sleep with his eyes wide open can affect them. When I go to sleep, I often ask Mahasavati to sit by my side, place his hand on my heart and watch the chanting of the Lord's name there. And he finds me sleepy, wake me up. He can't do even this. He himself gets drowsy and begins to nod his head. When I feel his hand heavy as a stone on my heart, I cry out, Oh Bhagat, he moves and opens his eyes. How can he who can't sit and sleep well on the ground, and whose asana is not steady and who is slave to sleep, can sleep high up on a plank? On many other occasions, Baba said out of his love for his devotees, what is ours, whether it's good or bad, is with us, and what is others is with them. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Before explaining to this chapter, first of all, why there are so many gods that are existed, and everybody by birth, after growing in a family, they will pray to God. But why we have to approach a Guru and why we have to pray to Guru? In this, that was clearly explained in Guru Charitra. Kalipurusha is like Asuric appearance. This is Kali age. Everybody might be knowing this is Kali age, Kali Yuga. So this Kalipurusha approached God Brahma before starting the Kali age. He told God Brahma that he will spoil the people with tongue and desires. That means people will be very arrogant and disrespectful. They will be indulged in forbidden foods. They will be too materialistic and stoop to any level to fulfill their desires. He then left the place. Later he returned to Brahma and Brahma asked him for the reason of his visit. So he asked a question to God Brahma. Will all people living on the earth be affected by my Maya? To this God Brahma laughed and replied, not all. Those who are devotees of Guru, those who serve Guru with true heart, those who follow the orders of Guru, those will not criticize the Guru, those who will not affected by these people will not be affected by the Kali Maya. Those who are unfaithful to Guru, those who do not follow the Guru orders will be affected by your Maya. So when any person affected by Kali Maya, he will be more selfish, he will destroy the Dharma and he likes the quarrels and he longs for the wealth. So those who love the Guru with true heart will not affected by this Kali Maya. So how to avoid this Kali Maya? There is a stanza in Kakada Arati, that is Prabhatastakam. If anybody read this Prabhatastakam in the early morning, they will not affected by this Kali Maya. Baba himself told this to the devotees. Coming to this chapter, Maya, to avoid Maya, one has to remember the feet of Guru always. That is what explained in the Anandrav Pakade story also. Thank you. Om Sai.
Chapter 46, Baba's Gaya trip, story of course. This chapter describes Shama's trip to Kashi, Prayag and Gaya and how Baba was there behind Lokodev. It also describes Baba's reminiscences of the past birth of two goats. Blessed, O Sai, are your feet, blessed is your remembrance and blessed is your darshan which liberates us from the bond of karma. Though your form is invisible to us now, still if the devotees believe in you, they get living experiences from you. Be an invisible and subtle thread. You draw your devotees from far and near to your feet and embrace them like a kind and loving mother. The devotees do not know where you are, but you are so skillfully pull the wires that they ultimately realize that you are behind them to help and support them. The intelligent, wise and learned folk fall into the pit of sansar on account of their egoism, but you save by your power the poor, simple and devout persons. Inwardly and invisibly, you play all the game but show that you are not concerned with it. While you do things but pose yourself as a non-doer. Nobody ever knows your life. The best course therefore for us is to surrender our body, speech and mind of your feet and always chant your name to destroy our sins. You fulfill the wishes of your devotees and to those who are without any desire, you give bliss supreme. The chanting of your sweet name is the easiest sadhana for devotees. By this sadhana, our sins, rajas and tamas qualities will vanish. The sattva qualities and righteousness will gain dominance and along with this, discrimination, dispassion and knowledge will follow. Then we shall abide in ourselves and our Guru. This is what is called complete surrender to the Guru. The only sure sign of this is that our mind gets calm and peaceful. The greatness of this surrender, devotion and knowledge is unique for peace, non-attachment, fame and salvation come in its way. If Baba accepts a devotee, he follows him and stands for him day and night at his home or abroad. Let the devotee go anywhere he likes. Baba is there ahead of him in some form, in an inconceivable manner. The following story illustrates this. Gaya trip. Sometime after Kaka Sahib Dikshit was introduced to Sai Baba, he decided to perform the thread ceremony of his eldest son, Babu at Nagpur. At about the same time, Nana Sahib Chandorkar decided to perform the marriage ceremony of his eldest son at Gwalior. Both Dikshit and Chandorkar came to Shirdi and lovingly invited Baba for these functions. Baba asked them to take Shama as his representative. When he was pressed to come in person, Baba told them to take Shama with them and said, after doing Benaras and Prayag, we would be ahead of Shama. Now mark these words, for they show Baba's all-pervasiveness. And after taking the permission of Baba, Shama decided to go to Nagpur and Gwalior for these functions and ceremonies, and then to Kashi, Prayag and Gaya. Appa Kote made up his mind to accompany him. They both went first to Nagpur for the thread ceremony. Kaka Sahib Dikshit gave Shama rupees 200 for his expenses. Then they went to Gwalior for the marriage ceremony. There, Nana Sahib Chandorkar gave Shama rupees 100 and his Yahi, Mr. Jatar, gave him rupees 100. Then Shama went to Kashi and then to Ayodhya. He was well received in the Jatar's beautiful temple of Lakshmi Narayan at Kashi and in the Ram Mandir at Ayodhya by Jatar's manager. They stayed for 21 days in Ayodhya and 2 months in Kashi. Then they left for Gaya. In the train, they felt a little uneasy on hearing that the plague was prevailing in Gaya. At night, they alighted at the Gaya station and stayed in Dharmashala. In the morning at the Gaya Wala, the priest who arranges for the lodging and boarding of the pilgrims came there and said, the pilgrims have already started, you better make haste. Shama casually asked him whether there was plague in Gaya. No, said the Gaya Wala, please come without any fear or anxiety and see yourself. Then they went with him and stayed in the house, which was big and spacious Wala. Shama was pleased with the accommodation provided to him, but what pleased him most was the beautiful big portrait of Baba fixed in the central and front portion of the building. On seeing this portrait, Shama was overwhelmed with emotion. He remembered Baba's words, namely, after doing Kashi and Prayag, we would be ahead of Shama, and burst into tears. His hair stood on end, his throat was choked, and he began to sob. The Gayawala thought that he was afraid of plague prevailing there and therefore was crying. But Shama inquired from him how he got Baba's portrait there. He replied that he had 200 or 300 agents working at the Manmand and Kuttami for looking after the conveniences of the pilgrims to Gaya, and from them he heard about Baba's fame. Then about 12 years ago he went to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. There he was attracted by Baba's portrait hung in Shama's house, and with Baba's permission, Shama gave it to him. This was the same portrait. Shama then remembered this incident. The Gayawala's joy knew no bounds when he learned that the same Shama who obliged him before was his guest now. Then they both exchanged love and service and were most delighted and happy. The Gayawala gave him a royal welcome. He was a very rich man. He sat in the planangin and made Shama ride an elephant and attended to all his comforts and conveniences. Moral of the story is that Baba's words came true to the letter, and unbounded was his love towards the devotees. But leave this aside. He also loved all creatures equally, for he felt that he was one with them. The following story will illustrate this. Baba was once returning from Delhi and he saw a flock of goats. 2 of them attracted his attention. He went to them, caressed and fondled them and brought them for rupees 32. The devotees were surprised at this conduct of Baba. They thought that Baba was duped in this bargain, as the goats would fetch rupees 2 each at the most 3 or 4 each. Rupees 8 for both. They began to take Baba to task for this, but Baba kept calm and cool. Chama and Tatya Kote asked Baba for an explanation. He said he did not care to store the money as he had no home or family to look after. He asked them to purchase at his cost 4 seeds of dal and feed the goats. After this was done, Baba returned the goats to the owner of the flock and gave out the following reminiscences and story of the goats. Oh Shama and Tatya, you think that I have been deceived in this bargain. No, listen to the story. In their former birth, they were human beings and had the good fortune to be with me and sit by my side. They were uterine brothers, loving each other initially, but later on they became enemies. The elder brother was an idle fellow, while the younger one was an active chap and earned a lot of money. The former became greedy and jealous and wanted to kill his younger brother and take away his money. They brought their fraternal relations and began to quarrel with each other. The elder brother resorted to many devices and he killed his younger brother, but all his attempts failed. Thus they became deadly enemies, and finally on the occasion the elder gave a deadly blow with a big stick on the latter's head, while the latter struck the former with an axe, with the result that both fell dead on the spot. As the result of their actions, they were both born as goats. As they passed by me, I at once recognized them. I remembered their past history. I taking pity on them, I wanted to feed them and give them rest and comfort. And for this reason, I spent all the money for which you blamed me. As you did not like my bargain, I sent them back to the shepherd. Such was Sai's love for the goats. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Manasik Rog means high. When the manas is high at Arishad Vargas like Kama, Krodh, Lobh, Moh, Mad, Masterya. If these Arishad Vargas are high at the manas, then the person will not be under the control and he will go to any extent of killing a person. That is what mentioned in the story of two goats. Even though they are both brothers, born with the same mother, they, because of jealousy, Masterya, what we can call is Masterya, the first one is unable to bear that brother is having more money. So he beated his own brother and the another brother also want to show punishment, reverse punishment. So he cutted his brother with axe. So any time, after, because of this karma, they didn't born as a human beings in the next birth, they born as a goats. So whenever we are doing, whenever a thought of high Arshad Vargas comes in our mind, we should remember to Baba and say, Baba, I am submitting all my thoughts and these Arishad Vargas onto your feet. Please accept and purify my mind. If we do this, we can control this Manasik Rog. And then only one can be free their mind. Otherwise, we can go to a more extent and it will be recorded in our karma. Thank you. Om Sai Ram.
The last chapter describes Baba's reminiscences about two goats. This chapter describes more such reminiscences and relates the story of Veer Bharatarapa and Chen Basapa. Blessed is the face of Sai. If we cast a glance at him for a moment, he destroys the sorrow of many past births and confers great bliss on us. And if he looks at us with grace, our bondage of karma is immediately snapped away, and we are led to happiness. The river Ganges washes away the dirt and sins of all people. We go to her for a bath, but she intently longs for the saints to come to her, and bless her with the touch of their feet, and remove all the filth accumulated in her. She knows for certain that this can only be removed by the holy feet of the saints. Sai is the pressed jewel of the saints, and now hear from him the following purifying story. Sai Baba said, one morning, after taking my breakfast, I strolled along, till I came to a small river bank. As I was tired, I rested there, washed my hands and feet, and had a bath and felt refreshed. There was a footpath and a cart track, sheltered by shady trees. The breeze was also blowing gently. As I was preparing to smoke chillum, I heard the croaking of a frog. I was striking the flint and lighting the fire when a traveler turned up, sat by my side, bowed down to me, and politely invited me to his house for meals and rest. He lit up the pipe and handed it over to me. The croaking was heard again, and he wanted to know what it was. I told him that a frog was in trouble, and was tasting the bitter fruit of his own karma. We have to reap now the fruits of what we sow in our past life, and there is no use crying about it now. Then he smoked and handed over the pipe to me, and said that he would go there in person and see for himself. I told him that a frog was caught by a big snake and was crying. Both were very wicked in their past life, and were now reaping the fruit of their past actions in their present bodies. He went and found that a huge black serpent was holding a big frog in his mouth. He returned to me and said that in about 10 or 12 minutes, the frog would be eaten up by the snake. I said, no, this can't be. I am Father, and I am here now. How shall I allow the snake to be eaten up? And am I here for nothing? Just see how I release it. After smoking again, he walked up to the place. He was afraid and asked me not to proceed further, as the snake might attack us. Not minding him, I went ahead and addressed the creature, thus, Oh, Veer Bharatarapa, Has your enemy Basapa yet repented? Though he has either been born as a frog, and you too, though born as a serpent, still hold bitter enmity against him? Be ashamed of yourself. Give up your hatred now and rest in peace. On hearing these words, the snake left the frog quickly and dived into the river and disappeared. The frog also jumped away and hid itself in the bushes. The traveler was much surprised. He said that he could not understand how the snake dropped the frog and disappeared on hearing the words. Who is weird Brahma, and who is Basapa? And what was the cause of their enmity? I returned with him to the foot of the tree. After sharing again a few puffs of smoke with him, I explained the whole mystery to him as follows. There was an ancient holy place sanctified by the temple of Mahadev, about 4 or 5 miles from my place. That temple was old and dilapidated. The residents of the place collected funds for its repairs, and a large amount was collected. Arrangement for worship was made, and plans with estimates for repairs were prepared. A rich local man was appointed the treasurer, and the whole work was entrusted to him. He was to keep regular accounts and be honest in all his dealings. He was a first-class miser and spent very little for the repairs, which consequently made very little progress. He spent all the funds, swallowed some amount for himself, and spent nothing for his father. He had a sweet tongue and was very clever in offering possible explanations. Regarding the poor and tardy progress of the work, the people went to him and said that unless he lent his helping hand and tried his best, the work would not be complete. They requested him to work out the scheme, and again collected subscriptions and sent them out to him. He received it, but sat as quiet as ever before, without making any progress. After some days, God appeared in his wife's dream and said to her, "You get up, build a dome of the temple, and I will give you 100-fold of what you spent." She told this vision to her husband. He was afraid that it would involve him in expenses, and therefore laughed it off, saying that it was a mere dream, a thing not to be relied and acted upon, or else why did not God appear to him in the dream and tell him about it? Was he far off from her? This looks like a bad dream. Having its object in the creation of ill feeling between husband and wife, she had to remain quiet. God does not like big subscriptions and donations collected against the wishes of the donors, but he likes ever-trifling amounts given with love, devotion, and gratitude. Some days after, God again appeared in her dream and said, "Do not bother yourself about your husband and the collections with him. Don't press him to spend any money for the temple. What I want is love and devotion. So give, if you like, anything of your own." She consulted her husband about his vision and decided to give God her ornaments, given by her father. The miser felt disconcerted and decided to cheat even God in this item. He undervalued the ornaments at rupees 1,000 and bought them himself, and in lieu of the amount, gave a barren field to God. As endowment or security, the wife agreed to this. The field or land was not his own. It belonged to one poor woman named Devaki, who mortgaged it to him for 200 rupees. She was not able to redeem it for long, so this cunning miser cheated all, his wife, Devaki, and even God. The land was sterile, uncultivated, and worth nothing, and yielded nothing, even in the best season. Thus ended this transaction, and the land was given to the possession of the poor priest, who was pleased with the endowment. Some time later, strange things happened. There was a terrific storm and a heavy downpour. Lightning struck the house of the miser when he and his wife both died. Baki also breathed her last. In the next life, a rich miser was born at Mathura in a Brahmin family who was named Veer Bhadraka. His devout wife was born as the daughter of the priest of the temple and was named Gauri. The woman, the Baki, mortgager, was born as a male in the family of the Guru at the temple and was named Chen Basapa. The priest was a friend of mine. He often came to me, chatted, and spoke with me. His daughter, Gauri, was also devoted to me. She was growing fast, and her father was seeking a good husband for her. I told him not to worry about this, as the bridegroom himself would come seeking her. Then there came a poor boy named Veer Bhadraka, wandering and begging his bride to the priest's house. With my consent, Gauri was given in marriage to him. He was also devoted to me initially, as I recommended his marriage with Gauri, but later became mine. Even in this new life, he was hankering after money, and asked me to help him to get it, as he was leading a married life in his life. Strange things happened. There was a sudden rise in prices. By Gauri's luck, there was a demand for land, and the land was sold for 1 lakh of rupees, 100 times the worth of her money. Half the amount was paid in cash, and the remaining was to be paid in 25 installments or 2,000 rupees each. All agreed to this transaction but began to quarrel over money. They came to me for consultation. I told them that the property belonged to God and was vested in this priest, and that Gauri was his sole heiress and proprietress, and no amount should be spent without her consent, and that her husband had no right whatsoever to the amount. On hearing my opinion, Veerabhadrapa was annoyed with me and said that I wanted to establish Gauri's claim and embezzle her property. On hearing his words, I remembered God and kept quiet. Veerabhadrapa scolded his wife, Gauri, and she came to me at noon and requested me not to mind the words of others and not to discard her, as she was my daughter. As she thus sought my protection, I gave her a pledge that I would cross 7 seas to help her. Then, that night, Gauri had a vision. Mahadev appeared in her dream and said, "The whole money is yours. Do not give anything to anybody. Spend some amount for temple purposes in consultation with Chen Bazapa, and if you want to use it for some other purpose, consult Baba in the masjid, myself." Gauri told me the vision, and I gave her proper advice in the matter. I told her to take the principal or capital amount, give half the amount of interest to Chen Bazapa, and that Veerabhadrapa had nothing to do with the matter. While I was talking, both Veerabhadrapa and Chen Bazapa came there quarreling. I tried my best to pacify them and told them God's vision to Gauri. Veerabhadrapa got wild and angry and threatened to kill Chen Bazapa, cutting him to pieces. When the latter was timid, he caught my feet and sought refuge in me. I pledged myself to save him from the wrath of his foe. Then, after some time, Veerabhadrapa died and was born as a snake, and Chen Bazapa died and was born as a frog. On hearing the croaking of Chen Bazapa and remembering my pledge, I came up here, saved him, and kept my word. God runs to his devotees for help in times of danger. He saved Chen Bazapa, the frog, by sending me here. All this is God's Leela or sport. The moral. The moral of the story is that one has to read what one says, and there is no escape unless one suffers and squares up to one's old debts and dealings with others. And that greed for money drags the greedy man to the lowest level, and ultimately brings destruction for him and others. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Om Sai Ram. In this chapter, it explains the Karma Siddhanta. A rich miser who is named as Veerabhadrapa, he don't want to spend money for the development of the temple. He took the funds of the village, but he never used, and he gave some money for his welfare also. So because of this, his wife is very devoted to Lord Shiva. So Lord Shiva appeared in her dream and asked her to donate some of amount from her pocket, and he said that he will give 100 times to that. So she offered her jewelry, but her husband, being a greedy person, he didn't allow her to give exact amount. He told that the amount is 1,000 rupees. So instead of giving that 1,000 rupees also, he had given one land to the Shiva temple. So he cheated the mortgage lady Dukki and then the Lord Shiva and wife. Because of this karma, is once this life ends, next life, this Veerabhadrapa born as a poor Brahmin, and he went to the same temple as a beggar. When he was sitting as a beggar in front of the same Shiva temple, the priest saw that person who know the all Vedas and everything. He felt very happy and he married his own daughter to him. This daughter is previous life Veerabhadra's wife only. This is a karma relation. And the Dukki who has donated the land was born as a son to the Guru. He is Channabasopa. So in this life also, because of the previous life karma, this Veerabhadrapa and Channabasopa are interested to get the money from the same land, what they have donated in the previous life. As Lord Shiva promised, this life, the land has increased, the cost has come to 1 lakh. As Lord Shiva said, she spent 1,000 rupees in the previous life. This time, the land came for 1 lakh rupees. So, Veerabhadrapa, being a poor Brahmin, he wanted to procure all the money. But Channabasopa, being a person who has shared for the Guru's son, who has share for the Seva temple's property, he asked for few amount from this 1 lakh rupees. But Veerabhadrappa don't want to agree. So everybody went to Baba. Baba said, give some amount from the interest and some amount of the interest for the welfare of the temple. But Veerabhadrappa got very angry, but Lord Shiva appeared in this priest's daughter's dream and said the same. But Veerabhadrappa, being a greedy person, he started fighting with Channabasappa. Afterwards, because of this, they born as a Veerabhadrappa born as a snake and Channabasappa born as a frog. Here Channabasappa kept on thinking about Veerabhadrappa, who is bad quality, who is having bad qualities. Because of this karma and because of the fighting attitude, they born as animals in the next birth. Thank you. Om Sai Ram.
Chapter 48. Warding of devotees' calamities, story of Shivadi, Sapat Maker. At the commencement of this chapter, someone asked Hemant Pant whether Sai Baba was a guru or Sadguru. In order to answer the question, Hemant Pant describes the signs of marks of a Sadguru as follows. Signs of Sadguru. He who teaches us Ved and Vedanta or the 6 Shastras, he who controls the breath or brands his body with mudras, metallic marks of Vishnu's weapons, or gives pleasing discourses regarding Brahma, he who gives mantras, sacred syllables, to the disciples and orders them to chant the same a certain number of times but does not assure them any result in a definite time, he who by his lengthy gross knowledge explains beautifully the ultimate principle but has himself got no experience or self-realization is not a Sadguru, but he who by his discourse creates in us a distaste for the enjoyments of this world and the next and gives us a taste of self-realization, who is well versed in both the theoretical and practical knowledge, deserves to be called a Sadguru. How can he who is himself devoid of self-realization give it to the disciples? A Sadguru does not ever in his dream expect any service or profit from his disciples. On the contrary, he wishes to serve them. He does not think that he is great and the disciple small. Not only he loves him as his son, but regards him as equal to himself or as Brahma. The main characteristic of a Sadguru is that he is the abode of peace. He is never restless nor ruffled. He has no pride of his learning. The poor and the rich, the small and the great are the same to him. Hemant Pant thinks that on account of the store or accumulation of merits in his past births, he had the good fortune of meeting and being blessed by such a Sadguru as Sai Baba. Even in full youth, he hoarded nothing except shilling perhaps. He had no family, no friend, no home, nor any support. Since he was 18, his control of mind was perfect and extraordinary. He lived fearlessly in secluded places and always abided in his self. On seeing the pure attachment of his devotees, he always acted in their interest and hence he was in a way dependent on them. What experience he gave to his devotees while he was living in flesh are felt even today after his Mahasamadhi by those who attach themselves to him. What the devotees have to do is this: they have to trim their heart lamp of faith and devotion and burn in it wicks of love, and when this is done, the flame of knowledge, self-realization will be lit up and shine bright. Mere knowledge without love is dry. Nobody wants such knowledge. Without love, there is no contentment. So, we should have unbroken and unbounded love. How can we praise love? Everything is insignificant before it. Without love, our reading, hearing, and the study are of no avail. In the wake of love come devotion, dispassion, peace, and liberation with all their treasures.
We do not get love for anything unless we feel earnestly about it. So, where there is real yearning, God manifests Himself. It includes love and it is the means of liberation. Now, let us revert to the main story of this chapter. A man should go to a true saint with a pure mind or even otherwise fraudulently and hold his faith. Ultimately, he is sure to be saved. This is illustrated by the following stories. Mr. Shevade, Mr. Sapetnikar of Akkalkot, Solapur district was studying law. A co-student, Mr. Shevade, met him. Other fellow students also got together and compared notes of their study. It was found by the questions and answers amongst themselves that Mr. Shevade was the least prepared of all for the examination, and therefore all the students derided him. But he said that though he was not prepared, he was sure to pass the examination, as his Sai Baba was there to get him through it successfully. Mr. Sapekar was surprised at this remark. He took Mr. Shevade aside and asked him who the Sai Baba is whom he extolled so high. He replied, there lives in a masjid in Shirdi, Ahmednagar district, a fakir. He is a great Satpurush. There may be other signs, but this one is unique. Unless there is a great store of merits on one's account, one cannot see him. I fully believe in him, and what he says will never be untrue. He has assured me that I will pass definitely the next year, and I am confident that I will get through the final examination by his grace. Mr. Sapekar laughed at his friend's confidence and jeered at him and Baba. Later, when Shevade passed his exam successfully, it made Sapekar quite surprised. Mr. Sapekar passed his examination, settled at Akkalkot, and practiced as a pleader there. 10 years after this, that is in 1913, he lost his only son on account of a throat disease. This broke his heart. He sought relief by making a pilgrimage to Pandapur, Gangapur, other holy places. He got no peace of mind. Then he read Vedanta, which also did not help him. In the meanwhile, he remembered Mr. Shevade's remarks and his faith in Baba. He thought that he too should go to Shirdi and see Baba. He went to Shirdi with his younger brother Pandit Rao and was much pleased to see Baba from a distance. When he went near and prostrated himself and placed a coconut before Baba with feeling of devotion, the latter at once cried out, "Get away, Sapekar," hung down his head, moved back and sat aside. He wanted to consult somebody who would advise him how to proceed. Somebody mentioned Bala Shimpi's name. Sapekar saw him and sought his help. They bought Baba's photos and came with them to the masjid. Bala Shimpi took a photo in his hand, gave it to Baba and asked him whose photo it was. Baba said that this photo was of the Yar, a lover of him, pointing to Sapekar. Saying this, Baba laughed and all others joined. Bala asked Baba the significance of the laugh and beckoned Sapekar to come forward and take darshan. When Sapekar began to prostrate himself, Baba again cried, "Get out." Sapekar did not know what to do. Then they both joined their hands and sat before Baba praying. Baba finally ordered Sapekar to clear out immediately. Both were sad and dejected. As Baba's order had to be obeyed, Sapekar left Shirdi with a heavy heart, praying that he should be allowed to take darshan next time. Mrs. Sapekar, 1 year elapsed. Still his mind was not at peace. He went to Gangapur, where he felt more restless. Then he went to Madhagan for rest and finally decided to go to Kashi. 2 days before starting, his wife got a vision. In her dream, she was going with a picture to Lakkad Shah's well. There a fakir with a piece of cloth tied around his head, sitting at the foot of the neem tree, came close to her and said, "My dear Lassi, why get exhausted for nothing? I get your pitcher filled with pure water." She was afraid of the fakir and hastened back with the empty pitcher. Fakir followed her. At this, she woke up and opened her eyes. She told this vision to her husband. They thought that this was an auspicious sign and they both left for Shirdi. When they reached the masjid, Baba was absent. He had gone to Lendi. They waited till his return. When he returned, she was surprised to see that the fakir she saw in her vision exactly resembled Baba. She reverentially prostrated herself before Baba
and sat down looking at him. On seeing her humility, Baba was much pleased and began to tell a story in his peculiar characteristic manner to a third party. He said, "My arms, abdomen and waist have been paining for a long time. I took many medicines. The pains did not abate. I got sick of the medicines as they gave me no relief. But I am surprised to see now that all the pains have disappeared at once. Though no name was mentioned, it was the story of Mrs. Sapekar herself. Her pains as described by Baba left her soon and she was happy." Then Mr. Sapekar went ahead to take darshan. He was again welcomed with the former get out. This time he was more penitent and persevering. He said that Baba's displeasure was due to his past deeds and resolved to make amends for the same. He determined to see Baba alone and ask his pardon for his past actions. He placed his head on Baba's feet and Baba placed his hand on him and Sapekar sat stroking Baba's leg. Then a shepherdess came and sat massaging Baba's back. Baba, in his characteristic way, began to tell the story of Ebania. He related the various vicissitudes of all his life, including the death of his only son. Sapekar was surprised to see that the story which Baba related was his own, and he wondered how Baba knew every detail of it. He came to understand that he was omniscient and knew the hearts of all. When this thought crossed his mind, Baba, still addressing the shepherdess and pointing to Sapekar, said, "This fellow blames me and charges me with the killing of his son. Do I kill people's children? Why does this fellow come to the masjid and cry? Now I will do this. I will again bring that very child back in his wife's womb." With these words, he placed his blessing hand on his head and comforted him, saying, "These feet are old and holy. You are carefree now. Place entire faith in me and you will soon get your object." Sapekar was much moved with emotion. He bathed Baba's feet with his tears and then returned to his residence. Then he made preparations for worship and Naivedya and came with his wife to masjid. He offered all this to Baba and accepted prasad from him. There was a crowd in the masjid and Sapekar went there and saluted Baba again and again. On seeing heads clashing against heads, Baba said to Sapekar, "Oh, why do you prostrate yourself now and then? One namaskar offered with love and humility is enough." Then Sapekar witnessed that night the Chavdi procession described earlier. In that procession, Baba looked like veritable Pandurang, Vithal. At the parting next day, Sapekar thought that he should first pay 1 rupee as dakshina, and if Baba asked again, instead of saying no, he should pay 1 more, reserving with him sufficient amount as expenses for the journey. When he went to the masjid and offered 1 rupee, Baba asked for another as per his intention, and when it was paid, Baba blessed him, saying, "Take the coconut, put in your wife's upper fold of her sari, and go away without the least anxiety." He did so, and within a year a son was born to him, and with an infant of 8 months, the couple came to Shirdi, placed him at Baba's feet, and prayed thus, "O Sainath, we do not know how to repay your obligations. Therefore, we prostrate ourselves before you. Bless us, poor helpless fellows, henceforth. Let your holy feet be our sole refuge. Many thoughts and ideas trouble us in waking and dream states. So turn away your minds from them to your bhajan and bless us." The son was named Muralidhar. 2 others, Bhaskar and Dinkar, were born afterwards. Sapekar couple thus realized that Baba's words were never untrue and unfilled. Both Sri Sai, peace to be all.
In this chapter, Sapekar had a negative thought that Baba killed his son because he is not having proper knowledge that everybody has to face the karma cycle. His son was passed away because of his karma. He didn't understand that because of this negative thought, he suffered a lot. He tried to go everywhere, but it had not helped him. Finally, Baba changed his manas and he removed his karma, and he has blessed him to get kids. Thank you. Om Sai Ram.
Chapter 49. Stories of Hari Kanova, Samadhi Swami, Nana Sahib Chandorkar. Preliminary.
When even the Vedas and the Puranas cannot sufficiently praise, describe Brahma or Sadguru, then how can we ignorant describe our Sadguru? Sri Sai Baba, we think that it is better for us to keep quiet in this matter. In reality, the observance of the vow of silence is the best way of praising the Sadguru. But the divine qualities of Sai Baba make us forget our vow of silence and inspire us to open our mouth. Tasteful dishes lose their taste if there is no company of friends and relatives to partake the dishes with us. But when they join us, the dishes acquire additional flavor. The same is the case with the Sai Leela Amrit, the nectar in the form of Sai's Leelas. This nectar we cannot partake alone. Friends and brothers have to join us. The more, the better. It is Sai Baba himself who inspires these stories and gets them written as he desires. Our duty is to surrender completely to him and meditate on him. Practicing penance is better than pilgrimage, vow, sacrifice and charity. Worshipping Hari Lord is better than penance, and meditation on Sadguru is the best of all. We have therefore to chant Sai's name, thinking over his sayings in our mind, meditate on his form, feel true love for him in our heart, and do all our actions for his sake. There is no better means than this for snapping the bondage of this sansara. If we can do our duty on our part, as stated above, Sai is bound to help and liberate us. Now we revert to the stories of this chapter. Harikanoba, a gentleman of Bombay named Harikanoba, heard from his friends and relatives many leaders of Baba. He did not believe in them as he had a doubting mind. He wanted to see Baba himself, so he came to Shirdi with some Mumbai friends. He wore a lace-bordered turban on his head and a new pair of sandals on his feet. On seeing Baba from a distance, he thought of going to him and prostrating himself before him. He did not know what to do about his new sandals. After going to one corner in the open courtyard, he placed them there and went in the masjid and had Baba's darshan. He made a reverential bow to Baba, took Udi and Prasad from Baba and returned. When he reached the corner, he found to his utter dismay that his sandals had disappeared. He searched for them in vain and returned to his lodging very much dejected. He bathed, offered, worshipped Anivedya and sat down for meals. But all this while he was thinking about nothing but his sandals. After finishing his meals, he came out to wash his hands when he saw a Maratha boy coming towards him. He held in his hand a stick at the end of which was hanging a pair of new sandals. He said to the man who had come out to wash their hands that Baba sent him with this stick in the hand and asked him to go on the streets crying, Harika Beta, Jarika Beta, and that if anybody claims these sandals, first assure yourself that his name is Hari and that he is the son of Ka, that is Kanoba, and that he wears a lace-bordered turban, and then give them over to him. On hearing this, Hari Kanoba was pleasantly surprised. He went ahead to the boy and claimed the sandals as his own. He said to the boy that his name was Hari and that he was the son of Ka Kanoba and showed him his lace-bordered turban. The boy was satisfied and returned the sandals to him. Hari Kanoba wondered in his mind that his lace-bordered turban was visible to all and Baba might have seen it. But how could he know that his name was Hari and that he was the son of Kanoba, as this was his first trip to Shirdi? He came there with the sole object of testing Baba, and with no other motive, he came to know by this incident that Baba was a great Satpurush. He got what he wanted and returned home well pleased. Somadev Swami. Now hear the story of another man who came to try Baba. Bhaiji, brother of Kaka Sahib Dixit, was staying in Nagpur. When he had gone to Himalayas in 1906, he made an acquaintance with one Somadev Swami of Haridwar at Uttarkashi down the Gangotri valley. Both took down each other's names in their diaries. 5 years later, Somadev Swami came to Nagpur and was Bhaiji's guest. There he was pleased to hear Leelas of Baba, and a strong desire arose in his mind to go to Shirdi and see him. He got a letter of introduction from Bhaiji and left for Shirdi. After passing Magmat and Kopargaon, he took a tanga and drove to Shirdi. As he came near Shirdi, he saw 2 flags floating high over the masjid in Shirdi. Generally, we find different behavior, different mode of living, and different outward paraphernalia with different saints. But these outward signs should never be our standards to judge the worth of a saint. But with Somadev Swami, it was different. As soon as he saw the flags flying, he thought, why should a saint take a liking for the flags? Does this denote sainthood? It implies the saint's hankering after fame. Thinking thus, he wished to cancel the Shirdi trip and said to his fellow travelers that he would go back. Then they said to him, then why did you come so far? If your mind became restless by the mere sight of the flags, how much more agitated would you be on seeing the rug, the palanquin, the horse, and all other paraphernalias in Shirdi? The Swami got more confounded and said, not sadhu with horses, palanquins, and tom-toms have I seen, and it is better for me to return than visit such a sadhu. After saying this, he started to return. The fellow travelers pressed him not to do so, but to proceed. They asked him to stop this his inconsistent way of thinking and told him that the sadhu, that is Baba, did not care a bit for the flags and other paraphernalia, nor for the name. It was the people, his devotees, who kept up all this paraphernalia out of love and devotion to him. Finally, he was persuaded to continue his journey, go to Shirdi and see Baba. When he went and saw Baba from the courtyard, he melted inside, his eyes were full of tears, his throat was choked, and all his evil and crooked thoughts vanished. He remembered his Guru saying that this is our abode and place of rest, where the mind is most pleased and settled. He wished to roll himself in the dust at Baba's feet, and when he approached Baba, the latter got wild and cried aloud, let all our humbug be with us. You go back to your home, beware. If you come back to this masjid again, why take the darshan of one who flies a flag over his masjid? Is this a sign of sainthood? Remain here not a moment. The Swami was taken aback by surprise. He realized that Baba read his heart and spoke it out, how omniscient he was. He knew that he was the least intelligent and that Baba was noble and pure. He saw Baba embracing somebody, touching somebody with his hand, comforting others, staring kindly at some, laughing at others, giving Udi Prasad to some, and thus pleasing and satisfying all. Why should he alone be dealt so harshly? After thinking seriously, he came to realize that Baba's conduct responded exactly to his inner thought, and that he should take a lesson from this and improve, and that Baba's wrath was a blessing in disguise. It is needless to say that later on, his faith in Baba was confirmed, and he became a staunch devotee of Baba. Nana Sahib Chandorkar. Hemarpan concludes this chapter with the story of Nana Sahib Chandorkar. Nana Sahib was once sitting in the masjid with Mahanspati and others. A Mohammedan gentleman from Bijapur came with his family to see Baba. On seeing veiled ladies with him, Nana Sahib wanted to go away, but Baba prevented him from doing so. The ladies came and took the darshana of Baba, but one of the ladies removed her veil for saluting Baba's feet. Nana Sahib, who had a glimpse of her face, was so much smitten with her beauty that he wished to see her face again. Knowing Nana's restlessness of mind, Baba spoke to him after the lady had left the place. Nana, why are you getting agitated and vain? Let the senses do their allotted work or duty. We should not meddle with their work. God has created this beautiful world, and it is our duty to appreciate its beauty. The mind will get steady and calm, slowly and gradually. When the front door was open, why go by the back one? When the heart is pure, there is no difficulty whatsoever. Why should one be afraid of anyone if there is no evil thought in us? The eyes may do their work. Why should you feel shy and tottering? Shama was there and he could not follow the meaning of what Baba said. So he asked Nana about this on the way home. Nana told him about his restlessness at the sight of the beautiful lady, how Baba knew it and advised him about it. Nana explained Baba's meaning as follows, that our mind is fickle by nature. It should not be allowed to get wild. The senses may get restless. The body, however, should be held in check and not allowed to be impatient. Senses run after objects of desire, but we should not follow them and crave for them. By slow and gradual practice, restlessness can be conquered. We should not be swayed by the senses, though they cannot be completely controlled. We should curb them rightly and properly, according to the need of the occasion. Beauty is the subject of sight. We may fearlessly look at the beauty of objects. There is no room for shyness or fear. Only we should never entertain evil thoughts, making the mind desireless, observe God's works of beauty. In this way, the senses will be easily and naturally controlled, and even in enjoying objects, you will be reminded of God. If the outer senses are not held in check, and if the mind be allowed to run after objects and be attached to them, our cycle of births and deaths will not come to an end. With vivek, discrimination, as a charioteer, we will control the mind and shall not allow the senses to go astray. With such a charioteer, we reach the Vishnupada, the final abode of our real home, from where there is no return. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
In this chapter, Baba described how to control the mind and the importance of controlling mind for attaining self-realization. And also Baba shown his powers like omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, and all-pervasive. Thank you. Om Sai.
Om Sai. Chapter 50. Stories of Kaka Sahib Dixit, Sri Tempe Swami, Balaram Durandar. Chapter 50 of the original Satcharithra has been incorporated in chapter 39 as it dealt with the same subject matter. Now chapter 51 of the Satcharithra has been treated here as chapter 50. This chapter gives the stories of Kaka Sahib Dixit, Sri Tempe Swami and Balaram Durandar. Preliminary, victory be unto Sai, who is the mainstay of the Bhaktas, who is our Sadguru, who expounds the meaning of Gita and who gives us all powers. O Sai, look favorably on us and bless us all. The sandalwood tree grows on Malaya mountains and ward of heat. The clouds pour their rainwater and thereby cool and refresh all people. The flowers blossom in the spring and enable us to worship God. Therewith, so the stories of Sai Baba come forth in the order to give solace and comfort to the readers. Both those who tell and those who hear the stories of Baba are blessed and holy. It is a well-established fact that though we try hundreds of means of sadhanas, we do not attain spiritual goal of life unless a Sadguru blesses us with his grace. Hear the following story in illustration of this statement. Kaka Sahib Dixit. Mr. Hari Sitaram, alias Kaka Sahib Dixit, was born in 1864 in Vadanagar district in a Brahmin family at Khandwa, Central Province. His primary education was done at Khandwa, Higangarh, and secondary education in Nagpur. He came to Mumbai for higher education and studied first in Wilson College and then in Alfriston College. After graduation in 1883, he passed his LLB and solicitors examinations, and then he served in the firm of government solicitors Mrs. Little and Company, and then after some time started a solicitor's firm of his own. But before 1909, Sai Baba's name was not familiar to Kaka Sahib, but after that he soon became his great devotee. While he was staying at Lonavala, he happened to see his old friend Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar. Both spent some time in talking about many things. Kaka Sahib described to him how while he was boarding a train in London, he met with an accident in which his foot slipped and was injured. Hundreds of remedies gave him no relief. Nana Sahib then told him that if he wished to get rid of the pain and lameness of his leg, he should go to his Sadguru Sai Baba. He also gave him all particulars of Sai Baba and mentioned to him Sai Baba's dictum. I draw to me my man from far on, or even across the seven seas like a sparrow with a string fastened to its feet. He also made it clear to him that if he was not Baba's man, he would not be attracted to him and give him darshana. Kaka Sahib was pleased to hear all this and said to Nana Sahib that he would go to Baba, see him and pray to him to cure not much his lame leg but bring round his lame fickle mind and give him eternal bliss. Sometime after Kaka Sahib went to Ahmednagar and stayed with Siddhar Kaka Sahib Miracle in connection with securing votes for a seat in Mumbai Legislative Council. Mr. Bala Sahib Miracle, son of Kaka Sahib Miracle, who was a Mamladar of Kopurgan, also came at that time to Ahmednagar in connection with a horse exhibition there. After the election business was over, Kaka Sahib Dixit wanted to go to Shirdi, and both the Miracles, father and son, were also thinking about a fit and proper person as a guide, with whom he should be sent there. There Sai Baba was arranging things for his reception. Shama got a telegram from his father-in-law at Ahmednagar stating that his wife was seriously ill and that he should come to see her with his wife. Shama, with Baba's permission, went there and saw his mother-in-law and found her improving and better. Nana Sahib Bhanse and Appa Sahib Gadre happened to see Shama on their way to exhibition, and they told him to go to Mirik's house, see Kaka Sahib Dixit there, and take him to Shirdi along with him. Kaka Sahib Dixit and Mirik's were also informed of Shama's arrival. In the evening, Shama came to Mirik's, who introduced him to Kaka Sahib. They arranged that Shama should leave for Kopergaon and Kaka Sahib by 10 o'clock night train. After this was settled, a curious thing happened. Bala Sahib Mirikal threw aside the veil or covering on Baba's big portrait and shouted, saying to Kaka Sahib, he was surprised to see that whom he was going to meet at Shirdi was already there in the form of his portrait to greet him. At this juncture, he was much moved and made his prostration before the portrait. This portrait belonged to Megha. The glass over it was broken and it was sent to Mirikals for repair. The necessary repairs had been already made and it was decided to return the portrait with Kaka Sahib and Shama. Before 10 o'clock, they went to the station and booked their passage. When the train arrived, they found that the second class was overcrowded and that there was no room for them. Fortunately, the guard of the train turned out to be an acquaintance of Kaka Sahib and he put them up in the first class. Thus they travelled comfortably and alighted at Kopergaon. The joy knew no bounds when they saw their Nana Sahib Chandrakar, who was also bound for Shirdi. Kaka Sahib and Nana Sahib embraced each other, and then after bathing in the sacred Godavari river, they started for Shirdi. After coming there and getting Baba's darshan, Kaka Sahib's mind was melted, his eyes were full of tears and he was overflowing with joy. Baba said to him that he was also waiting for him and had sent Shama ahead to receive him. Kaka Sahib then passed many happy years in Baba's company. He built a Vada in Shirdi, which he made as his more or less the permanent home. The experiences he got from Baba are so manifold that it is not possible to relate them all here. The readers are advised to read a special Kaka Sahib Dixit number of Sri Sai Leela Maxi, volume 12, number 69. We close this account with the mention of one fact only. Baba had comforted him by saying that in the end he will take him in an air coach Viman that will secure him a happy bed. This came out true on the 5th July 1926. He was traveling in the train with Himatpan and talking about Sai Baba. He seemed deeply engrossed in Sai Baba. All of a sudden, he threw his neck on Himatpan's shoulder and breathed his last with no trace of pain and uneasiness. Sri Tembe Swami. We come to the next story which shows how saints love each other with fraternal affection. One Sri Vasudevanand Saraswati, known as Sri Tembe Swami, encamped at Raja Mahendri, Andhra County, on banks of the Godavari. He was devout Orthodox Dhyani and Yogi Bhakta of Dattatreya. One Mr. Pundalika Rao, pleader of Nanda Nizam's team, went to see him with some friends. While they were talking with him, the names of Shirdi and Sai Baba were quite casually mentioned. Hearing Baba's name, the Swami joined hands and with reverence and taking a coconut gave it to Pundalika Rao and said to him, offer this to my brother Sai with my pranam and request him not to forget me, but ever love me. He also added that Swamis do not generally bow to others, but in this case an exception had to be made. Mr. Pundalika Rao consented to take the coconut and his message to Baba. The Swami was right in calling Baba a brother, for as he maintained an Agnihotra sacred fire day and night in his orthodox fashion, Baba too kept his Agnihotra, that is Duni, ever burning in the masjid. After 1 month, Pundalika Rao and others left for Shirdi with the coconut and reached Madman, and as they felt thirsty, they went to the rivulet for drinking water. As water should not be drunk on an empty stomach, they took out some refreshments, that is chivda, flattened rice mixed with spice. The chivda tasted most pungent, and in order to soften it, someone suggested broke the coconut and mix its scrapings with it. Thus they made the chivda more tasty and palatable. Unfortunately, the coconut turned out to be the same that was entrusted to Pundalika Rao. As they neared Shirdi, Pundalika Rao remembered the trust, that is the coconut and was very sorry to learn that it was broken and consumed. He came to Shirdi and saw Baba. Baba had already received a wireless message regarding the coconut from Tembe Swami and himself asked Pundalika Rao first to give the thing sent by his brother. He held fast Baba's feet, confessed his guilt and negligence, repented and asked for Baba's pardon. He offered to give another fruit as a substitute, but Baba refused to accept it, saying that the worth of that coconut was far more than that of an ordinary one and that it could not be replaced by another. Baba also added, now you need not worry about yourself anymore about the matter. It was on account of my wish that the coconut was entrusted to you and ultimately broken on the way. Why should you take the responsibility of the actions on you? Do not entertain the sense of doership in doing good as well as for bad deeds. Be entirely prideless and egoless in all things, and thus your spiritual progress will be rapid. What a beautiful spiritual instruction Baba gave. Balaram Durandar, 1878-1925. Mr. Balaram Durandar belonged to Pathare Prabhu community of Santa Cruz, Mumbai. He was an advocate of Mumbai High Court and sometime principal of Government Law School, Mumbai. The whole Durandar family was pious and religious. Mr. Balaram served his community and wrote and published an account of it. He then turned his attention to spiritual and religious matter. He studied Gita carefully and its commentary, Dhyaneshwari, and others philosophical and metaphysical works. He was a devotee of Vithoba of Pandharpur. He came in contact with Sai Baba in 1912. 6 months earlier, his brother Babulji and Vaman Rao came to Shirdi and took Baba's darshana. They returned home and mentioned their sweet experience to Balaram and other members. Then they all decided to see Sai Baba. Before they came to Shirdi, Baba declared openly that today many of my Darbar people are coming. The Durandar brothers were astonished to hear this remark of Baba from others, as they had not given any previous intimation of their trip. All other people prostrated themselves before Baba and sat talking with him. Baba said to them, these are my Darbar people whom I referred to before, and said to Durandar brothers, we have been with each other for last 60 generations. All the brothers were gentle and modest. They stood with joined hands looking at Baba's feet. All the sattvic emotions such as tears, choking, etc. moved them, and they were all happy. Then they went to the lodging, took their meals, and after taking a little rest again came back to the masjid. Balaram sat near Baba, massaging his legs. Baba, who was smoking the chillum, advanced towards him and beckoned him to smoke it. Balaram was not accustomed to smoking. Still he accepted the pipe, smoked it with great difficulty, and returned it reverentially. This was the most auspicious moment for Balaram. He was suffering from asthma for 6 years. This smoke completely cured him of the disease, which never troubled him again. Some 6 years later, on a particular day, he again got an attack of asthma. This was precisely the time when Baba took his Mahasmati. The day of this visit was a Thursday, and Durandar brothers had a good fortune of witnessing the Chowdi procession that night. At the Aarti function in Chowdi, Balaram saw the glow of Pandurang on Baba's face, and next morning at the carpet Aarti time, the same phenomena, the same luster of the beloved deity Pandurang was visible again on Baba's face. Mr. Balaram Durandar wrote in Marathi the life of Maharashtra Saint Tukaram, but he did not survive to see its publication. It was published later on by his brothers in 1928. In a short note on Balaram's life given in the beginning of that book, the above account of Balaram's visit has been fully corroborated by page 6 of the book. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Baba used to remove the karma of his devotees by grinding the wheat. He used to attract the sins, sorrows, physical and mental afflictions of his devotees to this wheat, and he used to churn that. And Baba used to do smoke chillum. With this also he used to remove the burn the karmas of the devotees. Baba used to do begging of food. In this way also he removed the karmas of the devotees. Thank you. Om Sai.
Epilogue. We have done with chapter 51 and now we come to the last chapter, number 52 in the original. In this, Hemadpant gave his concluding remarks and promised to give an index, giving the contents of all the chapters in verse as is given in Marathi sacred book, but unfortunately the index was not found in Hemadpant's paper. It was therefore composed and supplied by an able and worthy devotee of Sai Baba, Mr. B.V. Dev, retired Mamladar of Thana. As we give in English books and index at the beginning and contents of each chapter as its top, we need not consider the last chapter as index here, and so we consider this chapter as the epilogue. Unfortunately, Hemadpant did not survive to revise the manuscript of this chapter and make it ready for the press. When it was sent to the press, Mr. Dev found it to be incomplete and unintelligible in certain places, but it had to be published as it was found. The main topics therein are briefly given below. Greatness of Sadguru Sai, we prostrate ourselves before and take refuge in that Samarat who besets all animate and inanimate things in the universe, who pervades all creatures equally without any differentiation. To him all devotees are alike, and who knows not honor and dishonor, like or dislike. If we remember him and surrender to him, he fulfills all our wishes and makes us attain the goal of life. This ocean of mundane existence is very hard to cross. Waves of attachments beat high against the bank of bad thoughts and break down trees of fortitude. The breeze of egoism blows with force and makes the ocean rough and agitated. Crocodiles in the form of anger and hatred move there fearlessly. Eddies in the form of the idea, I and mine, and other doubts whirl there incessantly. And innumerable fishes in the form of censure, hate, and jealousy play there. Though the ocean is so fierce and terrible, Sadguru Sai is its ghastly destroyer, and devotees of Sai have the least fear of it. Our Sadguru is the boat which will safely take us across this ocean. Prayer. Now we fall before Sai Baba and holding his feet, make the following prayer for the public. Let not our mind wander and desire anything except thee. Let this word Satcharithra be in every house, and let it be studied daily. Let it ward off all calamities of those who study it regularly with reverence. Phala Shruti, reward of study. Now a few words about the reward you get from this work. After bathing in the sacred Godavari and after taking the darshana of Samadhi in the Samadhi Mandira Shirdi, you should read or hear Satcharithra. If you do this, all your threefold afflictions will vanish. Casually thinking about the stories of Sai, you will get interested in spiritual life, and if you go through it with love and reverence, all your sins will be destroyed. If you wish to get rid of the cycle of births and deaths, read Sai's stories and remember him always, and get yourself devoted to his feet. If you dive into the sea of Sai's stories and then give them out to others, you will get an ever new flavor of them and save the hearers from future misery. If you go on meditating on Sai's form, it will in course of time lead you into self-realization. It is very hard to know or realize the nature of self or Brahma, but if you approach through the Sagun Brahma Sai's form, your progress will be easy. If the devotee completely surrenders himself to him, he will lose his individual ego and be merged in him and be one with him, as a river becomes one with the sea. If you thus become merged with him in any of the three states, viz. Waking, dream, and sleep, you get rid of the bond of samsara. If anybody after bathing reads this with love and faith and completes it within a week, his calamities will disappear. Or if he hears or reads it daily and regularly, all his dangers will be warded off. He will get the reward according to his faith and devotion. Without these, there will be no experiences of any kind. If you read this with reverence, Sai will be pleased, and by removing your ignorance and poverty, will give you knowledge, wealth, and prosperity. With concentrated mind, if you read a chapter daily, it will give you unbounded happiness. One who has his own welfare at heart should study it carefully, and then he will ever remember Sai gratefully and joyfully birth after birth. This work should be read at home, especially on Guru Purnima, Ashta Full Moon Day, Gokul Ashtami, Ram Nami, and Dasara, Baba's Punyatithi. If you study this one book carefully, all your desires will be satisfied, and you always remember Sai's feet in your heart, you will easily cross Bhava, worldly illusion sagar. By its study, the diseased and the sick will get health, the poor wealth, and the mean and the afflicted the prosperity, and the mind will get rid of all futile ideas and get steadiness. Dear devoted readers and listeners, we also bow to you all and make you a special request. Never forget him, whose stories you have read day by day or month by month. The more fervently you read or listen to these stories, the more encouragement Sai gives us to serve you and be of use to you. Both the author and the readers must cooperate in this work, help each other, and be happy. Prasad Yajna. We close this with a prayer to the Almighty for the following prasad of favor. May the readers and the devotees have complete and wholehearted surrender and devotion at Sai's feet. May his form be ever fixed in the eyes, and may they see Sai, the Lord, in all beings. Amen. Bow to Shri Sai. Peace be to all.
11 students studied that.
शिरडी के बाबा के 11
Is there?
Whosoever puts their feet on Shirdi soil, their sufferings will come to an end. The wretched and miserable would rise into plenty of joy and happiness as soon as they climb the steps of my mosque. I shall be ever active and vigorous even after leaving this earthly body. My tongue shall bless and speak to the needs of my devotees. I shall be active and vigorous even from my tomb. My mortal remains would speak from my tomb. I am ever living to help and guide all who come to me, who surrender to me, and who seek refuge in me. If you look at me, I look at you. If you cast your burden on me, I shall surely bear it. If you seek my advice and help, it shall be given to you at once. There shall be no want in the house of my devotees. These are the 11 students of Shirdi Sai. Thank you. Om Sai Ram.
बोलिए श्री सतगुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। मेलबर्न साईनाथ महाराज की जय। अवधूत चिंतन श्री गुरुदेव दत्ता। श्री परम गुरु परमेष्ठी गुरु परात्पर गुरु स्वरूप श्री सद्गुरु साईनाथ शिरडी साईनाथ अनुग्रह कृपा कटाक्ष फल सिद्धि बृहस्पति तेजंशवतारिदत् परम गुरुदेवता नाम स्वरूप श्री सद्गुरु साईनाथाय नमो नमः। मालागमण्डलशेखरणे जलामाडमरोदशोलवजलाकर्मा विराजे ऊंचा द्विहस्तकमले शुभशङ्खचक्र एवा नमो विदहरेशस्वरूप दत्ता। जय जय स्थले आमन जाय मारु ते ते स्थले सद्गुरु रूपतारो जा जा मुको मस्तक हूँ गुरुदेव जा जा पदध्वंजताराज शोभे। अवधूत चिंतन श्री गुरुदेव दत्ता। हरि ओम माइदं विष्णुर्भ्य चक्रमे त्रेधानि दधे पदम् समूढमसि अवाग्भुं सुरेस्ताः त्रीणि पदाभिचक्रमे विष्णुर्भूपादाभ्यः अतो धर्माणि धारयन्नादद्विष्णोः परमं पदघुं सदा पश्यन्ति सूरयः दिवीव चक्षुरादतम्। ॐ दत्तात्रेयाय नमः। ॐ अवधूत चिंतन श्री गुरुदेव दत्ता। ॐ नमो भगवते दत्तात्रेयाय। स्मरणमात्र संतुष्टाय महाभय निवारणाय महाज्ञानप्रदाय चिदानन्दात्मने बालोन्मद पिशाचवेशाय महायोगिने अवधूताय नसोयानन्दवर्धनाय त्रिपुत्राय ॐ भवबन्ध विमोचनाय आमसाध्य साधनाय ह्रीं सर्वविभूतिदाय क्रोमसाध्याकर्षणाय ऐं भागप्रदाय क्लीं जगत्त्रयवशीकरणाय सौः सर्वमनक्षोभणाय श्रीं महासम्पत्प्रदाय ग्लौं भूमण्डलाधिपत्यप्रदाय ध्रां चिरञ्जीविने वषट्वशे कुरु वं षट् आकर्षयाकर्षय हुं विद्वेषय विद्वेषय फट् उच्चाटय ठः स्तम्भय स्तम्भय खैं खैं मारय मारय नमः सम्पन्नय स्वाहा पोषय परमन्त्र परयन्त्र परतन्त्राणि छिन्धि ग्रहान् निवारय व्याधिन् विनाशय दुःखं हर दारिद्र्यं विद्रावय देहं पोषय चित्तं तोषय सर्वमन्त्रस्वरूपाय सर्वयन्त्रस्वरूपाय सर्वतन्त्रस्वरूपाय सर्ववल्लभस्वरूपाय ॐ नमो महासिद्धाय स्वाहा। अवधूत चिंतन श्री गुरुदेव दत्ता। मालागमण्डलशेखरणे जलामाडमरोदशोलवजलाकर्मा विराजे ऊंचाद्विहस्तकमले शुभशङ्खचक्र एवा नमो विदहरेशस्वरूप दत्ता। जय जय स्थले आमन जाय मारो ते ते स्थले सद्गुरु रूपधारो जा जा मुको मस्तक हूँ गुरुदेव जा जा पदध्वंजताराज शोभे। अवधूत चिंतन श्री गुरुदेव दत्ता। अलाख निरंजन ओम दत्तात्रेयाय नमो नमः। बोलिए सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की।
अनंतकोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक राजाधिराज योगीराज परब्रह्म श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। नमो नमः। गुरु पूर्णिमायाम अंतर्गत श्री गुरु चरित्र चरणामृत भाग्यान देवतानां सद्गुरु साईनाथ कृपा चरणकमले समर्पितमस्तु।
संता मनोवेद तुपाचे ताट तारे उभ्या गोपिका नारे नारद तुंबर हो समगायन करे आरती ज्ञान राजा महाकैवल्य तेजा सेविते साधु संत मनोवेदना माता आरती ज्ञान राजा प्रगट गुह्य बोले विश्व ब्रह्माचे केले रामयनाथ रे पाये मस्तक ठेविले आरती ज्ञान राजा महाकैवल्य तेजा सेविते साधु संत मनोवेदना माता आरती ज्ञान राजा आरती तुकारामा स्वामी सद्गुरु धाम सच्चिदानंद मूर्ती पायदा करियामा आरती तुकारामा राघवे सागराता पाषाण तारेले कैसे कुमाचे अभंग रक्षिले आरती तुकारामा स्वामी सद्गुरु धाम सच्चिदानंद मूर्ती पायदा कवियामा आरती तुकारामा तुतिता तुलनेसी ब्रह्म तुकाशी आले मनोनी रामेश्वरे चरणी मस्तक ठेविले आरती तुकारामा स्वामी सद्गुरु धाम सच्चिदानंद मूर्ती पायदा कवियामा आरती तुकारामा जय जय साईनाथ राता पौरावे मंदिरे हो जय जय साईनाथ राता पौरावे मंदिरे हो आळवितो सप्रेमे तुझला आरती घेऊन करे हो जय जय साईनाथ राता पौरावे मंदिरे हो रंज विषी तो मधुर बोलुनी माय जशी निज मुला हो रंज विषी तो मधुर बोलुनी माय जशी निज मुला हो भोगिसी व्याधी तोच हरुनिया निज सेवक दुःखाला हो भोगिसी व्याधी तोच हरुनिया निज सेवक दुःखाला हो धावनी भक्त व्यसन हरेशी दर्शन देशी त्याला हो धावनी भक्त व्यसन हरेशी दर्शन देशी त्याला हो झाले असतील कष्ट अतिशय तुमचे आहे हाल हो जय जय साईनाथ राता पौरावे मंदिरे हो आळवितो सप्रेमे तुझला आरती घेऊन करे हो जय जय साईनाथ राता पौरावे मंदिरे हो क्षमाशयन सुंदर हे शोभा सुमन शेज त्यावरे हो क्षमाशयन सुंदर हे शोभा सुमन शेज त्यावरे हो द्यावी थोरे भक्त जनांची पूजनाईचा वाटुनी जाया दुःख वाटते साईंच्या चरणाशी हो आज्ञेस्तव हा आशीर प्रसाद घेऊन निज सदनाशी हो आज्ञेस्तव हा आशीर प्रसाद घेऊन निज सदनाशी हो जातो आता येऊ पुनरपि तव चरणाचे पाशी हो जातो आता येऊ पुनरपि तव चरणाचे पाशी हो उठाव तुझला साई माऊले निज हित साधायासी हो जय जय साईनाथ राधा पहुडावे मंदिरे हो आडवितो सप्रेमे तुझला आरती घेऊन करे हो जय जय साईनाथ राधा पहुडावे मंदिरे हो आता स्वामी सुखे निद्रा करा अवधूता बाबा करा साईनाथा चिन्मय हे सुखधाम जाऊनी पहुडा एकांता वैराग्याचा कुंच घेऊनी चौक झाडिला बाबा चौक झाडिला तयावरी सुप्रेमाचा शिडका वाजला आता स्वामी सुखे निद्रा करा अवधूता बाबा करा साईनाथा चिन्मय हे सुखधाम जाऊनी पहुडा एकांता पाय गया गातया सुंदर नववेदा भक्ती बाबा नववेदा भक्ती ज्ञानाच्या समया लावणी उजळल्या ज्योती आता स्वामी सुखे निद्रा करा अवधूता बाबा करा साईनाथा चिन्मय हे सुखधाम जाऊनी पहुडा एकांता भावार्थाचा मंच करुणया काशे टांगिला हृदयाकाशे टांगिला मनाचे सुमने करुणी केले शेजेला आता स्वामी सुखे निद्रा करा अवधूता बाबा करा साईनाथा चिन्मय हे सुखधाम जाऊनी पहुडा एकांता द्वैताचे कपाट लावून एकत्र गेले बाबा एकत्र गेले दुर्बुद्धीच्या गाठी सोडून पडते सोडिले आता स्वामी सुखे निद्रा करा अवधूता बाबा करा साईनाथा चिन्मय हे सुखधाम जाऊनी पहुडा एकांता आशा तृष्णा कल्पनेचा सोडून गलबला बाबा सांडून गलबला दया क्षमा शांती दासे उम्यासे वेला आता स्वामी सुखे निद्रा करा अवधूता बाबा करा साईनाथा चिन्मय हे सुखधाम जाऊनी पहुडा एकांता अलक्ष उन्मनी घेऊनी नाजुक दुःशाला बाबा नाजुक दुःशाला निरंजने सद्गुरु स्वामी निज विलसे नेला आता स्वामी सुखे निद्रा करा अवधूता बाबा करा साईनाथा चिन्मय हे सुखधाम जाऊनी पहुडा एकांता सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय श्री गुरुदेव दत्त पाहे प्रसादाची वाट ज्ञान दुनिया थाट देशा घेऊनी जाईला तुझे जाया भोजना जालोरी प्रसावा तुम्हारुनिया देवा देशा घेऊनी जाईला तुझे जाया भोजना तुका मने चित्त नाही निवंत देशा घेऊनी जाईला तुझे जाया भोजना आवला प्रसाद साई जावे माऊला तो श्रम कळवे तसे भावे आता स्वामी सुखे निद्रा करा गोपाळा बाबा साई दयाळा फुले मनोरथ जातो आपुल्या स्थळा तुम्हाशी जाणू आम्ही आपुल्या चाळा बाबा आपुल्या चाळा शुभ शुभ कर्मे दोषी हरावया भीरा आता स्वामी सुखे निद्रा करा गोपाळा बाबा साई दयाळा फुले मनोरथ जातो आपुल्या स्थळा तुका मनी तिन्हे उच्चिष्टाचे भोजन नाही निवडिले आपुल्या भिन्न आता स्वामी सुखे निद्रा करा गोपाळा बाबा साई दयाळा फुले मनोरथ जातो आपुल्या स्थळा सद्गुरु साईनाथ